you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat,
music bot down if you want.
Stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to
that, I did, but
then you would have the burden of proof, right?
I'm just wondering why do people heavily rely on
you
their
say
senses?
what my claim was?
You love your senses.
But I don't.
What do you rely on?
Physics.
I just said I believe that.
Intelligence.
Yeah, you believe in something.
Your intelligence.
You believe in something.
I'm not.
So your intelligence tells you not to pick up hot things.
I've received like your claim is wrong. This like
no.
You're going down.
It's your senses. When you're 2 years old, that's pain. Yeah.
Right now, I just.
So you learn not to do that.
What if you're like super dumb, or you had your memory didn't work? You'd keep doing it.
Nope.
So you can't rely on your senses.
Nope,
if you don't have a memory, you don't remember that the
you're wrong because you're just making up stuff now. What ifs?
I'm not making it up. Well, you're the one who made the situation. I'm just adding to it.
I made what situation, Mr. Highly Suspect?
The hot thing. The hot thing.
How does one get that role, the highly suspect one? What did he do to say something? Or to get that? I'm not totally awake, sorry.
I didn't check him in.
I guess I'm a danger to your ideology.
There's no ideology. It's about being able to admit that you don't know. It's about a lack of ego, and therefore we have virtue, where there is no ego. And that's the difference between you and us. Okay? Don't get it twisted.
Egotistical person doesn't know he's egotistical.
I think that they do.
Yes, they absolutely do.
No. Because I don't believe I'm egotistical.
No.
So if you're thinking I'm egotistical...
You're not aware of it. You're not self-aware.
Your logic doesn't work.
If you become self-aware, then, it's just... It's too early for that.
Yeah, I checked in FTL. I didn't give him the highly suspect role. He already had that when he came in, so I don't know how he got that. But do you have a question, FTL? What have you been thinking about?
Oh, no, I already asked. They already answered it. I mean, you got a reasonable answer for that.
FTL wants to know why we need our senses, why we trust our senses and not the government.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, dude. Hold on. I didn't say that.
What do you think about your senses?
No, I said why are senses heavily relied on to...
What else would you rely on?
Right? How are you going to survive?
Do you not use your senses generally? Well, how can you be intelligent about something if you don't have any sensory detection or understanding of it?
He said he uses his memory. So how did you develop the memory?
Memory of what if you've got no senses to take anything in to then remember it?
I was adding. I like his metaphor because I got to add to the metaphor.
Okay.
The hot.
So you
right?
understand.
You-
So the point about the senses is what I explained to you in the check-in, right? Using your senses, you experience a flat and motionless Earth. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So you start there, and then when someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, I know you experience a flat and motionless Earth, but it's actually curved and in motion," then they require to provide evidence for that claim, do they not?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So what would the evidence for that claim be, do you think?
Well, there would be a common agreement among the academia that physics or science or this scientific method should be used to conduct the study.
Right, and what evidence would that be that it's based on?
Particularly, the globe was.
Yeah.
Well, if you were look at the history, the first globe model was derived from I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not that smart, but something to do with gravity. I don't remember those story.
Something to do with gravity. You don't remember the whole story. I mean, so you don't know
Yeah,
what
something
evidence
like that.
the globe is based on, right?
Yeah, I think I already said that.
Yeah. Are you interested in finding out if there's actually evidence to support it, since you believe it, or half believe it?
I can't access my my mouse right now because I need to write this thing right here.
Oh yeah, I see it.
So, I mean, you kind of agreed, right? You'd need to present evidence for the claim that the Earth is a globe, since we only experience it to be flat and motionless. And if currently you don't know what the evidence is for the globe, then why would you believe it? Other than this
I think there is
vague
evidence,
appeal to consensus. Okay, what's the evidence?
gravity.
Well, that's a word. I'm asking what the evidence is for Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum is.
Well, to be precise, if you have a structure on a plane, gravity bends to that plane and creates force.
What?
Planes don't bend though.
What are you talking about? Like an airplane?
For gravity. No, a plane, as in a two-dimensional plane, or it could be three-dimensional, but in this example, two-dimensional.
Like a plane surface, like a flat surface?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, what flat
This
surface
is like
are you talking
terminology. It
about?
comes down to terminology.
Well, what flat surface are you talking about? What flat surface?
Well, reality, I guess.
Oh, so the flat surface of Earth.
No, of space and. Well, it's a two-dimensional.
What are you talking about?
Two-dimension. It's
What are
two-dimension.
you talking about? Two
It's a
dimensions.
hypothetical scenario.
All right. Okay. No, but remember what I said to you in VC check-in. We're not interested in imagination. We're interested in reality.
That is reality. Two dimensions.
Where is two dimensions in your reality? Like when you go outside, what do you see that's 2D?
Okay, well, then 3D. How about it's just as hypothetical. If you were to put a large ball on a 3D model, there would be force exerting on it.
So you're not talking about reality anymore. You're talking about an imaginary space.
It applies to
that you're
reality.
imagining. Well, what part of reality? Where's this been done? Could you show us?
Yeah, you're right. It's theoretical, but
Right.
you can theoretical. It's quite theoretical. I would say
Right.
it's the consensus around the gravity is quite high.
Well, what do you mean? Define gravity.
Define gravity, force. Well, gravity's not necessarily.
No, it's not a force. So see, I mean, your
Gravitational pull.
The first piece of evidence that you've put forward for the globe is this word gravity, which apparently you can't really define. So do you either want to look that up or come up with another piece of evidence?
What do you mean evidence? That was my evidence. I'm saying that my evidence is a general consensus among.
No, but appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy. It's not evidence. You know what a logical fallacy is, yeah?
It is evidence. You can have evidence.
Do you know what a logical fallacy is?
Yeah, in logical fallacies can be evident.
Evidence of what? A logical fallacy?
Wow.
Well, no. You know,
Have you ever heard of those cults where a person convinces 1,000 people that he's some sort of messiah, and then he convinces all the people to commit suicide?
You're talking about rituals.
Is that common sense?
Getting to understand that appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy first.
Yeah.
So FTL, do you know what an appeal to consensus logical fallacy is?
Blind faith.
When someone says,
can you repeat that?
Do you know what an appeal to consensus fallacy is?
I'm not only appealing to consensus. You can make the judgment on your own matter.
Well, you just said there's a lot of people. You just said a lot of people think it, but that doesn't prove it, right?
Your judgment is that it's wrong.
No, Mike. No, the fact is that because no, it's not a judgment. The fact is that just because a lot of people think something, that doesn't mean that that thing is true, right?
Yeah, but that's just nihilistic.
What's nihilistic about it? It's just a statement of fact that a lot of people believe in something.
That thoughts are. Well, you're saying that facts are thoughts. Therefore, if thoughts aren't true, then the fact is not a fact. It's just nihilistic view.
No. Fact requires empirical evidence, right? That's what I'm asking you for. And so far, you've said a word gravity, which you don't sound like you really understand. And then you've said, well, a lot of people believe it. And I've just explained to you that's not evidence either. That's just saying, well, a lot of people believe it, so I think it's true. That doesn't make it a fact. Yeah, it's theoretical, but remember, we're talking about
if we don't agree on a non-scientific theory, yeah, then why would you call it I lost my thought here. He said something I wanted to quote him.
That's all right.
I do that. Magnesium is very important.
That's all right. I'm just trying to get to the point where FTL's putting forward a tangible claim or piece of evidence for the globe that we can actually discuss. So have you thought about that, FTL, yet? Like curvature or motion?
Can you repeat that?
So the globe, right? They tell us we live on a spinning ball, yeah?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so let's take, for example, the curvature. They claim that the surface of Earth has curvature, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you know who measured that in history? Like, who measured the surface to have curvature that would indicate that it's a ball? Because remember, you only observe it to be flat. So someone must have measured it to actually be curved in order to say it's a ball.
An astronomist.
An astronomist. You're an astronomer. They deal with the sky.
Or astrophysicist.
No.
Astrophysicists. They have to know.
You're still looking at the sky.
No, I'm giving you an example of who may have measured. I'm not telling you.
Okay.
all
So
of
you
them
don't you
have,
don't
but
know
at least
you
one
don't
of
know
them
who
have.
they claim. So you don't know who they claim to have measured it, like on the surface of Earth. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
you can't put a measuring tape around Earth. You have to use clues. And
So
derive
no one's measured the surface and got curvature, is what you're saying.
Like, okay, so how? Well, you have to explain how because I've noticed that you are very empirical, so you need to explain to me why or how that conclusion was derived, or how you want that conclusion to be derived, and then I can tell you. If
this
it's been-
is-
Well, I'm asking you how. No, hold on,
This is
Gabby.
common knowledge.
Gabby, chill a second. Well, because the claim is, remember, the claim is that the Earth is a ball, right? So I'm asking you, because it sounds like you believe that the Earth is a ball, how this was established in terms of curvature of the surface, because you understand that that would be a physical necessity, that the surface would be curved. So I'm asking, how was this evidenced or measured? But you said you don't think anyone can measure that. Is that
How
right?
is it measured? You can measure it in proportion to the sun.
What does that mean?
Well, the sun takes some time to travel on the other side of Earth. You could
Right.
time it, and then do the math.
But the sun is observably traveling above what we observe to be a flat surface. So that would just be the sun traveling over a flat surface. I'm asking how they prove that it's actually a curved surface.
Okay, but on a flat surface, let's just say you go 180 directly, 180. On a flat surface, it wouldn't be the same exact timing, I should say,
Timing of
because
what?
you're not traveling in a
I don't
straight
know.
line.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're not traveling in a straight line. It's hard to explain. I need to get a paper. You can't explain this kind of stuff.
So they
I'm not
can't
really
explain how
explaining.
curvature. Okay, so you don't know who measured curvature. It's okay. You can just say I don't know who did that.
I can
If
find
you
a
don't
study.
know.
I'm sure many astrophysicists have.
Okay. Could you find us one of the astrophysicists that measured Earth curvature? Have you got Google open?
Yeah, I'll Google it. Just give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, Google it.
I'm curious to know how, looking at the sky, you can measure the ground.
It's gonna come up with Eratosthenes.
Yeah, well, that's the process, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's day one.
He's gonna find out that he wasn't an astronomer, astrophysicist.
An astronomist, I believe. But that's cool. Now let's let him. We'll see what he comes back with Google.
Yeah.
All right, keep it going, guys. Nice and chill.
No, I'm still here. I'm just doing math homework.
All right. Well, this is more
Yeah,
important homework.
the word he
So-
used was
okay.
nihilist.
What's the? Have you Googled who measured it yet?
Nice.
Yeah, but just tell me how you wanted that measurement to be derived from. Do you want it derived from? Because
Measure-
Well, from point A to point
you're
B,
just
they
gonna
say
try to-
there's curvature over the surface, right? So it would necessitate a certain amount of drop over a distance, right? Due to curvature, the ground's curving down and away from us, apparently. So how was that observed or measured? Whatever you got.
Well, I just like a basic criteria of what you would accept of a measurement tool to for curvature.
Like a measurement of the surface of the earth, the ground, the water, whatever, showing that there's a certain amount of drop due to curvature from A to B. Because that's what's being claimed, right?
Did you? Well, then I don't need to Google it. You can do that yourself and search up NASA pictures.
No, that's not a measurement. And again, remember, we're talking about verifiability. You can't verify any pictures from space from NASA. You don't know any of that's real. That could be I mean, they tell you it's Photoshop, actually.
You need to tell me this because you need to tell me this. You got to tell me the criteria of what you want to accept. That's why I'm afraid that if I show you evidence, you would just deny it.
So something that human beings on Earth can do to evidence that the surface they live on is curving down and away from them due to being on a ball, right?
Okay, how about tides?
Not really a measurement of the surface of Earth, is it?
It can be used as a measurement of gravity, which
I would say
have the surface of Earth.
I would say Google the definition for measure or measurement, and then fit your answer within the parameters. Fit your answer within parameters of water. Prove it. Google it, and give us a definition for measurement that you're going to use to also corroborate with your measurement.
That's a good point.
Here for. I'm asking for a criteria of measurement that you wish.
Well, that's what I mean. You would have to know what the definition is to ask for the correct. Because we're saying measurement, and you're asking like criteria. It's like, do you know what measurement means? And I know you might be new, so I know this is like, well, there has to be an answer because this is trick. No, when you have a shape, you either count its sides or you measure its dimensions. Those are the only two options. Since we can't count the Earth's sides because we can't see it, how would we have measured it? So you tell us what method they would use. What method of measurement?
Well, I proposed one, the sun. But
okay, so how does that fit the definition of measurement? Like, can you go into detail?
You can time how long it takes from from one area to the next for sun to be in this angle. That's it. So one dimensional.
Right, please continue, Wolfgang.
Yeah, I'm back and forth, so I'll be going on and off. But yeah, I think the measurement is a good place to start, right? You know what a measurement is? FTL.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you go to your table and you measure the table, you take some kind of straight reference, right?
No, there's different types of measurements, but in this conversation we're using quantitative.
Yeah, so like the physical surface of Earth. Think about like surveying, right? Someone surveys a plot of land and they might use lasers, for instance. Like if they're trying to create like a flat surface out of concrete, right? They might use lasers to see if it's level, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that surface was curving down and away from them, they could theoretically detect that with a laser, right? Or with any other straight reference that they're wanting to use, or maybe even visually, right? If they can set some distance markers up of a certain height and say, well, it's going to be curving at this much, so this much of the reference will be obscured. Yeah? So, I mean, this is what we're saying. The surface is physically curving down and away. Who has measured that? How? And when? Do you understand that?
Well, I've already provided a method to do so, but the method, I would have to find a research, but nobody is going to do research on how long it takes the sun to get to one area at this angle to another area at this angle.
No, I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth, not the sun. No, I'm talking about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. Oh, what does? The sun.
The one-dimensional study where you could have one angle. Well, it's not a one-dimensional study. It's just no physicist will waste their time doing
angle
the
of
study.
what? Angle of what? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so one angle corresponds with the sun, and this side, how long does?
What do you mean? What
at this angle? At this...
What angle? So the one line is the sun. Where's the other line?
What do you mean? No, I'm talking about
An angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. So, what angle?
So you can do this with. I'd have to give an analogy. Let me.
Okay, here's what I mean. Like, as far you know what a protractor is.
Yeah.
Okay, when you get an angle, the baseline is 0. So one line goes across the bottom, one line goes up to a certain degree. That's an angle. Typically, today we measure angles with the sextant. Now, when you say they measured angles, I'm trying to figure out what you mean, because if it's off of the surface, well, the surface can't be curving for an angle.
No, I mean,
maybe that's too. I don't know.
Okay, don't consider the angles. Let's just do time here. Let's not involve the other dimensions. Let's just do time. Now you have to time how long it takes the sun to get from one side of the Earth and 180 to the other side, and how long does that take relative to 180?
12
hours. Now on a flat Earth model,
Are you assuming a ball here though?
No. I'm assuming any model. I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying how long does it take, and how long that takes is 12 hours. Now, you were to apply that to the flat Earth model and the globe model, the curvature model. You'd see that you'd get 12 hours from the globe model, but not 12 from the flat Earth model. I don't know the flat Earth model very well, but from my understanding, you wouldn't get 12.
Yeah, what flat Earth model are you talking about?
Something that has lacks curvature.
Like the surface of Earth.
Well, it has no gravitational. The flat things, no.
Right, but you're just saying
gravity's not.
observe the sun.
There's no center of mass. No center of gravity.
Right, but you're just. But you're saying.
What are you talking about? What is 12 and 12 again? Would you say it was 12 and 12?
What? 12 hours.
What's 12 hours?
I'm talking about time here. I'm asking how.
Yeah. I'm asking you, what is 12 and 12 in the globe model? Because there is no 12 and 12 in the globe model. You're mistaken.
I'm talking about it takes 12 hours for the sun to reach 180 degrees.
Where's that at?
Well, you can measure it.
So you're talking.
Okay.
No. Are you talking about the sunrise, the daylight, the sunrise to sunset, 12 hours?
At a 180 degree proportion to the Earth.
So that's sunrise to sunset, right?
Whatever is 180 degrees from whatever you started from.
Okay, so zenith to the horizon would be 90 degrees. So nowhere on Earth is there a 12-hour day and 12-hour night.
Well, I gotta go, but...
well, you're factually wrong. Okay, so go look at time and date. The only place it would happen is the equator, and it doesn't happen. They say that it doesn't happen because of refraction. This is what they say. So it's off by 7 minutes.
Right. Well, yeah, that's
true. You're factually wrong. Well, it's what's true.
Well, in the curvature, these images that I'm looking at, heat bends light. But I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, go look at time and date data and
go find
figure
that
your shit out. And actually accurately represent your model.
I like how he timed out himself.
Yeah, this is where they confuse themselves, where they have that cartoon 9th grade idea in their head, but they've never actually looked at what is actually occurring. My model proves my model. Well, your model doesn't exist in reality. So you got a problem.
I'd also like him to stick to the surface of the Earth, because he's doing that thing where it's like, okay, if we're dealing with the surface of the Earth, who measured any curvature to suppose this ball idea, and he's immediately going to the sun.
Yeah.
So we need to kind of get him to stick to that.
Yeah. Well, if the Earth measures flat, if we measure a flat Earth, it doesn't matter what anything in the sky does. It's not going to unravel that measurement.
Well, even just before that, I mean, you're only observing the sun moving over a flat surface and asking them, where does the curved bit come in? If it's not just a total presupposition. But
yeah.
Maybe you'll find Eratosthenes soon. I don't know.
He went on his furious Google adventure.
Didn't you hear him spiral as soon as you started asking him questions? I gotta go. He said, I gotta go.
Yeah.
They did say he'd be back in 10 minutes, so we'll see.
Well, it's because they have that, like I said, they have that idea in their head. Like the common one is, if I make 3 90-degree turns, I end up back in the same spot. Right? The spherical triangle thing. Well, yeah, that would be true if we're on a sphere, but no one's ever actually done that. And this is the same thing, right? If the Earth was a ball and there was no such thing as nautical, Sybil, twilight, yeah, there would be a 12-hour and 12-hour day and 12-hour night on the equator on the equinox, but that's not what happens. So what's your point? And here, the funny thing is, the day that's closest to that 12-hour split, is not on the equinox. It's not even close to the equinox. It's a month different from the equinox. So what happens on the equator is, okay, you have, say, the longest day of the year on the equator is the winter solstice. And each day gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, right? The time the sun comes up, the time the sun goes around, the length of the day, the visible sun gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Now, it's supposed to be shortest on the equinox, right? So when it transitions from, so say you were looking east on the equinox, right? And you're looking right down the line of the equator from the surface of the Earth. The summer solstice, the winter, as the days get shorter, every time you've seen the sunrise, it would go from right to left, and then when it crosses over, now it's going into the northern hemisphere, the sun, and the days would start getting longer and longer and longer until the summer solstice, and then the sun would start coming back, right? So you're watching the sun rise every morning, and you're watching it move, right? And the arc of the sun takes in the sky. So that day, that transition day, should be on the equinox, right? When it transitions from you're seeing the sun in the southern hemisphere versus when you see the sun in the northern hemisphere, there's a day where it crosses over when you look up in the sky. That day is supposed to be on the equinox, but it's not on the equinox. It's in April and in August. And this isn't this isn't what I'm saying. This is what Time and Date and SunCalc says. That's why I tell these goers, there's no such thing as the equator, because the equator requires the shortest day of the year to be on the equinox. And there's no place on Earth where that happens. So if there's no place on Earth where it happens, there can't be an equator.
What's their argument? Nuh-uh.
Well, they try and say refraction because they misunderstand it.
Yeah.
They think I'm saying why there's not a 12-hour and 12-hour day, or 12-hour day and 12-hour night. So they'll say refraction, right? That's actually not what I'm saying. And then I actually The first person I ever brought it up to was MC Toon in the old server. And he didn't say anything. He just went dead silent. Because he came in here and he was like, tried to pull the Polaris, right?
Yeah.
Polaris is a certain number of degrees in the sky. If I'm on the equator, then I showed that the equator doesn't exist, and then he didn't have anything because I pulled the rug out from under his premise.
Yeah.
Because they have the problem, right? So the problem of refraction. If I see the sun on the horizon, the sun is geometrically not on the horizon. So then, how can how can I be on a latitude and the sun be the same elevation, right? 45 degrees latitude mean the sun's 45 degrees in the sky. So if I'm on the equator, the sun should be on the horizon. But they say, no, that's not happening because of refraction. Okay, so that means I can see the sun in the southern hemisphere, right? Oh, no, you can't see that. Right? So because they try to have it both ways, right? They try.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very good point, argument.
Then it gets even weirder, right? So so say I was on the equator on one side of the Earth and on the equator on the other side of the Earth, and we're both looking at Polaris at the same time, right? Because the horizon it's not exactly at eye level. You just can't distinguish it from eye level. But according to them, it has a 0.02 degrees dip. So if I'm on one side of the Earth and the other person's antipode, and we're both on the equator, we're both looking at the sun, and it's both on the horizon. It appears to be on the horizon, but refraction is making it down. Then then those lines of sight intersect at something like 173,000 miles away. Which
that would be very weird.
Yeah, because there is a horizon dip. There is in the globe. There's a horizon dip. That means two people on opposite sides of the Earth. If they're looking at the Polaris, it's dipped, right? It's dipped from their line of sight.
I haven't thought about this so in depth, but it makes sense. Yeah,
it's just geometry, right? It's just like
yeah.
You just think of it like this: if me and you are both on the equator, we're on opposite sides, and we're both looking like exactly eye level, right?
Yeah.
Those lines of sight can't intersect because they're parallel. Right, so if we're both looking at Polaris, like how we see in Polaris, because we have parallel lines of sight, we can't be both looking at the same thing. It's geometrically impossible.
Yeah.
Why I have to say things like
I always knew that the tropics and the equator line, those are imaginary lines.
Yeah, all that. They're all imaginary lines. They don't. The way they did it is like they looked in the sky. They said, "Well, Polaris is 45 degrees in the sky. Draw a little X on the ground and say this is 45 degrees latitude." They didn't like measure from the equator to like the Earth's surface and then go, "Oh yeah, we're this far away from the equator, so this is 45 degrees latitude." No, they looked at the sky, said this is the position that we're going to correlate 45 degrees latitude with.
Yeah.
And they've done this over the whole world. They just map points on the Earth and the sky. And like whether those things are like, if you look at the International Terrestrial Reference System, it even says that latitude and longitude are set by convention, which means that like people agree to it,
Yeah, they are imaginary lines. And yeah, when I looked at maps and I saw the tropics and the equator line, they want to say that that's the track of the sun, the path of the sun. But it's actually not. It doesn't correspond with what we observe on the ground.
Is FTL back yet? FTL, you back in the house?
Indio, did you ever finish watching the debate from yesterday?
No. Box
Yeah.
Ops told me that Professor, though he said Professor Dave said that hold on. Sorry about that. Apparently Professor Dave said the curvature is not measurable from the surface of the Earth.
No. Unfortunately, normies don't, for some reason, don't think that that's a possibility either. They think that it was done with satellites and stuff, and it's like, well, I don't know.
Well, we know. I mean, you can just show the math and show that yes, it's possible. It should be easy. That just
Yeah.
shows that he's never actually, like, we don't know anything about this dude. He just makes these videos. Now we know how much actual analysis he's given it, right? None. He's going to be probably never seen a single observation. He's probably never looked at anything that Flat Earth has produced. Nothing. To say a statement like it's not measurable from the surface of the Earth, that's just ignorant. That means he never looked at the math. I mean, claiming you
Yeah.
can't, so 10 miles, 66 feet. Claiming you can't measure 66 feet, but LIGO can measure a thousandth of a proton radius and measure gravitational waves, which is what he believes. I guarantee he believes it. I guarantee he's made a video about it. That is contradictory. To be able to measure something that's 37 orders of magnitude smaller than what you're trying to measure on Earth and saying that's not possible, he's either lying or he never looked at the numbers, or he's ignorant, or I don't know, man, but that's silly. You got to think at 3.25 miles, there's supposed to be 6 feet of drop. So you can't take a piece of surveying equipment and measure a 6-foot drop. That's ignorant. While simultaneously believing that GPS is accurate to like 5 centimeters. See, it's the epic like dishonesty and logical inconsistency of the arguments
Is he back?
What's that?
Who were you talking to just now? Or not just now? A little while back. Was it that FT guy?
Yeah, I was still waiting for him to present his argument for the curve.
Yeah. He's in the VC, but he didn't leave, did he? He just went away for a bit.
Oh, he needed like some time for it, I guess. I don't know.
No, okay.
No idea. We'll see.
Today, in the morning, I went out to the beach to do some curvature test observations, mainly to see if I could get out early enough and see how far the horizon was. But the horizon was a lot shorter than the geometric horizon according to their radius calculations. So I didn't get much like data against the globe model in that sense. But I observed some of the boats sailing away, and I've got my telescope and my camera set up. And I've noticed a lot of the times when I do these observations, I hear a lot of in the community you talk about when a boat sails away due to, I think, what's it called, some angular resolution or something. The boat starts to look smaller from bottom up. But from my observations, I've struggled to see that because when I look at boats sailing away, I see it reflecting on itself rather than it starting to sink from bottom up. So I'm wondering what if other people's observations are also like mine.
Depends on the air temperature and the water temperature, really.
Yeah, because I'm in Western Australia, and it's been the same like pretty much all the times I've observed a boat pass. So maybe the atmosphere's a bit different to the everyday American's atmosphere. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just a common trope that people say, oh, you'll see boats disappearing bottom up. It's not always the case. In fact, depending on where you live, it won't even usually be the case. You can see them just kind of fade out from a distance, or like you say, kind of reflect and mirror themselves. It's all atmospheric dependent and definitely doesn't happen all the time. So it's just another kind of cherry picking example from a globe side, I would say.
Okay, that's good to know, because I was thinking, oh, they were saying it goes from bottom up. Why can't I see it like that? So yeah, nice to hear that side of the story.
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't always happen like that. But these globies have to say something.
Yeah, it's just funny because like the things they say, like the boat sinking under the horizon, and then like the horizon cutting off when you visually see it, then you put it to the test and you can show them, no, these are just assumptions, and you can prove them wrong and show them it's just visual limitations. But if they don't ever get someone to question them, they won't even realize their assumptions are false. Because I've gone out trying to do these things, and I'm just surprised because I thought their arguments would stand a bit more scrutiny, but every time I try and like see one of their arguments, it just falls apart with optics.
Yeah, and the whole boats going over the horizon thing is funny to get them into, because as soon as they commit to that, you can start asking them about horizon distance at altitude, and why people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will say you won't see any curvature of the horizon or cut off of the horizon, even at 120,000 feet. So it's like, okay, so we're seeing the curve that boats are going over at around 3 miles when we're standing 6 feet above sea level on the beach. But when we rise in altitude, that horizon's just going to stretch out and out and out and out. So how could it be curving down at 3 miles to our vision, but then when we rise in altitude, it just carries on? And that kind of just makes them melt down. And yeah, I heard about this Professor Dave debate. I didn't even watch it, but yeah, I was scrolling through the comments, and 99% of them are just talking about how annoying and obnoxious Professor Dave is. Even the people are like, I'm not a flat earther, or I don't believe in flat earth, but that Professor Dave guy is a total dick. So even if the debate was a disaster, going by the comments, Professor Dave has only helped flat earth by being such an odious prick.
I'll take a Pyrrhic victory any day.
Yeah, yeah, right. It's like, by the force of your terrible personality alone, evidence aside, you've convinced more people to look into flat earth. So thanks for that.
No douchebag this large can be right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're saying. It's like, well, I don't know anything about this discussion, but I know that if you're just insulting someone, you don't have an argument. So I'm probably going to have to research what this Dave Weiss guy is saying.
Is that what he did? I haven't watched it myself. All I know is oh my God, really? He really did that?
Well, I've not watched it. I've not watched it either, but I was just looking at the comments last night. And yeah, everyone was saying this guy's just insulting the flat earther. He's not even making points, really. He's just being a dickhead. So it's terrible.
That's fear, dude. I'm telling you, it's fear.
Yeah, and the people listening, even if they don't know anything about the debate, can pick that up. They understand that. They don't know about flat Earth and globe Earth, but they know what a disingenuous debater looks like.
Because I've been saying this for a long time. This guy is making bank off of YouTube. If he gets destroyed by a flat earther, man, his channel's done. This guy's making like 20 G's a month. He has a huge channel. He's making like the last time I looked, you can go on a website called Social Blade, and if you type in a channel, it'll estimate how much money they make. Right? It tracks all their views and all that stuff. Last time I looked, which was a year ago, it said 20,000 a month. So he makes a bunch of so-called science videos. If he gets destroyed by a flat earther, man, that's money. That isn't just like some abstract thing. Yeah, I got shown up. I think that insulting thing, that's fear. That's definitely fear. I listened to a small port, like literally someone posted it. I listened to 1 second, and I heard Dave Weiss go, "What's your evidence the planets are physical?" He said, "We can see them." That's what Dave's response was. And instead of Dave Weiss like pressing him and saying, "What about seeing them indicates they're physical?" Because just seeing something doesn't mean it's physical. I can see rainbows that don't mean they're physical, right? There's lots of things we see which are non-physical. Sparks, lightning, you name it, right? So he didn't press him. Instead, he strawmanned himself and said, so you're saying that you can determine the shape of something from looking at it, and then he went into like the sphere thing, right? The the graphic, the GIF that Karen made with it shows 3 round balls, one's concave, one's convex, one's a sphere, one's just a disc. So he went into that instead of pressing him on the like what's your evidence? The celestial bodies are physical objects. Which he should have just kept pressing them. That's the only part I heard, and I actually just stopped listening to it. Because when you straw man yourself, like, I'm just like, neither one of these two have ever debated anyone. I don't think David Weiss ever debated anybody, and I'm almost 100% positive. I mean, Dave Weiss has had conversations. I wouldn't call them debates. But I know Professor Dave has never debated anybody, period.
Yeah, Weiss isn't a formal debater, and when he gets into a disagreeable conversation about it, he's all right. I mean, he's not the strongest, but like you say, I mean, he's not He's not debating people.
He doesn't hold people to
hardcore
the
all the
feet
time
to the
like we
fire.
do
He
here.
doesn't press them on issues. He I wouldn't say he concedes issues. When like he reaches a point of contention, instead of pressing, he'll just move to something else. Like he tries to avoid the conflict. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you push up against something and you just slide off, right? He slides off of it into something else. Which is
Yeah,
like, you know, it's polite and it's great decorum, you know what I mean? But I don't know why you're trying to make friends. Is that your purpose?
It actually worked for him. It actually worked for him. If you read the comments, they're like, well, the flat earther guy was at least polite and rational sounding, whereas the globe earth guy was just insulting him. But yeah, you're right. Professor Dave, he's never getting into the debates, and it's taken him this long to get into the debates because, like you say, he's making bank off of his YouTube channel, and he knows the only thing that's really going to threaten that now is if he gets exposed, and he's going to get exposed if he does a legit debate on it.
My God,
unfortunately, I guess he didn't
get skewered. There'd be nothing left of him, man. They'd be picking up the pieces from him.
He's not going to do it again either, I bet, because I bet Sean Atwood, the guy who's hosting it, I bet he would say, okay, let's do it again and we'll moderate it more. We won't just let Professor Dave go crazy insulting people. But I doubt Professor Dave will do it again because he's already realizing that all he's got are insults and logical fallacies, basically. But yeah, they need someone a bit stronger than Dave Weiss debate-wise. It would be great if we could get him in here, but he'll never do that.
Because like you said, if you truly follow the spirit of scientific inquiry, then you actually investigate the claim, right? And it seems to me like he's never actually looked at any flat earth information. He just wrote it off as stupid, right? And he went for things that confirm his bias. And that's not the way science works. If you watch I've watched a few of his videos, and this guy never learned the scientific method. He thinks that confirmations of a theory are what makes the theory, right? The whole black swan thing. My theory is all swans are white, so I go run around and look for black swans. He thinks that if he finds 1 trillion black swans and one black swan, all swans are still white. You know what I'm saying? This is how he thinks. He thinks that it's confirmations that make things things scientific.
Imagine,
I'm going to say this. I don't think he's ever looked at any flat Earth information. I don't think he knows our arguments.
Imagine if it had been QE instead of Dave Weiss.
Oh my God! It'd be a dickhead versus dickhead.
Yeah, see, you would lose that. You would lose that obvious highlighting of how obnoxious Professor Dave is if it was QE. Although QE would obviously destroy him on the actual points, but in this discussion, sadly, people are responding as much, if not more, to the social side of it than they are to the actual empirical evidence side, which is a shame and shouldn't be how it is. But sadly, it is. Like people are, I don't know, just unfamiliar with debate when it comes to empirical evidence, and they're more like, well, I'm going to judge it as much on how the people seem to be socially, and at least in this case, the flat earth side came off way better by the sound of things. So yeah, it's still somewhat of a victory in that regard, but yeah, no, Dave, I mean, it's hard. Like Dave is just like a grifter, right? So this video that came out of him not long ago, talking about his history, his jobs, losing jobs, getting like places at university, losing that. You can tell he's just the kind of guy who's bouncing around, trying to find an occupation or a place for himself. And I don't know if he's just like accidentally found this niche by trying to be like a YouTube content creator, and he stumbled across Flat Earth, and he got traction because the globe side are so desperate for anyone that's actually going to put in some effort to stand up for the globe, because most people, as soon as they get into it, realize what a thankless task it is.
He has a thing against atheists. Any like, I would call it anything against that mainstream would consider woo. He he's definitely an atheist. He thinks anything religious. He's made video. Excuse me. He's made videos about this, like against religion. He made a video against James Tour. When James Tour is like, oh my god, dude, it's like you're punching out of your weight class, bro. The dude is like the third most cited chemist in the history of the science, right? This dude is trying to take on James. Unfortunately, James Tour made like I think it's like a 12-part series debunking him. But so like, it's hours long. No one will ever watch it, But but Dave has also made you just have to go on his channel. He makes videos attacking so many different things that he considers like woo-woo because he's a goddamn activist atheist and like a materialist activist atheist Neoplatonist nutball. That, and like you said, he is a grifter. I think it took him like 10 years to go from having a bachelor's degree in chemistry to a master's degree in chemistry, which is a long time, man. You should have had your doctorate.
Yeah, and it sounds like he fell into these positions, like out of just blind luck in some cases. Like, what did he say? His professor felt ill or something, so he had to step into some of his teaching positions. And he just kind of flew by the seat of his pants until they fired him, probably for being an asshole and an idiot.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But yeah.
My understanding is he was like he would tutor. So you have in America you have ACTs, so they're college placement tests. So people try to get like they're not required. Like if you want to get into like show off for a college that and like look more attractive to let you in, you'll take an ACT. So he would tutor ACTs. He taught at junior college. So junior college is like someone that barely graduated high school. They're trying to get just enough credits to get accepted into a regular university or college. You know what I mean? It's almost like put it this way. You barely graduated high school. So, and your SAT scores are low. So you go to a junior college to try and improve your academic ability so that you can get into a regular university. That's kind of the purpose of junior colleges. So he taught at one. So basically, he's teaching. Hate to say it, dumb people. So the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's one of these people who's like just smart enough to convince other people that he's some kind of intellectual. But when it comes to actual serious intellectual discussion, he's out of his depth. Yeah, that's pretty much what it sounds like he is.
Yeah, if I go down to downtown Boston and start hanging out with the drug addicts, I can pretty much talk about anything and sound like a fucking intellectual. Depends on the crowd you're with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could probably teach me the finer points of injecting with syringes. I mean, like, I'm sure they're good at something.
Yeah. And it sounds like, just like what you're saying, exactly, his whole channel, like this whole kind of like atheistic, materialist, debunker type, it's hilarious because these guys consider themselves skeptics, right? Which I've always found hilarious. Like when you're getting into this, like if you're defending the globe against flat Earth, you're a skeptic. But it's a total incorrect and inappropriate term for the actual discussion, because in reality, if you're buying the story of the globe, you are the least skeptical. You're not skeptical about any of the outrageous claims being made that don't have any evidence to support them. You're just defending a story. I always find this idea of like, oh yeah, the atheists debunking everything as being the skeptics. It's just a joke.
The guy that runs Skeptic Magazine is the least skeptical person.
He's the least. He's never seen a government press release he didn't agree with. That guy, what is his name? Oh my god.
I could picture his face, but I can't remember his name.
He literally don't believe in God because listen, he said why he don't believe in God. He don't believe in God because his girlfriend, when he was like 19 years old, got in a horrible car accident, and he prayed to God and said, if anybody deserved to fucking, be okay, it was her, and she wasn't, and she died, so there must not be a God. This is his reasoning for there not being a God. Well, guess what? Maybe she was fucking around with 20 people behind your back, and God knew that she was actually a scumbag, and you didn't know that. Or maybe she did horrible shit. Like, this is like the stupidest, most anecdotal reasoning to not believe in God. It's so, like, this is supposed to be a skeptical person that is interviewed all over the place, right? As some reasoned scientist. This dude is full of it. What is his name?
Yeah.
Michael Shermer. Michael
Shermer. Yep.
What
that's
a
it.
loser, man.
And that kind of mentality, a lot of people that are atheists have that mentality. They have some reason that at some point in time they asked for something for God and they didn't get it. So God doesn't exist. That's their reasoning. It's like a fucking child who didn't get the toy at the store that they wanted.
Yeah. Oh, I bought that magic lamp. It said rub it 3 times and make a wish, and it didn't work, so magic's not real. No, I mean, magic's not real for you. Maybe you didn't deserve it. Ever think of that?
Yeah, they think God should do things on their command, and if he doesn't, then God doesn't exist.
Oh, he's gonna find out the hard way. Go with that, dude. Yeah, I have no problem. Yeah, go with that. Go with your personal anecdotal experience. You didn't get what you want because you thought it was because your subjective opinion about what is fair and what is not fair. Go with that. See where that gets you. Because you're gonna find out the opposite, and maybe he'll have mercy on you. That you're a freaking adult child.
Most of these people don't really think too deeply into the topic, into whether God does or doesn't exist. They just think, okay, bad things have happened to me, or bad things happen in the world, or sometimes children die, so why would there be a God if these kinds of things are happening? Like, as if they would know all of the reasonings or all of everything behind every single event or death or anything like that takes place. But anyways, you guys were talking about Professor Dave prior to, I'm assuming, being a junior college professor. Is that his actual
He
job?
was. I think he's just a YouTube influencer at this point.
No, listen, don't call me a professor. You're working. You're robot freaking hard, AI.
Yep.
Try again.
I watched a video not too long ago that was talking about how he was never actually a professor, and the drop out twice thing and all that.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because, whether he's a professor or not, I'm not a professor. Neither is anybody else in here. And, I guess the only thing that would be important about calling himself professor is that it's kind of deceptive, holding yourself out as a professor when you're not a professor, because people automatically give you credibility if they think professors, so it's kind of like a credential. So if you're like faking your credentials, that kind of goes to your credibility. So I guess in that vein, yeah, he could be criticized. But regardless of what he did or didn't do, all that matters is what is the truth of what's coming out of your mouth? What's the evidence for it? That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter who he is or what he did or what he didn't do. It could be frickin' Adolf Hitler, that doesn't matter. The thing that comes out of his mouth, he has no evidence for the nonsense he says. He just reads off of Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fact that he uses professor in front of his name on a YouTube channel to do the things that he does, but isn't currently a professor, and let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and he may have taught a few semesters of junior college, is kind of shows the character of the person, right? Like, I don't call myself a professional soccer player because I had offers to play professional soccer and did tryouts and played with some teams, played semi-professional. I don't call myself a professional soccer player. That was fucking years ago, nor did I actually sign a contract and play for a few years. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's think about people that are actual professors that do teach at universities. Do they name their channel Professor So-and-so? No. Right? So here's what Walter Lewin. He has a YouTube channel. He doesn't call himself Professor Walter Lewin. He just uses his name.
Right.
Yeah, and you can tell he's aware of it, right? Because in that video where he's talking about his kind of journey to being Professor Dave, he's pretty clear. Oh, I'm not a professor. It's just he kind of like tries to play it like, oh, it's just a random name I chose. Yeah, like you just randomly decided to call yourself Professor Dave, not thinking that it would give your videos some kind of credentials to people who are unassuming or just assuming and not digging in further and saying, oh, is he really a professor? Like nowadays, he knows, especially the kind of content he's creating, that some people are going to be like, oh, well, he's presumably a professor of some kind then. Like you say, you're not going and creating a video channel called Professional Footballer Napalm and then having to explain months later, oh, guys, I'm not actually a professional footballer. Sorry,
Well,
you trying to
I call myself General Indio and fucking do military videos.
Yeah.
You know?
Lieutenant
you're not a
Commander
general?
India, right?
Never even been in the military.
No, it's just a name.
Yeah, I'm not a specific Indio. I'm not a specific Indio. I'm a general Indio.
Yeah, what would be the term for, like, instead of stolen valor within academia? Because that's what he's doing, basically.
Well, he is fair to say that he's a professor because he is professing something, and what he's professing is faith, right? And that's what they call a lot of religious people once they profess their faith in their religion, right? Are you a professing believer in the globe? And he certainly is. So in that regard, it's fair to call himself a professor.
That's a good catch.
It's still disingenuous. But yeah, I gotcha.
Hey, guys, why are you criticizing me for using professor? We all believe in the globe here. It's not my fault you're too stupid to understand.
I said he wasn't a professor in one of the comments on one of his YouTube videos, and I was cool. They were saying I was ad hominem, and they said a little fallacy instantly from the mouth of a flat earther.
Yeah.
He's not a real professor. I didn't say, you know.
Well, let me chime in on that. So, the debate ended with Atwood recommending all the viewers go to this debate style explanation video, which shows debate argumentation styles, fallacies, and all of this. And the number one he mentioned was ad hominem. You know, he goes, you can go learn about this type of debate style. You can learn about ad hominem right here in this video, educational video, basically telling everybody, hey, go and learn about the main tactic, well, at least one of the main tactics that Professor Dave used in this debate. Because we were all complaining. It's like he's not moderating at all. He's letting the guy ad infinitum. But then at the end, he's like, hey, guys, guess what? Go learn about ad hominem. So there's definitely going to be at least some people who are intelligent that are going to go and look at that and they'll be like, wait a minute, Professor Dave just said a bunch of nonsense and just ad hom the whole time.
Yeah, it's funny because if there was any flat earther who was naming themselves Professor something and then putting out flat earth content, the globe side's entire argument against him would be no further than he's claiming he's a professor and he's not. So even though it's fair on the side, like the Indio is saying, I mean, he's not doesn't really matter what he calls himself. What matters is kind of what evidence he's putting forward. But at the same time, that wouldn't be the case if it was the other way around. Like, they wouldn't be saying, well, it doesn't really matter if he's calling himself Professor Flat Earth and he's not really a professor. What matters is the information and the evidence that he's putting forward. It's like, nah, they would just be like, oh, he's not a professor. He's lying. He's lying to you about being a professor. So how could you believe him about anything else? Which, I mean, it's fair. I'd say it's fair. I mean, if you're talking about a subject like this, which requires some intellectual scrutiny and you're putting yourself forward as some kind of academic level that you're not, I think it's fair to call it out. Which is why it's just weak that he's like, oh, it's just a name. It's just a totally random name. It doesn't mean anything. It's like, oh, yeah, you weren't thinking that was going to give you some added credibility. You could have called yourself literally anything. Formerly, until fired, Professor Dave. You're not putting that in.
Well, compounding lies even goes further into his credibility, right? Nobody believes that. There's nobody believe he named himself Professor Dave Explains, his YouTube channel, because he isn't trying to come off as a piece of professor. Nobody believes that.
Exactly. Tragic.
In the next week, there's going to be at least one Glober who spontaneously recognizes that the majority of his subs are probably false as well.
Yeah, that was a good point, Wolfgang. If somebody who was a predominant flat Earth channel and named themselves professor, like that would be literally 99% of the attack would be against the fact that the person's not an actual professor. And think about early on what they did to somebody like Brian Mullen, who was an engineer and had a physics degree. They literally doxed him and got him fired from his job. So you can imagine what they would do to somebody claiming to be a professor. Which, has anybody heard anything from Brian Mullen in the past 4 or 5 years? Did he just completely disappear?
Maybe he's living the good life in Bolivia.
He'd be entitled to. But no, I've not really heard anything. I heard someone say recently that one of the hardcore globe proponents was saying that, I don't know, who was it again? Someone said that Mullen's family told them to go to his work and, put him in it. But I'm sure, obviously that's a lie. Whether the guy said it was just a joke afterwards, I don't know. But just strange, these hardcore globe people and things they'll say. But yeah, no, I've not heard anything from Brian Mullen in a while or seen anything by him. But yeah, no, that's exactly the point, right? Their side would just totally destroy anyone on the Flat Earth side who was putting any kind of academic title that they didn't actually have in their name. And it would be the first thing they're highlighting. Or say, well, he's lying about his credentials, he's called himself PhD, whatever. But when it's Professor Dave, they'll give him a pass. They'll say, well, he's debunked the Flat Earth because, look, if the moon's a ball spinning above you, you'd be seeing different sides of the ball.
Yeah, as tragic as it was that Weiss wasn't able to capitalize on some of his mistakes, we and others can capitalize on it after the fact. For example, his entire argument was the only way and the most efficient way to know the Earth is a globe is to look at the sky. So he's already lost in that regard.
You're just all jealous, professors like me.
Yeah, the ending of the debate when maybe Weiss said, maybe I should change my name to Professor as well, Professor Flat Dave.
That's a good point, though. AI. We should do a night where we play the debate and we just go through Professor Dave's points, and we make the arguments that Dave Weiss should have made, or we drill into the points that Professor Dave made that can easily be destroyed. We should go through it just and make a video, and then spam it in the comments and say, look, this is what Professor Dave was arguing. Here are the easy debunks. Here's his feet held to the fire, and just trash it that way and make our own little video of it. That'd be a good thing to do, and easy.
I was thinking of doing that, but
pointing out the flaws in his arguments.
To it. To hold a gun to my head makes me listen to his voice.
Yeah, I'm not putting myself forward for listening to it either, to be honest. But I guess if we all do it, on the stream. We can share the pain.
Well, maybe Atwood would pin the comment.
Yeah, because he hearted the comment I saw, and I can't remember what the comment was, but it was like a pro Flat Earth comment, and it was like recommending to go to another Flat Earth channel, which I think, if I remember, it was a legit Flat Earth channel. And for some reason, Atwood hearted the comment. I'm not sure if he knew exactly what it meant. It might have been the comment where he said they should have got Eric Dubay on to debate or something like that, or go to Eric Dubay's channel. Something like that. He recommended it like another Flat Earther or something, and Sean Atwood hearted the comment. So I don't know if he was just doing that by accident or didn't know exactly what it meant or what. But I think if we can go through it, we should pick out. We should make
Eric Dubay wouldn't do much better. All right.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Dubay himself in a debate scenario.
He's not a debater either. You need somebody that does this all the time.
No, I just thought it was interesting that Atwood hearted a comment speaking about another. It was like a pro Flat Earth comment, and he wasn't hearting a lot of the comments that I could see, but he hearted this one, so I just thought that was a bit interesting. But yeah, if we can make a condensed one, just cut out all the bits of Dave embarrassing himself, and then our rebuttals to his weak arguments where Dave Weiss maybe moved on instead of addressing it like he should have done, while there's still momentum of that debate going, just to highlight not only is he an insufferable goon with the personality of a deadly disease, his points are shit and can easily be debunked. It might be fun.
I don't think I could debate Professor Dave. I think the condescension would make him just snap. And I look worse than him when I'm calling him, and every relative is a cunt.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why you do it in absentia, right? You just kind of take his comments afterwards and you just destroy them here instead and put it out. So, I mean, but yeah, dealing with those kind of people, it's like people like Fight the Flat Earth and all this stuff. Like, they can't have the discussion with any kind of respect. All they can do is ad hom and ridicule as you go on, and it just makes it like an intolerable discussion. But
Dunning-Kruger's condescending is just like, that's like, I want to destroy them. Not physically, but I can't take it. It's like, listen, it's like you're the dumbest person in the room. You're condescending people. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, considering one of his things he kept saying over and over again is, you're just using big words. And one of the words that he said that after was just, I can't remember what it was, but it's a very common word that everybody understands. And he's like, oh, big words. Like, really?
He really said that? Now I have to watch it. Now I'm intrigued.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And I'm pretty sure his ad homs went as far as calling Dave Weiss a douchebag multiple times. Like, that's the first time I've heard somebody in a formal debate call somebody a douchebag.
Idiot. Yeah, he named him all types of things.
He called him a moron.
Moron, yeah, whatever, yeah.
But that happens in debates.
He was being
often,
generally.
Hold on, but he makes science videos. Does he not know the big words that he's talking about in his science videos?
Yeah, that's why it's hilarious that he was saying that.
Oh my God, this is. Oh my! I might make a
there's a lot
montage of all his videos. Right, I'm gonna take him using a big word, and then I'll bracket it with "You're just using big words." Make a whole video of it.
Or splice in the audio that, like, from his debate with Dave Weiss, where he says, "You're
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm talking about.
words."
that's what I'm talking about, man. Oh my God, I have to make it.
Well, there's a lot of things tactically to be learned from this debate that flat earthers can realize. One is don't spend your time, when it's your time to talk, explaining the other person's point for the audience. That means that they don't have to then take their time to do it. You should have been using your time to be debunking or presenting positive evidence for your claim. So what Dave Weiss did is obviously the argument went to the sky, and he then explained the sky and was basically like a secretary for Professor Dave. Hey, Dave, don't worry. You don't need to use your time. I'll use my time to explain your point for you.
Oh my God. I can't wait to watch this now, man. I'm having a change of heart here. It sounds like an absolute, like, well, it seems like, well, I mean, all the debates I've watched, I just figured it was like just like a run-of-the-mill debate, like a Fight the Flat Earth debate. But I guess this is a little more unique than that.
Now, listen, Indio, the comment that you posted from Box Ops is very salient in this effect, that essentially it seems like Professor Dave was actually trying to divorce the shape of the Earth from the Earth, which is an argument that flat earthers present all the time. It's like, look, if you want to know the shape of the Earth, measure the Earth. And obviously he said there's no demonstrable Earth curvature at the surface. So he's basically saying the only way to know the shape of the object we're standing on is the lights in the sky and the interpretation thereof. A huge faux pas on his point.
Well, that would make sense if there was a big mirror in the sky that you could look at and then see what the Earth looks like.
But see, this is the thing, right? If we clip out those bits, I mean, you can either just have those in isolation and it sounds like it would be hilarious, but if you clip out those bits, they're just him pretty much debunking his entire position. I mean, he's saying there's no way you can measure the Earth to be a ball on Earth. So you're essentially saying, okay, so it's a religion for 99.99999% of people. It can't be actually verified, this story. So you are reduced to simply believing the word of a tiny number of organizations which have shown themselves through history to be very capable of lying. That's essentially what he's boiling his position down to. But even just getting these and clipping them together and then having people respond on here or just having them in isolation would be a very funny video. And I like that idea about, we're using big words. We get that like in lobby all the time. You'll say like, oh no, that's just perspective. Oh, big word time, is it? Mr. Big Words. Perspective. It's like, okay, you don't know what perspective is. But yeah, clip it together with a bunch of his videos or whatever. Just big words. That's like a 16-year-old debating. Not a professor.
I understood the big word, so it's multisyllabic. So what? Like, does it matter that it has a lot of syllables in it?
Yeah. Find what that word is, and let's find his syllable limit. Is it 3? Is it 4?
Oftentimes the word.
a syllable meter.
Well, oftentimes words with multiple syllables are actually the easier ones to understand because they're compound words and stuff like that. So
yeah, you're right. I just love that idea. Professor Dave, the defender of the globe, is complaining about big words. Aren't you supposed to be the science guy, Dave? Shouldn't you globies have the big words? Oh dear. You can't measure curvature on the surface of Earth, okay? Case dismissed.
You can only measure it from the surface of the sun, dude.
Oh man, I mean, that alone, yeah, that really needs drilled into. Like, because I bet that kind of, I don't know, I haven't listened to the debate, but I bet that was just kind of glossed over. But that's huge. Like AI is saying, that is a huge admittance, and that is not something that the majority of casual globe believers are thinking in their heads. But you ask the majority of people, hey, do you think they've measured the curvature of the Earth? Yeah, of course they have. They tell us it's a ball.
The more I think about it, if David Weiss actually held him to the points proper, it might have actually been less productive than just letting Dave screw himself over.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that. It's always better to kind of let them go off on their little journey of trying to explain their position, but even like you said, than actually explaining it for them in a more coherent way. You shouldn't have done that, because if the audience can't understand what Professor Dave is saying when he's making his point, then that's on him, and that just means that the audience are surely going to be pretty unconvinced by his argument if they don't even know what he's trying to say. But it's even more impactful if we can take what he said and then really kind of extrapolate on it and say, look, this is obviously fallacious reasoning. This is obviously a crap argument, and just really hammer home why it's so bad. Yeah.
Well, this time I feel that since he decided he wanted to go down the insulting and ad hominem road, fair game. It's fair game, dude. I sink down to his level and excel.
Yeah. He can regret his decision to finally agree to doing a debate. Just like harp on it. Just like, well, you were smart to not put yourself in this position for a long time, but now you have. We're really going to trash you.
Yeah, man. You want to call people douchebags and morons and call them names. So now we're going to do the same to you.
Man. So he finally made it to a debate, and the most intelligent thing he said, and honest, to be fair, for his side, the evidence that he presented is, listen, friends, my fellow Globers, it is true that we have divined the shape of the Earth from the lights in the sky, just as the flat earthers so adequately criticize us for. Slow clap. Slow clap. Slow clap. Good job. Did you take the short bus to college today?
And if he's also de facto admitted that if you measure the Earth, it measures flat. You can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. It has to measure flat, right?
Yeah, right, because that's him. So is he saying then you can't measure a section of Earth? Well, I mean, he's essentially saying you can't measure Earth then, right? Because his position would be there would be measurable curvature over a single mile. It should be around 8 inches, or 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles. So he's either saying you can't measure a 1 mile section of Earth, or he's saying there is no curvature over those measurable distances, which again debunks his model.
Yeah, it has to be one or the other, right? That technically infeasible, or when you measure it, the Earth is too big to actually make that measurement. That the curve is not detectable by measuring instrument. Either way is bad for him. Horrible for him, quite honestly.
Yeah.
That's a welcome to flat Earth moment.
I am assembling a really funny list of words for everybody's viewing pleasure. Here, I'll post what I have so far because it pretty much proves the point. These are all either single syllable or 5 letters or less words to prove my point on short words.
The shortest, most profound word is
Dotard.
So? Did you know that the lights in the sky appear to be circles? So?
You know, he did appear on Fight the Flat Earth channel. Now that, like, he acted this way, it was kind of weird because, like, everybody was talking by him. What's that saying where, like, it's better to be silent and perceive the fool than open your mouth and prove it?
Why would you use a word like perceived? You could have just used a word like thought. Are you a hoity-toity flat earther?
Big word.
You big word user, you.
You just saying hoity-toity to seem smart.
Oh, busted.
It's very hoity-toity of you. You know, flat earthers are guilty of using big words or whatever, or being too technical. It's because we have to be, because they try to twist our words. They try to impart meanings and straw man the shit out of us. We have to be hyper specific and make very hyper specific statements so that they don't get misconstrued into meaning something else. Because we can't have honest conversations.
That reminds me of back in the day when we had used as a critique against flat earthers a list of like 38 or 40 causes of what could cause something to disappear in the distance. And then they had on the other side essentially Earth curve. And they thought that was making an argument in their favor. It's like, look at all these stupid things flat earthers say that actually exist in reality that could cause things to disappear in the distance. So they disregard Earth curve. Oh my goodness, they're so dumb.
It's not good, they do. We can demonstrate every single one of them. It's not theoretical.
I mean, I still haven't heard it, but we really need to clip that. You can't measure curvature on the surface of Earth. That would just be hilarious to play back to Globers here anytime we're in the discussion.
I think the video I posted, Boxop said he timestamped it. So it should be right at the point where it says
So I guess he's throwing McToon and all that under the bus, who like to throw about these 1800s theodolite claims that they put out on their websites. Could maybe start some infighting. Ask McToon and that to respond to Flat Earth Dave's claim.
They just be like, well, he's not even a professor.
Yeah, they're going to abandon him. He's going to get thrown under the bus, isn't he?
He's going to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson with how much buses he's being thrown under. He's going to be like a trampled evil Knievel.
Hey, MC Toon said you can measure curvature with a theodolite. Professor Dave says, nuh-uh. Debunk it.
Globe Wars. Just make them fight each other. That's what I like to do. If I get two globies together disagreeing with each other, I'll start to pit them off against each other.
Hello. Well, if you guys have been paying attention to McToon's guest roster lately, it includes the likes of Dr. Danny Faulkner, a real accredited guy, who was, making a video attempting to correct what he believes is errors on Flat Earthers' interpretations of the sky. So, McToon being thrown in the mix is actually a very good tactical move. Maybe him and Professor Dave can do a little commentary on Danny Faulkner.
We can get Professor Phil involved too. We can make it fake professor versus fake professor.
That is a good question.
So in other words, the trifecta, why I mentioned these guys all together, is they all disagree on certain points, yet they all are in union against the flat Earth. But what Danny was attempting to do is to correct flat Earther misconceptions about the lights in the sky. Professing Professor Dave was attempting to say the only way to know the shape of the Earth is by the lights in the sky. Right? So all of them ignoring something, similar that McToon might say, which is, oh yeah, I could definitely measure Earth curve at the surface. So which is it? Do we know the Earth is a globe because of Earth's surface curvature measurements, or from retroengineering a model from divining the things that occur in the sky? Which is it? I'd like to know. How about you globers have a powwow together, a little kumbaya moment, and decide once and for all how we know. No, sorry, let me change that. How we already know, because that's how it's phrased. It's not that we know it's a globe because we've done this, this, and this, and then concluded it to be such. It's that we already know it's a globe. So why don't you guys come up with an official globe statement of how we know it's a globe, and then submit it for review. How about that?
Well, that's it. I bet they're not interested in correcting the contradictions that they all have themselves within their own side As long as it's not agreeing with the flat Earth, which arguably Professor Dave is, then they don't really mind if they're completely inconsistent with how they're arguing their position. They will accept any answer that is not flat Earth, no matter how contradictory it is to their previously established arguments. Which just shows you it's not a genuine argument from evidence and reality. It's an emotional appeal.
Shouldn't any single globe evidence be sufficient in proving the globe?
It should.
Like, what I mean is they shouldn't really need more than one. And if one isn't sufficient, and they point to so many.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, because a load of them will literally say, it's not one thing, it's a whole collection of things. Like, they'll make the point that it's like a voluminous idea of very vague, tangential claims, rather than one solid argument or piece of evidence. But yeah, you're
It's
right.
less cohesive than that.
One.
It's less cohesive than that. For example, they don't have a unified model of the universe in the sense of gravitation or the mechanisms post the Big Bang or even prior to the Big Bang that lead to what we observe today. For example, they need to create hyperinflation to make the universe expand faster than it normally would have by the forces that they claim existed in the Big Bang in order to solve a problem which they claim is gravity, which is Newtonian mechanics, which Newton himself recognized doesn't work unless you have an infinite universe. You can't have an infinite universe because that creates paradoxes, which are easily debunked. For example, Olber's paradox. If you have an infinite universe, you have infinite light, which means it's going to be daylight 24 hours a day. It's not daylight 24 hours a day, therefore it's false. Now, Newton recognized this very quickly, that an infinite universe was a problem for his, let's just call it a theory, right? So what do you have to do? You have to create an expanding universe. And then you have problems with that because it doesn't match observations versus predictions. So now you have to invent dark matter. So even in their penumbra of a collection of things, they need Newtonian and Einsteinian to exist simultaneously without reconciling the problems with the two. So it's not just this pretty, put a bow on it collection of things that all point to the same conclusion. No, many of them are contradicting each other. And you just focus on one being used in this instance, and then one over here being used in that instance. Never the twain shall meet. Because if they do meet, you have a paradoxical explosion, a logical incoherence in your worldview. You know, for example, nothing could go faster than the speed of light, but we need the universe to go faster than the speed of light. Otherwise, we have to throw out gravity in the way we believe it is. Oh, well, that sounds very honest. Why don't you just make up some math to change the measurement device, and then everything works fine? You know, if something measures 12 inches and you need it to measure 13, you just write on a math 12 plus 1, and then you have dark measurements. Now it's a 13-inch piece of wood. Wow, good job.
Yeah, you're right. The collection of ideas is definitely not even consistent. In total, it's a shit show. But to Gospel's point, that is the funny thing. Like, they have this vague collection of ideas, which they maybe haven't thought about enough to recognize the contradictions inherent in them at that point. But they almost always make the point that there's no single piece of evidence that they would show that would prove their globe belief true, which in reality, it should be axiomatic in a measurement sense. You would only have to really present one verifiable argument, or one, even just like measurement of curvature, right? Go out and see it. You'll always get that geometric result that the globe model predicts. That would be more than sufficient. But obviously, they don't have that. But yeah, I like this this Professor Dave idea. We should follow up on this. Mr. Dave, I should say. It's been a long 10 minutes for that FTL guy. Just finding that curvature measurement wasn't as easy as he thought.
Did a Glober come in? I was on a work call for a bit.
Yeah, a guy came in earlier. FTL3, I think his name was. I checked him in. He was fairly polite. I mean, he wasn't spiraling straight away, but we got to curvature and who measured the curvature, and he went into talking about the sun and how the sun moves and how it would move. It would take 12 hours to move around a globe, but not a flat Earth. Just these kind of illogical ideas of, well, what I imagine the flat Earth model to be, I would imagine that it would do something different than what it actually does right now. Therefore, I will say it doesn't work on the flat Earth. Evenly observe a flat Earth, which he agreed to. And then Indio came in and started talking to him about the details of the sun's movement and time and date and all this stuff. And he just kind of, I think he realized at that point he was out of his depth. So he said, all right, I'll come back in 10 minutes. I'll tell you how they measured the curve. And that was about, I don't know, an hour and a half ago. I'm beginning to think Professor Dave was right, and we can't measure the curve.
Yeah, maybe that was a Freudian slip there.
Oh, you used a big word. Don't you understand the scale of the Earth? It's so big that we couldn't measure it. So the only way to understand it is to look at the lights in the sky, reverse engineer a solution.
Right.
Duh. Freaking stupid flat Earth for you.
If Dave Weiss spent any amount of time in this server, he would know to rebuttal that claim immediately and ask for, many different things like how did we acquire the distances, what were assumed in any of these, measurements, blah, 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 blah. Like you can at least take somebody down a road of inquiry to where the audience is starting to understand or realize that many things within these claims are assumed and not actually empirically measured. But instead, he just blankets.
Yeah. Let's talk about another assumption Professor Dave wanted to make, which is that after being accused of being a dick by Mr. Weiss, his rebuttal was, no, Weiss, you're the biggest dick in the universe because you're accusing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of people of being liars, right? So therefore, you're a scumbag. But is that what Dave Weiss is doing? No, he's not accusing everyone who believes in the globe or supports ideas that coincide with the globe Earth theory of being liars. He's just saying they're wrong. So there's an assumption on the table by Professor Dave that isn't even correct, and it's not even logical to assume that all these people would need to be lying or would lie about it. They're just presenting what they think from what they know and have been taught is the truth in their opinion.
Yeah, so that method, would that be technically considered gaslighting? Like Professor Dave was gaslighting Dave Weiss?
Yeah, it's also a straw man because he's saying that he's saying in effect that the position of his opponent is ridiculous. Therefore, it's easier to dismantle on my behalf.
Buenos dias, senores.
Buenos dias.
But again, it's just ridiculous because it's like a weak appeal to sociology as opposed to any empirical evidence. It's like, when are you going to start arguing like a professor, Professor Dave? Don't you deal in empirical evidence rather than getting mad about who you emotionally perceive to be lying about someone, even though it's an incorrect belief? It's like, again, this is a childish argument to be making the claim, oh, you're claiming everyone's lying, and appeal to incredulity and a straw man. It's like, you need to have something better than this, but you can't because you don't believe that Earth can be measured to be a ball. The ball that you're telling us that it's ridiculous for not believing and that it's bad to be suggesting that it's not correct, even though you've just said it can't be proven on Earth. I guess we have to be in a different reality to prove the globe.
Yeah, so that you think everybody's lying thing is like a newbie glober coming into this server. I mean, I had that conversation yesterday with somebody in VC check-in. I don't even know if they necessarily brought it up. I think I brought it up just to kind of quelch that from the beginning, saying, just because somebody like yourself was taught that the Earth's the globe, and if you happen to get a job as a teacher and you taught that information, I wouldn't consider you a liar for teaching the information that you were taught. You don't know any better. So us in this server, we as flat earthers don't think that everybody is necessarily lying. People have just been misinformed about the information, and it's perpetuated itself for a while. That's a very common, these leaps that globers make. Like the minute you say you don't think the moon is necessarily what we've been taught, oh, so it's fake? Oh, so the sun's fake? They just take these huge leaps. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so obviously just an argument from emotion. There's no logic or empirical basis to the argument. It's purely, I'm upset that you would say that people are lying. So I don't believe that people would lie about it. So that's my evidence. It's like, again, that's something that a 15-year-old would say. You're supposed to be the big globe defender because NASA and all that have left you guys hanging out to dry. They're not stepping in and debating flat earthers. No one in real academia is stepping up to debate flat earth. They're leaving it to the pseudo professors who aren't professors, who were fired from their universities to be their big globe defenders for some reason. I mean, what? It's the $1 trillion worldview all these governments are making so much money off of, but for some reason the big defenders of it aren't the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson or the guys getting put on TV. They're these weird YouTube content creators who are arguing like 15-year-olds by saying, oh, my subjective understanding of sociology says you're wrong. But that alone should be making any discerning globe believer get worried. On top of the fact that they're saying things like, oh, you're just using big words. Like the globe side has some kind of intellectual insecurity about their intellectual level, when the majority of people going into this discussion totally blind would be thinking there's no way that the globe side would be using the argument that the flat earthers are assuming some kind of intellectual superiority. Surely that can't be possible because the flat earth is supposed to be dumb, retarded. They can't be even in a pseudo position of intellectual superiority, can they? But you hear this from globers all the time as well. Oh, big words. You're just trying to use science and complicated arguments.
Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot, especially with Whitsitt, right? He tends to formulate arguments and utilize words that may not be used often in conversation. So the person he's arguing with, since they can't comprehend what he's saying, they try to throw that on him, like, oh, you're just using big words because you don't understand. It's like a form of self-projection, basically.
Yeah, they definitely do it to Witsit. And that alone should be like a big red flag to the globe side, because they should be like, oh, I wasn't expecting that it would be the globe side that's complaining about the flat earth side being too intellectual. Surely it should be the other way around, because I thought I had the intellectual position, which is the globe. So the flat earther should be complaining at me, the globe believer, for being too intellectual. But this doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's almost like textbook Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Professor Dave, professor at Dunning-Kruger University. Sorry, Dunning-Kruger Junior College.
Just going back to what you said about NASA leaving him out to dry and the official people not commenting, I think that works out in their favor a lot, because every time NASA comments, it's an official line that they have to stick to now, instead of it's something else that they have to defend that can be picked apart. And when NASA doesn't comment, they can say whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You could speak to 10 different globers and give you 10 different reasons. As soon as NASA gives you an official reason, that's it now. They've got something.
Yeah, no, it definitely works in their favor. And this is why they do it, right? They don't want to commit. They want to keep it vague. They don't want to restrict themselves any more than they already have, because they realize whenever one of their people have come out to make some kind of statement addressing the flat earth, it almost invariably backfires on them and creates a huge sense of ridicule. So a few years ago, Neil deGrasse Tyson might have been seen as some kind of credible guy who could give points for a globe. But because he tried to address it a handful of times, he's now become a joke, even to the globe side, right? The globies will throw him under the bus at the first mention of his name. We've got these random Discord guys coming on being like, Neil deGrasse don't know shit. I know better than Neil deGrasse Tyson. And that's because he came out and just tried to address the flat earth a handful of times. But in doing so, he's done the same kind of thing as Professor Dave here. He said, oh, you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. That stuff is flat. You can't measure the Earth's curvature on Earth. That stuff is flat. So it's like anytime they do try to address it, it just comes back to bite them. So yeah, the NASA side, the officials, they don't want to be getting involved in the debate. But again, a discerning viewer would understand that if the truth was on their side, they would have nothing to fear from getting involved in the debate. They could come and shut it down, right? And if they were interested in educating, as they claim to be, that would be exactly what they would do or would attempt to do, right? So yeah, it works in their favor in the sense that they're not committing themselves to any more ridicule like has already happened. But for the discerning viewer who's like, well, I want to know if it's a globe or not, they should still be asking, right, but if you're telling the truth, you should be able to prove this. You should be able to debate this easily. Be able to come up with millions of proofs. If all of reality is what you say, there should be no part of reality that you can't point to and say, look, this proves it. But they know that's not the case. They know reality at every turn contradicts their claim. So they can't get involved. So that's telling.
Another point. That's another point that Dave fell to. Structures. So there's a lot of claims in pop media that certain structures had to account for the curve of the Earth. For example, the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge at the end of one of the engineering episodes on the History Channel, it says, did you know that the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge had to account for an 1 5/8 differential in the curvature of the Earth over its span? And then you got Professor Dave on this debate saying that at the scales of construction, the curve of the Earth is negligible and wouldn't be needed to be accounted for. Simultaneously, we have guys going to court, right, attempting to prove that the Earth is curved, bringing a model based on these bridges and being denied by the judge because the judge basically recognizing that a model isn't proof of anything in reality. Right? So what is it? I mean, is it or is it not? Did the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge need to account for an 1 5/8 differential in the curvature of the Earth? for its towers, or did it not? I mean, which was it? Well, anybody who knows anything about construction at that scale understands, with the materials being used, that an 1.5 at those thresholds is impossible to execute in the real world. So at best, it's only in a model. And why would you even need it to be an 1.5 differential? You're talking about a span, right, of suspension cables that hold up a bridge, where the bridge itself, through the course of the year, through thermal expansion, varies by 11 feet. Yet you're going to tell me that you're going to engineer an 1.5 in the towers? It's laughable. These claims where they point to and say, oh, of course there's a globe. They had to account for an 1.5 at Verrazano Narrows bridge construction. Ha ha, you stupid. You're like, you're stupid. You don't even understand the claims that are coming out of your mouth. You just saw something in pop culture and are repeating it.
Yeah, and these guys should be the maddest of all, right? Some guy going into court trying to prove the globe. You should be like, why am I having to take this to court? Where the hell is the government? All the governments who are telling me that this is a globe I'm living on. Why am I desperately wasting my money in court trying to prove this thing which is supposed to be true, and I'm receiving really no help from the government here?
Yeah. It's like I said earlier, you guys, being you Professor Daves, you Professor Phils, you Danny Faulkners, you McToons, all you guys need to get together at the International Globe Earth Proof Symposium and come to grips with the fact that you don't have a coherent statement. So do we need to take account for curvature in bridges? Yes or no? Can we use sticks? Yes or no? Can we measure the surface? Yes or no? Do we have to divine it from the things in the sky? Yes or no? Come up with an actual statement that can actually be scrutinized. Submit it for review. Thank you.
Globe Earth Proof Symposium. All lectures. The slide decks are blank for all lectures.
I was going to say that would be hilarious. I'd like to go to that symposium. It's a bunch of guys hanging around the buffet table. So when's the lecture starting today? I don't think they scheduled any lectures, did they? No. The workshops? No, I don't think so. I think it's just kind of a buffet.
No, man, it's gonna be like some of the old councils where Arian got slapped by the other guy. I'm speaking of I can't remember if it's a council in Nicaea or not, but there's some big decisions that needed to be made in Christianity in the past. They had some councils, and the one guy just slapped the crap out of the other guy in front of everybody. He's like, "You're wrong, Shmacko." It's like that's what the globe earthers are going to do to each other. You could prove Earth curve at the surface. No, it has to be done in the sky. Smack.
That's a great analogy. The Council of Nicaea is like, yeah, guys, we really need to get together and really make this religion more coherent, because there's a lot of difficult questions being asked of all of us, and we need to be on a unified front here. We've got Professor Dave over here telling us that we can't bloody measure Earth curve ever. We've got McToon over here telling us just break your theodolite out in the 1800s. Come on, guys, we need to get it together. Let's codify the globe.
In regards,
I refuse to unify. I'm going to start my own sect of the globe earth religion. And if you want to come, you can come. If you don't, too bad for you.
Is that the Council of Trent? Or it could be wrong.
And they're like, oh,
well, anyway,
NASA here? Why don't we just ask NASA? No, NASA didn't show up. They've not come. Oh. So I guess we'll just
this new council, the Council for the Globe, I'm going to call the Council of IKEA. Because you just build it any way you want.
That's good.
There was a demonstration where they had a car. They shined a shop light on the floor, and had like a cardboard mountain, and they shined the light on the floor at like a 45-degree angle, and it created a shadow. The light was above the bottom of the car in position, but it shined a shadow from the cardboard cutout on the bottom of the car. The gap exists because the distance from the mountaintop to the clouds, I suppose. That's what I would. The shadow can only be cast on an object, so the distance from that object. But this was done as a demonstration before in the setup that I just described. That that kind of debunks the claim that posits that the sun would have to be below, physically, angularly below the position of the mountain in order to cast that shadow. That's what the claim is. That claim is actually pretty absurd, but this can be demonstrated with the light source being angularly above the mountain, above the clouds, but still casting a shadow on the bottom of the clouds.
Couldn't there be a lake on the other side of the mountain? So the sun's reflecting off the lake, therefore casting a shadow up.
It's not even necessary. There could be, but it's not necessary.
Well, it certainly can contribute, right? And when you see photographs like this, it's always snow-covered mountain peaks, right? And snow has a high reflective index. So take that for what it's worth.
Well, listen, it can happen on a flat Earth because the ground is reflective.
Shadow.
But it still looks fake to me, regardless. Whether it can be explained by flat Earth or not, it looks fake to me.
I've seen it before. I just wish I could find that video that I'm talking about. Nobody seems to.
I use TinEye to like source it. There's six websites that have it on it. 4 of them are on Twitter. One is on Imgur. One is on some poker forum. The one on Imgur that just says no caption, no nothing. Shadow of Mount Rainier on clouds at sunrise. So sunrise, I don't see how that's possible. Because you got to think, in the global Earth model, whatever the height of Mount Rainier is, the horizon's probably like 100 miles away, right? But it's not flat. It's mountainous. Right? Mount Rainier isn't just sticking up out of the ground. It's mountainous to the east of Mount Rainier. So I don't see how that's possible. That photograph. If it was the ocean on the other side at sunrise, then yeah, maybe. But I don't think this image is possible with its geography.
I've seen variations of this same.
But it's the gap in the that's where the gap in the shadow in the light. That gap does not make sense.
The distance from the mountain to the clouds.
Yeah. So if you drew a line like from where the top of the mountain is to where the cloud starts, right? There's a gap of light.
Nobody has access to the video I'm thinking of where the guy shines. He's in like a garage. He shines the light, little cardboard thing, and demonstrates a reflection casting a shadow on the underneath of the car, even though the light source is above the bottom of the car.
Yeah, it's definitely. Listen, it's definitely doable, especially at a shallow angle. The shallower the angle is to the surface, right? How many degrees it is above the surface, the more reflective that surface is. This is well-known shit. They have a name for it. It's called a critical angle. I mean, look at the contrast in that. Why is it so purple? Like, in this image it appeared on Imgur in 2016. I think someone faked that shit just for this, because they're not above that shit.
Like you just look up Shadow Mount Rainier, and this is what you get.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of them, but all of them are the shadows connected to the clouds. You never see that gap. I've never seen like any shadow of a mountain on the clouds with like a gap. Right, the shadow starts right at the peak of the mountain. There isn't like a gap and then the shadow starts. The only way that would be possible is if the fucking light source is like right underneath the mountain.
Well, that's the thing. That's the reflection. I don't think the light source is the thing that's making it cast the shadow. I think it's the reflection. So I see what you're talking about. The vast majority of the shadows seem to, be right there at the mountain, but there are a handful of exceptions. I posted 2 of them.
Shit. Yeah, but you see that the exceptions, how poorly defined they are.
That one has a little bit more of the peak definition.
And here's the thing. Those could be low cloud decks that are actually below the peak, but based on your perspective, it looks like they're above the peak. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's been demonstrated already.
Yeah, like Rainier is a very tall mountain to where it's in the clouds all the time. So you could have a low cloud deck that is closer to you, not all the way to the mountain, right? So based on your perspective, you could see a gap between the cloud deck and the mountain. But if a light source is coming, directly at that mountain, and the cloud deck that's behind it is just barely below the peak, you're going to get a shadow, period.
I actually, now I think about it, look at that image, and where's the brightest spot, and how high is that in the image?
The brightest spot in the most recent photo I posted?
No, in the one I posted.
Oh, in the one you posted, the brightest spot is on the left side of the mountain.
Yeah. So obviously that's got to be where the sun is, right?
Towards the left. It would, yeah.
Right to the left of the mountain. Not quite at the height of the peak, but right below the height of the peak.
Yeah, and the shadow seems, at least in that picture that you posted, India, that shadow seems to come towards the left as well. Which is weird, because you would think it would go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, shadows go away from the light.
But if benefit of the doubt, if the sun is directly straight ahead from where this picture is being taken, meaning it's being covered by the mountain, and you just see, really bright clouds off to the left. Either way, as long as this sun this cloud deck could be below or right at the level of those peaks. It's not outside the realm of possibility that this is taking place.
Look at the most
I just
recent
think
one.
this image is fake. It looks fake to me. I don't know. I can't prove it, but dude, where the sun is, it doesn't look right. I don't know what it is. It don't look right to me.
In the most
There's no provenance. You know what I mean? Sorry, Josh.
That's okay. Look at the reflection of the water on this one. That's slightly peculiar as well.
Could chemtrails cause this, maybe? Oh, weird phenomenon.
It very much appears to be a shadow, so I'm not sure if you're meaning something else, but
That's a weird shadow, right? Kind of like 3 stripes across the water.
Yeah, I think that's peculiar. And what I mean by that is the shadow might not be, if you were from a different vantage point, let's say up in a plane above that, I think that you would actually see something quite different, possibly a straight line of shadow. And why, I don't know. But the reflection in the water is fascinating to me.
I mean, don't we see similar phenomenon, right, with crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, especially when you see the crepuscular rays that go from all the way from the west to the east or the east to the west, right? You see them kind of diverging, and then they come over the top of you. They seem to be very uniform as they go over the top of you, and then they converge back on the opposite horizon, right? You can see this displayed in clouds fairly often.
It's another image of it permeating the clouds, explaining why it casts the shadow. So I think your first explanation has some applicability, even though it seems really hard to tell. There are plenty of examples that you can make that become more apparent.
Yeah, I mean, as long as that cloud deck or portions of that cloud deck, right, the bottom side of that cloud deck where it's getting the shadow is right about the same elevation as the peak, even though I don't know, it's hard to tell whether the cloud deck in the forward part of the image is or is not right at the level of the peak. Because if you've got sun rays that are coming right across the peak, and you have a cloud deck that may or may not be necessarily thick enough to obscure your image of the peak, but you have lower cloud deck as it gets closer to you, it's certainly possible.
Hello.
Howdy. It's one of the most poignant questions I've seen in a while.
What was that? Sorry?
The one in the voice text.
Oh.
Where is the Earth curve shadow?
Yeah. Still talking about the curve. I'm beyond the curve, bro. Beyond the curve. I talk about other things.
Oh yeah, so do we. It's just the purpose of this live stream.
I know it's funny. It's funny.
We're obligated to talk about it in this voice chat, but yeah, doesn't occupy a sizable proportion of my daily conversation either, apart from in this voice chat.
It's just funny. Hey, man.
Yep.
I got a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If you're standing on a sphere that's, let's just say 40,000 miles around, how high would you need to be off its surface before you'll start seeing curvature?
Yeah, I don't know about before you would start, because I don't know what the minimum arc.
Well, think of it as you're on the downtown New York, and you're standing on the sidewalk right in front of the Sears Tower. How far do you need to be back from the front doors of the tower to see the full tower? Or noticing, oh shit, it's a tower. Across the street, half a block, So something that's at least 40,000 miles around, you would need to be at least 8 to 1,000 miles off its surface until you start seeing, hey, wait a second, could this be spherical? I need to go higher.
Yeah.
The International Space Station is only at 240 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't even see curvature.
You know that.
Right.
They know that.
It's just, simple laws of perspective, right?
Last time I had done the math, I think it was something along the lines of 11,000 miles in order to see 50%
Right. I'm saying maybe a quarter of that, right? Like instead of 50%, let's half that again.
Yeah.
So at least 6,000 miles, right? We'll say 5.
Sure.
Right.
Far cry.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, I see curvature on an airplane and a mountaintop. Beauty thing about math is that it doesn't lie, but it tells tales. You know, math can be manipulated. You can get different results, different ways you attack it, right? But the outcome is always the clarity of it. You know, you can manipulate math, but you can't turn a 4 into an 8.
Well, you can't have values within math that don't comport to reality.
Right.
Otherwise, math could certainly lie, right?
Right.
The equations might not be lying, but the assumed values could be a lie.
Math can be a storyteller, exactly. But the thing that's beauty about it is that it debunks half the shit that they're talking about, is their own formulas.
Oh, I have a painted bunting in my backyard right now. Google painted bunting. This is only the second time I've seen this in my backyard. Sorry. It's just really cool.
Yeah, nice variation of color.
Yeah, blue, almost purplish head, 2 shades of green on his back, and he's got a red front like it's a cardinal.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know why bird watching is so popular.
Yeah, but that one is in particular. I haven't seen that bird before, I don't think. That's a lot of different colors on a single bird.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's on my feeder right now. I caught a glimpse of one briefly previously, and I thought maybe I just saw a cardinal that I assumed was a painted bunting, but this is confirmation that was definitely a painted bunting previously as well. Awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the stream, but I'm kind of a bird watcher.
It's sick.
Hence the bird enthusiast role.
The black swan, bro. It's the black swan.
Man, I'm glad he's hanging out for a while. This is cool.
Whip out the camera, and it will fly away.
Hey, can you Google what the female version is? Is it almost greenish looking? Just like a pale green?
That's what it looks like. I'll double check.
Oh, so this might be a mating pair. That's awesome.
You gotta record it or take a couple of pics if you're able.
That's right. The green, all green, is the female painted bunting.
Kind of like a faded yellowish khaki green.
Yep.
Wow. So the problem is I don't want to run inside to get my camera and miss.
Go buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, observations.
There you go.
Go buy a lottery ticket and we'll buy a fucking icebreaker.
I like that you're spending my money that I haven't already earned yet.
That's okay. I'll be the one out there freezing my ass off while you're on a beach.
I don't want to get up and scare them away.
Yeah. As soon as you go get the camera, they're gone.
I mean, luckily I have binoculars sitting right here at all times, so.
Yeah.
You don't have your phone in your hand?
Yeah, I have my phone, but the distance, with my phone.
Nikon P900.
Yeah. I mean, I have a Canon camera inside, And I did just charge batteries. I just don't want to scare them as I get up. All right, I'm going for it.
Slunk away.
I did.
Wolf of Wall Street.
And I ironically just checked my camera batteries yesterday, and they were both dead, and I charged them. So
Yeah,
maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe there is some synchronicity to that, right? As the synchronicity people say.
Yeah.
All right, hopefully they're still out here. They are. Shit, let me switch lenses.
Yeah, you should.
Sorry, I'll go on mute so I'm not doing bird commentary.
All right. I don't have a problem. But, like, you should see if you can set up a feeding post, find out what they eat, throw it out in that area. They might come around a lot.
Reclaimer. Welcome. Feel free to say hello.
Hello.
Hey, what brings you to the server?
I don't know. I'm seeking for Christian servers, but I don't know.
Okay, here I can send you some invites. There's one. Did you get it?
I don't see. I see. I see. Mm-hmm.
There's another one.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think maybe one more. That one. Out here. If I'm able to invite you to this one too. Yep, there we go. There's 3 decent ones. My opinion. But you joined a Flat Earth server. That's what this server is, I mean. How familiar are you with the topic of the nature of Earth?
About theory of evolution. I mean, sorry, I don't understand.
Earth. The how they teach in schools that it's a ball. How familiar are you with that topic?
I don't understand. I can speak only on Bible topics.
Okay. What's your native tongue, if you don't mind me asking? Language. What language?
Ukraine and Russian.
Oh, okay.
I learn English from the Bible, and I can speak about philosophical things. For example, I can speak about universe, about creation of the universe, theory of simulation, for example, matrix. Have you heard about theory of simulation? For example, Elon Musk believes in this theory, and I think he's right, because I think that our real life is not real life, because we always live within matrix, within big personal computer, like Elon Musk believes.
Are you a Ruski Pravoslavny?
No, I'm not denomination. I don't belong any denomination. I just believe in my heart. It's my faith. I think the universe is a living organism, and a lot of scientists believe that the universe is a living organism. It's alive, and everything is a part of God.
All right. So you're basically a New Ager.
Maybe a lot of people say that it's New Age.
Yeah, you should look into learning a little bit more about the mystery schools of Babylon, the doctrines of demons, and other teachings of people who gave their allegiance to Lucifer. Manly P. Hall, Madame Blavatsky, and other historical figures who learned from the mystery school religions, because that's the sort of things that they believe. But anyway, this server is not about all of that. This server is about the flat Earth. So I sent you some invites to Christian servers, like you asked. If you'd like to talk about the nature of Earth, then you can do so. Otherwise, those other topics are best had elsewhere.
Okay. Actually, my thinking is like I believe that we live in information world. Like, what can I say about it? Because
I
we
can
people are
say
information
Zemlya
creatures.
Pluskaya.
Your Russian is good. Why do you think so? Because I think it's not so important to believe in physical things, because it's more important to believe in information things, because who we are.
Yeah, there's an issue with that. You're having a conversation with another human being. If we don't have a shared reality, then our communication is purposeless, meaningless. If we don't have a shared reality, having a conversation is pointless. So if there is a shared reality, then we can discuss that reality and make sure that no one is living in error about what that reality is.
Yeah, and what is virtual reality? Because in my believing is that virtual life is more real life than real life, because we are free within virtual world. We are ourselves. For example, here in the Discord, we are free because we are incognito, yeah, here, and we can speak what we want to speak. We can do what we want to do. And we can say the Discord is a part of fashion world. Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying, but again, if we can't agree on what reality is, then our communication about it is pointless.
Pointless.
Yeah, we wouldn't be talking about the same thing. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And what is your purpose? Like Creed. What is your purpose? Main purpose? Why? Maybe do you want to change the world to make the world better? What is your purpose?
No, that's not my purpose. But what my purpose is in life is another topic besides the topic of this server and this voice chat. In this voice chat, I say things like Zemlya Neshar.
Ah, it's interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which, for the English listeners, the Earth is not a globe.
Why do you believe that it is so important to believe in it?
There's no belief.
Maybe
It's demonstrable reality. That's why it's important, is because if there are individuals saying things about reality that are not true and can be demonstrated to be not true, that is important. This by no means is the only topic on which is being misconstrued and lied about. There are other topics, but again, those wouldn't be relevant to this server and this voice chat. This voice chat is just on the topic of Earth itself. So in questioning its importance, you're questioning the mere existence of this voice chat, which exists for the purpose of helping people learn why the Earth is not a ball. And to basically look at reality for what it is. Not what you're being told it is. And if you are looking to Elon Musk as some type of saint, I wouldn't recommend that activity. And by saint, I'm using that term facetiously. If you're looking to him as some type of harbinger of truth, or knowledge or progression in life. That man is full of deception, and he is just as much as a puppet as very many other people in political places. He's just a popular figure, and he's not what you may think he is.
Uh, mm, have you heard about James Madison? James Madison. He
The president?
He was, yeah, president and federalist. Yeah, federalist. He founded a constitution of USA. He was the father of constitution of USA, and he said, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. What do you think
Yeah.
about it?
I think that it can be fairly easily demonstrated that people are not, quote unquote, angels, either literally or figuratively.
Yeah, in my understanding, he meant that angels are more perfect than people, and we can say a government is established by non-angels, like non-angels established government to protect non-angels from other non-angels.
Reclaimer. Did you know that we can see too far for Earth to be a globe? Did you know that gas pressure requires a container in order for the gas pressure to exist? Do you know that it's never been demonstrated for Earth to be moving, and there's no way to demonstrate that be the case because Earth is motionless and still? Do you know that?
No, I know nothing about it. I didn't hear about it. Yeah, I heard that some people believe in it, but
No, this isn't about belief. This is what can be demonstrated in reality, Reclaimer. Again, gas pressure can't exist next to non-gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, I think our real life is illusion. Like, I don't know what is real or not, because I think it's not real.
This is
real
why
world
I
is not
prefaced the entire conversation by helping understand.
Did he really just go to the super solipsis psychological refuge?
Yes.
Nothing's real because
Yes.
it's not a globe, so nothing's real.
Yes. That's where he started, and I tried to say, if we don't have an agreed upon reality, then communication itself is pointless. If everybody's reality only exists in their own head, then there's no purpose ever in communicating with anyone, ever. Right? For instance, if your entire reality, Reclaimer, exists only inside of your own brain, then you should never go to the grocery store. You should never pay your bills. You should never receive food or goods or services from anyone ever. Your interaction with society, humanity, reality should only happen within your own brain. There'd be no point in interacting with any other thing. Otherwise, to do so would invalidate your claim that reality only exists within your own head. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, think about it.
Understand.
It's really important. Because I have a feeling you're wearing clothes right now. I have a feeling you ate food within the last 48 hours. I have a feeling you drank water within the last 48 hours or some other liquid to nourish your body. Right? I have a feeling you're breathing. Right? All of these things deny the belief that existence and reality is only a figment of your imagination, because if that were so, you wouldn't be participating in reality. You would have no need to. And you wouldn't be here talking to anybody else either. Go ahead, Andy.
Can I ask this dude a question?
Of course.
Do you think flat earthers are denying obvious reality or something? Do you think we're denying what's obvious out there in the world, and that we're actually just like making shit up in our head like a delusion?
He muted himself. For the record, he came in here with the... Okay, go ahead, Reclaimer.
Yeah. Is it a question for me? Sorry.
Yes,
yeah, it's a question for you, because people play this pretend game like somehow thinking the Earth is flat is like denying reality, an obvious reality. So I'm going to ask you a question. When have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Where can I go where it's obviously a ball? And where can I go to observe this? From where?
From mass media. It's information I received. I mean, if we people are information creatures. Yeah, TV set and
so from a TV set. So that's an experience. So when you look at a TV set, you're experiencing a TV set. You're not experiencing reality.
Yeah, I agree, because we depend from information we receive. If I received any information from TV, I think about it, because I cannot think about something without information I received.
Okay. So what about the information that you received with your senses?
I received the information about around Earth, like.
Listen. Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. When you go out into the world, when you leave your house, you go to the ocean, get on top of a mountain, whatever, what information are you receiving from the world that's telling you that the Earth is a ball?
I got this information in the school. At school, yeah, because.
Yeah, well, that's fine. The school can tell you anything. I'm talking about your personal experience. What you've experienced.
My personal experience is that the Earth is flat, yeah, because I don't see the ball of Earth, yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Okay, so that's where we start, right? We start with what we actually experience. Okay.
Yeah.
So people in school and on TV, they say, oh, that experience, that's wrong. That's an illusion. Right? So don't you think they have to prove that?
I cannot prove it, yeah. By my own experience.
People listen, it's real simple. If you look at something and you go, oh man, that looks like a house, and someone comes up to you and go, that's not a house, that's a tree. Like, oh, okay. And they say, oh, it just looks like a house, but it's actually a tree because you're too small or some other reason, right? They're like, okay, now prove it's a tree. So they can go up to it and like pick a leaf off of it or bring you to it and somehow prove to you it's a tree. So shouldn't they have to do that too? Like they're saying, oh, you look out and you see that the world is flat, but it's actually a ball. Okay. They need to prove that. So what have they done to prove that? They just say it. They don't offer any proof of that fact. They show us pictures that we can't test, we can't replicate, can't verify, right? They might as well show us pictures of Bigfoot or a unicorn or Superman. Things we can't test, things we can't verify. So there has to be the idea that there's a globe is a belief, right? It's a belief based upon trust in the words of other people. that will, when asked, provide no evidence. If you want to live your life that way, that's fine with me. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm agree because I think the physical world is outward world, like outer world. It's outside. It's outside, and what is inside is matter. I mean, only inner world matters because
okay.
inner world is information world in my understanding. Because and if I have information about something, I can think about it. But if I don't have any information about something, I cannot think about it. Because we people are information creatures. I mean, take a look at an infant. An infant is like a robot. He cannot do something. He can do nothing because he can only eat and drink and sleep. He's like a robot, yeah. But when a child is taught, he can think about something and he can do anything else. He can speak, for example, yeah, and he can think about something. Because
I'm glad you brought that
we
up.
received any information, yeah.
The globe Earth is an idea in your head, and it only exists in this inner world. It does not exist in the outer world. It is something you can think about, right? You can draw a picture of it, but I can draw pictures of things that don't exist all day long, right? I can draw trolls and dragons and goblins. I can draw pictures of these things, but they don't exist. I can think about them in my mind, but they don't exist. The globe Earth is the same thing. We can think about it. We can draw pictures of what our idea is, but when you go out into the real world, it's not there.
Yeah, because a picture is information too. It's visual information. I mean, and I mean, and if I will install this information into my mind, I can think about it.
You mean
because I got this information.
Are you talking about a photograph or just a picture? Because there's paintings, right? You can paint something, that's a picture, but it's not a photograph. Not all photographs represent reality, right? I can take photographs of things, and if I use a certain type of lens, something that's square will look like it's an oval, right? You can use a fisheye lens and make lines, things that are straight, curve. So photographs. So let me give you an example. If I look at say a table, if I take a picture from one direction, it'll look like a square. If I take a picture from another direction, it'll look like a diamond. And I could take a picture from another direction and it'll look like a trapezoid, right? So images taking a photograph, because it's the 3D world projected onto a 2D plane, they only partially represent the real world, right? So images alone do not determine things. So when we build a house, right, what do we use? We don't just look at the pieces of wood and say, oh, that looks like it's 2 meters. That looks like it's 3 meters. Oh, that's good enough. I'll just nail it all together and then we make a house. No, because of how we see things, we need a tape measure, right? And we need to measure the lengths of the pieces to know that they're all the same. Because we can't just look at it and know, right? So in reality, we can go out and we can measure the Earth. In the measurements of the Earth, turns out that the Earth is flat and it's not curving anywhere. Okay? Now, you might think, oh, this Earth is too big to measure it. Well, that is wrong. Because say in 25 miles, or 41 kilometers, You use meters, right? So 41 kilometers. How much curve of the Earth do you think is in 41 kilometers?
I don't know.
It's like 127 meters. Yeah. See, the curve is exponential. So the further away you go from a point, the more it curves and the faster it curves. People think, oh, the Earth is too big. There's no way you should be able to see it. You can't measure it. It's too large. That's not correct. They tell us the Earth is, I think in kilometers, the radius is like 6,376 kilometers, something like that. I know, see, I'm American, so I use miles and, I use imperial. But from memory, I think it's like 6,376 kilometers. That seems big, but when you're talking about a ball, it's supposed to curve in every direction. It curves very quickly. Very quickly. So we have images taken from 425 kilometers. 600 kilometers. Right? Do you know how much drop is in 600 kilometers? It's something like 47,000 feet, which is like, I don't know what that is in kilometers. It's probably fucking, who knows, 20 kilometers? I don't know. So there's plenty of pictures of this. Pictures that are taken of things that are way too far away to be able to see. And what's the explanation for this? They say the Earth is curving. There has to be a curve, right? You can't have a ball with a flat surface on it. It can't be a flat ball. It has to be curving everywhere. It can't be curving some places. It has to be curving everywhere, especially over water. And because the Earth is 72% water, whenever you go to water, there should be curvature, measurable curvature to any body of water. But there isn't. That's the point. There isn't in the real world. There might be in your mind, but when you go out into the real world and you take a tape measure and you try to measure this, you take a laser, take mirrors, take infrared, take radio waves, microwaves, any of that. No, there's no curvature. And that is why we're here. Because they say it's a ball. When we go out and check, it's not. And what are we supposed to do? Go, oh, the TV says it's a ball, so forget it. Forget my measurement. Forget the measurements I did. Forget my observations. The TV said something else, so it's like I don't count. No, that's not how it works. Science is supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. Any scientific claim, any scientific experiment should be testable and repeatable by anybody. That's what differentiates science from everything else. It's because science is repeatable. So anybody should be able to say, oh, here's the experiment. Here's what they did. Anybody should just go down the list. Oh, they used this, and this. They did this, and this. I'm going to go do it myself. Boom. Get the same result. Science. Boom. No problem. But they don't even say what they did. So we have to say, okay, but they say it's this big, so there should be this much. Let's go test that. Boom, it's not there. And this is over and over and over again. It's not like one person did it one time and got a weird result. It's every time. Every time someone tries to measure curvature, they fail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what are we supposed to do, right? But think about it. Just think about it. What are we supposed to do? The TV says it's a ball. We go out and the world says it's not a ball. So we're supposed to go, oh, TV. We'll just believe the TV and forget like our own test. No, that's not right. That's not what you do.
What about the universe? What can you say about the universe? The Earth is a part of the universe. What?
What is the universe?
Yeah, what is it in your understanding?
I don't know. So the idea of outer space, right? This universe, this vast universe where things are light years apart. right? This idea. Where did this idea come from? Who invented it?
From scientists, yeah.
Nope.
Oh, no, not really.
Arthur C. Clarke?
No, further back. Way further back.
Wasn't it the priest or something?
It was
Epicureans in 325 BC invented outer space, aliens, and all that shit. In 325 BC, 600 years before steel was ever made, before the number 0 was even a thing, before clocks existed, like, long time ago, they came up with this idea.
the mystery school religions of Babylon. Technically, it goes back even further.
And it's so ingrained into people because they've grown up with it, right? This idea that there's this giant void, and in this void are little bits of matter. It only took them 2,000 years to prove what they already believed, right?
Yeah, because the old theory about creation of the universe says that the universe had beginning, and it's beginning from Big Bang. But recently I read about new quantum theory about creation of the universe, and it says that the universe had no beginning and has no end. It's modern quantum theory.
Yeah.
And,
so if science has a creation story, what makes it different from a religion?
yeah, they cannot prove it. Yeah, they cannot prove it.
So the Bible has a creation story, right? So the Bible has a creation story. So,
in my understanding, the Bible is like children's stories about big things, because it's about inner things. It's about mind. Yeah, we can say the Bible is a book about mind. I mean, because what is my mind? My mind is information thing, because my brain is physical thing. I believe that there are two kinds of things in the universe: information things and physical things. And these are two parallel worlds, we can say. And we live within these two parallel worlds. I mean, I need to use this figurative language to explain my point of view, because we cannot explain such things like love, truth, mercy, hope, faith, because these are figures of speech to speak about big things. What is inside, what is about. And my brain is physical things, physical thing. My brain is physical, but my mind is information thing. Because when I receive any kind of information, this information produces my thoughts. And my thoughts are information things. I mean, they are not physical. They are not material things. And I can say by my mind, I live within information world, but my physical body, I live within material world. That because I cannot prove Bible stories, because these are stories about information things. I mean, because it's like every children's story has any truth within it. And we can say any children's story is not a right story, because it wasn't. But in my understanding, was it or wasn't, it doesn't matter, because only the meaning of every children's story matters. Do you understand what I mean?
What does this have to do with flat Earth?
We should understand what is my benefit because of this believing. What what can I have
I didn't really
to
see
Why
live?
are you here? Why are you here?
Mm.
It's kind of like I pointed out at the very beginning. If you're denying physical reality as something that we can determine, then the conversation is a moot point.
Do you mean your benefit is to understand that this is the truth? Yeah, and this understanding makes you happy. Yeah, because you have the truth. It's the question about truth. Yeah, because do you agree? Because the truth is our food, like information food to eat. Because if we eat any information, because we people are information creatures, we depend from receiving any kind of information to live within information world.
Yes,
And
Reclaimer. Truth is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's our food for my mind. Yeah. My mind needs to eat this food to feed on it. Yeah. To feed on it. Yeah. My physical body needs to eat any physical food, but my mind needs to eat information food. And if I receive any truth, my mind is happy and he is filled with knowledge. Knowledge is my light of life, and my knowledge makes me can make me happy. Yeah, would you agree?
Please.
What knowledge do you have of the sphericity of the Earth?
Actually,
would you say that knowledge needs to be supported by evidence, preferably empirical, in order to claim that it's a knowledge as opposed to a belief? Otherwise, your claimed thirst and need for knowledge may not be as fulfilling as you think if what you are interpreting as knowledge is actually nothing but belief. Then you're imparting a false knowledge, and you're feeding your soul with a false knowledge, not an actual knowing.
Yeah, that because I am here, because every one of us wants to know the truth. Because no one wants to be deceived.
Do you want the
truth? I want to. I'm seeking for the truth. Yeah, every day because
doesn't seem like it.
Emily Ashar.
I don't know if it is the truth. It's good. I mean, if this is a right knowledge, it's good because.
Do you want to know why it's truth?
Yeah, and I was questioning you. Why do you think that it is important for you? Because I want to understand you. I want to understand your mind. Yeah.
Zemlya Shar or Zemlya Plaskaya?
The reason why it's important is for several different reasons. Firstly, it's if the model of the globe is wrong, then that means they are lying, and it's good proof that they are lying about stuff. Yeah, and also it gives more meaning to life because flat Earth is usually geocentric, and a heliocentric model is has different things in the center of it, and we are kind of specks of dust according to their model. So that's a couple of reasons. Maybe some more educated on this topic could say some better, have some better arguments. I'm not I don't have that good evidence. Or
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So sorry for my English. I will listen to I will listen to this channel to understand it better. Yeah.
you do as you wish, obviously.
No need to apologize for your English. We have many people from all across the world that come in here and speak with various accents. So no need to apologize for your English. Your English is very good.
Your English is better than my Russian, that's for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, I think about this crazy world in the current time, because I don't know what the hell is going on right now in the world, like wars and a lot of bad things like viruses, COVID-19, and another big things. I'm distressed because of it. How can we fight with it, and what can we do? I think about it. What can we do?
Maybe the problems of these situations that you're talking about stem from people's false beliefs.
Ooh.
Going back to what we were speaking about before. A false knowledge can certainly lead to poor outcomes.
And it affects your behavior and the decisions you make, what you do with your life. If you're believing one thing and making decisions based on that thing, and you find out later on that all your decisions were based on a lie, wouldn't you have wanted to know that?
I think the life is not fair, and I know that a lot of people think the same thing. Because they think that life is not fair. Yeah, because
Reclaimer, it was a simple question. Wouldn't you have wanted to know that?
Smell something bad. I must be
I don't know.
Hold on, FTL. You're kind of bumping in here. Reclaimer, what's the scariest animal where you live? Like an animal that could threaten your life close to where you live?
A human.
Painted bunting.
Reclaimer?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Are you asking about scary animals? Yeah.
An animal that could threaten your life near where you live. Something?
Probably some sort of snake, spider, or bear.
Wolf.
Dogs.
Dogs?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, we'll just go with that example, I guess. But let's say you found out. Huh?
Angry dogs. Yeah, I mean angry dogs.
Let's say that you found out that those dogs that you're thinking of don't exist, and there's proof for it. Wouldn't that be good knowledge? It's a hypothetical. Obviously, dogs can mess, a person up pretty bad, and there's plenty of evidence for it. But it's just meant to I just can't go where I want to go, unfortunately. But maybe if you could look up Antoine Béchamp or Robert Koch, you might learn something.
So was Hitler part of the flat Earth conspiracy?
It can be. It can take a minute, I guess.
Not sure why you even got VC verified. Are you okay there, FTL?
Yeah, I'm just a bit tired, but I'm fine.
Okay, you're asking very strange questions. Very much off topic.
Well, it's a very strange topic.
When you say flat Earth conspiracy, who are you implying conspired to create a flat Earth or the idea of a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's a general consensus around this NASA thing.
So NASA is a group that conspired to create the idea of a flat Earth? Is that what you're implying with a flat Earth conspiracy?
I don't know who created it, but apparently NASA, according to you, NASA, or you guys, I don't know, not like one represents whole, but NASA's faking images, shit like that. Not clear.
So that would be kind of the antithetical side of what I'm saying, right? It would be the opposite. That would be considered a globe Earth conspiracy, right? People coming together to conspire to perpetuate a globe Earth.
Oh, yeah, but it's just the name.
Wow.
Well, there is a valid segue, which is after the Nazis were defeated, quote unquote, many of their top scientists were co-opted into the United States projects. So we got a bunch of their rocket scientists and military guys to come over and basically be on our team now. And a lot of those guys were formational members of some of the things we have today, like NASA and other rocket agencies.
Also, Hitler has a resemblance to Walt Disney. That's an interesting theory. And also other connections.
Oh.
But that's unrelated to space, I guess. No, or
Yeah, we also had socio-cultural changes that occurred based on principles that the Nazis employed. One of which is, indoctrinational education. Right? Lo and behold, we had the quote-unquote moon missions happen in a similar time period when all these transitions were happening. And then we have all our kids going to kindergarten being told that the Earth's a globe, and we know it because we have pictures from space.
Yeah, that started, I guess, in the late 1800s after the orphan trains and stuff, I guess.
What?
But I mean, kids are taught the scientific method first. Or not first, but they are taught the scientific method.
What did you
and
just
the
say?
History of science.
Kids aren't taught the scientific method as their first thing they learn in the education system.
I learned it in 5th grade.
Oh, okay. That's first. What's first? 1st grade or 5th grade?
Well, it's the scientific method. You learn what. You just learn what can be true. What is listed as true.
Sure. But what proposition were you already told by then, which is already known to be true?
Well, you can't just because you can learn about math, but it doesn't mean you know the fucking entire math.
Okay, listen, friend. In kindergarten and first grade, they teach you that where you live is a globe. Okay, it's standard curriculum. Standard to present that as the truth of your place in the quote-unquote universe.
Maybe like the somewhere else.
Yeah, your parents drop you off at school where you're supposed to learn about things, and that school tells you before you have the mental capabilities to discern for yourself, because they don't teach you the scientific method until many grades later. They tell you that where you live is already known to be a globe. They present it as if it's a post hoc verified fact, without question. In fact, many of those places actually present the idea that people used to think it was flat. Then we realized that it was a globe by, traveling around it or seeing it from space, blah, blah, blah. All before you have the ability to scrutinize it. This idea that they put children through a formational education system, teach them how to think, teach them the proper rational methods of scrutiny, teach them the scientific method, and then much, much later they, come to the conclusion on their own that the Earth is a globe based on the evidence presented as false. They're told that it's a fact, a scientifically verified fact, when they are in their formative years.
It is.
What is?
Fact.
What's a fact?
It's not flat.
Oh, cool. So why don't you tell us the scientifically verified methodology upon which that conclusion was arrived?
NASA pictures.
Bingo! We have a winner. Thank you for proving my point. Okay, pictures are not scientifically validated evidence. And by the way, it's not even a scientific proposition.
All right, NASA research.
NASA research. What kind of research?
Gravity. There's no zero gravity.
What?
Research.
Gravity? Irrelevant. All formational thoughts of gravity work just fine if the Earth is flat, so I can toss it out. You got anything else?
Well, there's zero gravity in
there's what?
Station.
Irrelevant. I just told you gravity's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. I could toss it out. So do you got anything else?
It is relevant. You can't have a disc in the.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I can provide a paper for you which will demonstrate mathematically that the field lines of perpendicular gravity to the horizontal planar surface work just fine if the Earth is a horizontal planar surface, depending on the substrate.
Wait a minute. Half of these people don't even believe in gravity. You do?
No, this paper is by a professor who believes in gravity.
You implied this.
Again, my friend, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So move on to something that would conclusively prove it one way or the other, please. If you talk about gravity again, you're just wasting my time, wasting your time, and wasting the audience's time.
Can you repeat that? I left for a minute.
Yeah, stop talking about gravity. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and move on to something that can conclusively prove a logical contingency of a necessity, which is surface curvature of the Earth itself. That's the argument proper. If you have no evidence to that, then please stop wasting my time.
Magnetic field. Where's the magnets? The bottom of the disc or something?
What? Can magnets be of various shapes and sizes? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, they can.
Can a magnet be of various shapes and sizes? Yes or no?
Well, yes, and they have to be in the center.
Okay, so irrelevant. Again, irrelevant. So please,
they have to be in the center, though. They have to be in the center.
Sorry, my friend. Provide to me something that focuses on the logical contingency of a necessity of the claim that the Earth is a globe, which is sphericity itself.
I think I already won the argument. I think we're finished here.
You said, so far you said pictures, which is irrelevant. You said gravity, which is irrelevant. And you said, what was the other thing you said? Oh, magnetic fields, which is also irrelevant.
Gee, I was muted. I was like, did you hear what he just said? He said, I think I won the argument, so I think we're done here.
Did he say win or lost?
Yeah, he said, I think I won the argument, so we're done here, and then he left.
Yeah, so just again demonstrating that the only claim that he has is faith in the quote-unquote pictures from space. That's it. He believes that the pictures from space accurately represent the world he stands on, without any way to tangibly verify it for himself. So, you, sir, have a faith, which, by the way, if you want to be honest and say, yes, I have a lot of faith, good for it. Go for you, man. Go for it. Without faith, it is impossible to please NASA. For those that believe it is a globe must first believe that it is, and that it will please those who search for it. NASA, verse 12, chapter 32.
Aye. Yeah, that was the same kid that was supposed to be go look for proof of curvature, and he came back with nothing.
Well, I mean, he did say pictures from space. If the picture was tangibly verifiable and reliable, then yes, it would be conclusive. The problem is it's none of those things I just mentioned.
Well, you can paint a picture. He probably should have tried to find a photograph, not a picture or image.
Now, to be fair to the average normie, saying that a picture isn't sufficient, isn't going to fly for them. Like you said, you have to parse it out that, if it's just an image or a picture, it's not necessarily a photograph taken with a single instance from a single point of observation in full frame, right? Those would be different things.
Yep.
But yes, it is irrational to most people when they hear that a photo has been taken of the Earth in totality, from one face. Obviously, you can't take a photo of a 3D image in totality. Sorry, a 3D object in totality. To them, that's conclusive and sufficient. And for the average person, rationally, that does make sense. So when you say, I don't believe in the quote-unquote photos from space, that immediately makes them suspect. Being told that a lot of these things claim to be photos aren't even, a lot of things they believe are photos are not even claimed to be photos.
Right, that's the problem. They're equating photograph to image and picture as if they're 100% synonymous, which they aren't necessarily. "25 minutes after the hour, I posted a photograph of a photograph on a camera."
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it said, and I've heard it asked for many, many times for a citation or a reference to any scientific establishment or publication that accepts photographs as sole evidence, conclusive evidence, or any of that type of evidence whatsoever.
Right. So I provided photographs at 25 minutes after the hour, but these were photographs that I uploaded after giving a first-hand account of what was taking place. Right. So I have first-hand knowledge. I was communicating that this rare bird was in my backyard to gospel, and then I provided pictures as evidence. Now, just the pictures themselves may not be conclusive evidence that this bird was in my backyard, but I think everything as a whole could probably be conclusive evidence, especially with a digital camera that has geotagging, time, date, and location.
Yeah, and how do you? I guess it's how hard is it to put a picture from somewhere else onto your Canon? Not very hard.
Yeah, like I could find a way to get a very clear picture of a picture, kind of like what I did with my cell phone, taking a picture of that camera, right? So I could take a picture of a painting. And if that painting was photorealistic enough, somebody could be fooled into thinking that that painting is a reality that I was taking a picture of. So yeah, there's many ways to manipulate things.
Really pretty birds, by the way. That was neat. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. I get super excited about that. Still kind of reeling. So excited that when I was getting out there, I was not paying attention to my manual settings and took about 35 pictures that were underexposed and then about 10 that were overexposed. Just trying to dial it in.
Yeah, it's weird that, like, in the metaphor of boxing, that they can be laying on the floor unconscious and make the claim that they just won the argument. But this happens quite a lot. Denial.
It's like claiming that you didn't lose a boxing match because it was a technical knockout, not a knockout. It was a technical knockout.
Yes. Yeah.
Did the solipsist leave the room as well?
He left, yes.
Yeah, I think that's one of the worst mind viruses that we have going around these days is the nothing matters, nothing's real, could be a simulation. There is no objective truth. I just see it becoming so prevalent, like so quickly. Or maybe I'm just noticing it more now than I had in the past. I'm not sure. You know, the moral relativist types.
Checkout girl asked me, what flavor griller items did you get? And so I told her, round. They're definitely round.
Did you say round as a flavor?
Yep.
But yeah, Napon, I agree. I try to hammer home on whether or not somebody's being a whatever solipsism before I continue, because if they're set in concrete on that ideology, then it's, like I said to that guy, it's pointless to communicate. Then Indio came in and engaged him in a different way, and I don't know. No, I thought it was funny. He complimented me on my Russian. I was like, well, this is not, I know as much Russian as I know Japanese. Not very much.
Well, you know more about those two languages than I do. I can't speak a lick of either of those two.
Yeah, I was really fascinated by the Cyrillic alphabet. So that was really the main thing, and I think that it's a really neat sounding language to me. I really like the Nordic languages as well, but Russian's pretty special.
Yeah, I enjoy the sounds, the tones of the Russian language, even though I can understand a lick of it, right? But it's very interesting to hear.
is this even possible? How do you buy something? This happens all too often. I'll finish my sentence, I suppose.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you buy something? Well,
Yeah. How do
varies.
you buy something for triple digit fundage and ignore that purchase for like 2 months? So let's say it's a really expensive birthday cake, and they're like, all right, you ordered the birthday cake. Here's what we're going to make it look like, and we'll make it once you approve what it's going to look like. The birthday cake, probably a bad example, but like people buy these things. I do this customer service and everything. People buy these things that they need, and then some of the time we'll send them what's referred to as a proof, and wait for their approval. And sometimes just a quite unusual amount of time proceeds without them even paying any attention to their purchase at all. That's just kind of weird to me. And we've had people come like 3 months later and be like, where's my thing? I paid like $500 for this. Where is it? It's like, yeah, we've been waiting. We sent you messages. We called, left voicemails. Weird.
Yeah, people don't pay attention.
Yeah. That has been my determination.
Hey, you might get a call from that kid later. He's waiting on his Earth curve proof to come in the mail.
The FL, faster than light travel guy, FLT. Or FTL, whatever. I obviously messed it up. What was his name? Was it FLT or FTL 3? No, it was FTL 3, faster than light. I thought, what does FTL stand for? And his screen name was FTL 3. Faster than light 3. I don't know. I'm just taking a guess here.
F this life.
Ooh. Yeah. The FML website I used to think was pretty funny. I don't even know if that thing exists anymore. I haven't looked at that website in probably 20 years.
Back in the days where the internet was you just having to pretty much know a website, a web address, keying it in, and going directly to it.
Yes.
The rotten.com days.
Yeah. Or RMP. I don't want to actually say what that one is. But if you know the acronym, if you know, you know.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing he said was the scientific method, where he says you learn that first, yet he's like 15 or 20 and has no clue about it.
Yeah.
The first thing I ever learned was the scientific method in 5th grade.
So what is the scientific method? Like pictures and scientists and stuff? Right.
Yeah, he up with every word he said was just like digging a bigger hole. Every single word.
He reminded me of a handful of different addicts I've known. He seemed like probably a substance abuser, but I'm not saying that because he said stupid stuff. I'm referring to his rapid speech and loose connections. The way he spoke.
When you think about it, we're educating kids, right? And we have classes called science. And most of the time you're learning very basic, simple experiments when you're learning the scientific method. And then you have some broader things that are encompassed within science class that may not fall into the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you progress further into adulthood, you tend to associate anything that anybody claims to be science with going through the scientific method.
As an assumption.
Correct.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's almost like a taught scientific illiteracy, and then on the backside of that, being able to convince people to believe in science, which science has absolutely nothing to do with belief.
Now, in regards to my homeschooled children, the scientific method really was one of the very first things that I taught them, as well as certain logical proofs, law of non-contradiction stuff, law of causality. Science can't be performed on things merely by observation. Just simple truthisms.
Yeah, the law of non-contradiction is a great one to help avoid cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems to be more common than common sense these days.
Well, speaking of solipsism, the law of non-contradiction is the newest popular thing to deny, thanks to the influx of the mystery school religion teaching of quantum. Like the guy yesterday, the Quantum Horizon guy.
Did you like my analogy there?
Bruh. Super good. So accurate. You just said what I was thinking.
I've already prepared the dumbed down version. Washboard Earth.
Yeah, that was a new one for me yesterday. The idea of some type of quantum superposition horizon. That dude's mental gymnastics were like, I don't know. Who's a good gymnast we could point to that's won a gold medal?
Hey, as stupid as you want to make it sound at this very moment, okay, this is actually a rational conclusion of a bunch of assertions from globe Earth zealots, which happen to include PhD level physicists, etc. Right? For stupid ideas like infinite universes, probabilistic universes, which means they just, happen, everywhere spontaneously. They come in and out of existence. You mix that with some form of subjectivism, with a little bit of sim theory, which has become popular nowadays. And you end up with the Earth, as you experience it, is a subjective render. Right? Just like in a video game online, Everyone's playing within the same game world, but they all have rendered instances of that world that are specific to their point of observations in the world. So your friend in Florida and your friend in California, they're playing in the same game, but their machine is rendering the local instance of the game for them. And while the overarching game world may loop back in on itself, the part that's rendered locally is rendered in a flat matrix with flat math. So if you take all of these ideas together, you synthesize them, you end up with a probabilistic Earth that is simultaneously a globe and flat, and just one of many infinite versions of this same thing, which you just happen to be a subjective observer that can sentiently experience it in the moment. Now, you're going to see a lot more of this coming out over the coming years. And like I've already just mentioned, it has been coming out over prior years that people are leaning towards this way of thinking about the universe.
Yeah, and I think it's going to get to a point where our technological advances within virtual reality become so advanced and people spend so much time within them that there will be a blurring between reality and this simulated world.
Yes, now think about it this way. The Globers already present models and simulations as evidence of the world we live in. Now we're going to have subsets of simulations that we create, right, that mimic the world we live in, which are going to be used as evidence back up the hierarchy of the world we live in. So, for example, look at this video game world. It functions like this. Therefore, the Earth we live in functions like this. So, just like Professor Dave said, real quick, just like Professor Dave said, the only way to know about the Earth is to look up into the sky. These people are going to say the only way to know about the Earth is to look down into these simulations.
Yep, they're going to be so convinced that the virtual reality, which is a simulation of actual reality, that they will be sitting their home in Florida going virtually through the city of Los Angeles that is claimed to be a rendering in real time of what is actually happening in Los Angeles, thinking that every aspect of that simulation is going to be reality, which opens up the ability to implant or remove certain things within these virtual worlds that may exist or may not exist in reality. And people will be convinced, no, this wasn't there because I went there virtually and it wasn't there, right? Something along those lines. I may not be articulating that correctly.
Yeah, eventually we'll have real world court cases where people will be on trial for murder for accidentally unplugging your virtual girlfriend.
While the murder of unborn and afterborn babies will still be happening under the definition of what is perceived to be legal.
It's a wonderful world.
Yeah, what was that guy actually singing about?
What a wonderful world. He was actually singing about the creation when you think about the song, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Weird. I just found a weird website. CaliforniaFreemason.org. I was just like, how many of these
Oh
guys?
Man, I could use one of those. If there's any Masons willing to work pro bono, I mean, I got a lot of buildings that need some Mason work.
Yeah. I tell you what, supposedly like Count Basie and Nat King Cole, and I don't know. What does this say about Armstrong?
Yeah, I have some Count Basie.
This is also clear that non-Masons who frequently interacted with brothers such as Louis Armstrong. Yeah, apparently Louis Armstrong was too. Supposedly. Duke Ellington.
What about Dizzy Gillespie?
I'll post this article because it's unusual. I never really ran across that or had any mind to look it up. Let's see, Dizzy Gillespie. Wished to become a Freemason but lacked the official signature on the marriage contract. Therefore, overage or attendant refused to accede to the request. Maybe he eventually became one. I mean, I guess you could always go to like findagrave.com.
You know, he might actually qualify as proof of a transitional form that we evolved from frogs.
What, them cheeks?
Yeah. That is crazy, though.
Yeah.
It's not just his cheeks, though. It's his whole neck, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, you need to look that up. That's an experience you need to have before you die.
No. I'll just oh, man.
What did you say, AI? What experience do we need to have?
Watching Dizzy Gillespie play his trumpet.
Ah.
He like his cheeks and his whole throat just like swell up like air bag, make his little blasting force on his trumpet. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, his cheeks are crazy. So I have some Louis Armstrong, I just don't know if I have that song. It's called Wonderful World, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Louis Armstrong does have a song called Struttin' with Some Barbecue.
All right.
Oh, man.
Let me see. I think I only have Dizzy Gillespie on like compilation records. Let's see. Don't think I have an actual Dizzy Gillespie record.
Like for real though, do normal humans have airways in the back of their neck? I mean, for real.
I guess the question is how much a person can force or mutilate isn't the best word, but it's the only word that's coming to mind. Modify their body over time, right? Like they talk about the archers, the Tartarian archers, or whatever, the West Asian archers of old, and they started training them at like the age of 5, 6, and 7 years old. And by the time they were adults, one arm was freakishly longer and larger than the other. You familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah, same people that put rings around their neck to make their neck elongated, stuff like that.
And they don't actually stretch their neck, they're actually pushing their collarbones down, not extending their neck at all. They're crushing their collarbone into their body. I read a whole thing about the neck extension thing. It's an illusion. Arm miss. See if I can find the article. Here. Here it is. Copy image. Yep, there. There we go. So it's in reference to the English longbow. So maybe it's not even West Asian. Maybe this is just the longbowmen of old. Some of the longbows, I guess, used to have a pull weight of 180 pounds.
Shh. If you talk too loud about this subject, you're going to summon QE.
Why?
No, he shoots bows. He's
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I heard about that. Whoa. What is this book called? How weird. There's a reference to this. I don't know what year this book is from. Just post. Remember me. If sound could be vibrant, that was pretty vibrant. What in the world?
That's the only Dizzy Gillespie I have.
Okay.
Sarah Vaughan, Dizzy Gillespie, and the All Stars.
Were you here last night, Napalm?
Yeah.
Gotcha. The topic that came up led me to read and look into the Justinian deception.
Ah, yes.
Which led me to look up the sovereign citizen movement.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation encompassed within that title. Sure.
So they might not be related. One thing doesn't necessarily lead to another.
Not necessarily, because the claim of sovereign citizen, first of all, is a contradiction in terms, just on its face, right? And
Yeah.
there's a lot of charlatans when it comes to that topic, right?
Yeah. Like do this to your birth certificate, wipe your blood and say a demonic prayer, like that kind of stuff.
Not so much blood and demonic prayer, but yeah, there is where I find at least a lot of apprehension for myself in fully trusting some information is when it gets into the accepted for value type ideas. I mean, the logic somewhat follows. I don't know. There's just a lot of muddied waters when it comes to the topic, but I think there is some overarching principles that probably have a lot of truth to them. I mean, there's people who have done some research. One in particular in Canada that was quite a while ago was a gentleman by the name of Robert Menard, who was fighting against the state, who removed, I think, their children from them, like CPS or something like that. The state came in and removed their children. So he did a whole lot, like a whole bunch of investigation into the law, right? And I think his premise in starting that was what gives the state the right or the ability or the claim over his children. What gives the state a higher claim to the right of his children than himself?
Yeah.
So there is a lot of, at least in my opinion, there's a lot of truth to the idea that the birth certificate is a bond document, and it is quite literally bonding us. Not only a bond in the sense of the colloquial sense of the term, but a bond is in bondage as well.
All I would want to see is evidence that somebody that had a child off the registry was actually impervious, because having worked in the field of childcare, I actually encountered children that previously did not have birth certificates that were born off of the SSN in America, but didn't have social security numbers, didn't have birth certificates, but they still became wards of the state.
Yeah, and a lot of that can be the parents' inability to properly navigate their legal affairs when trying to argue in court the
in this instance, the kids were being abused. So
right. So, my wife worked in child welfare through a sheriff's department for over a decade. And it was standard practice, standard operating procedure that you must obtain the birth certificate. When you remove children from a home, that birth certificate has to be obtained within, I want to say 72 hours. I think there's always a 3-day right of rescission type thing in legal cases, but the birth certificate had to be obtained. It was a requirement.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're doing in the cases when the children don't have it.
Right. I mean, like I said, it could be the inability of the parents to fight a proper case legally against the kidnapping. But then there's also, if there is obvious instances of abuse, typically, even if the parents may be correct that the state does not have a proper legal claim to their children, that a judge is going to side with the state on removing the children based on their personal belief that it is their responsibility to protect the children. So,
and like back in the day, like, I don't know, a couple thousand years ago, it wasn't usually, it was the community somehow, some way that stepped in, not the state. I don't know if that was always blood relatives necessarily. I mean, I'm sure it was most of the time, but can't help but think that there were probably even non-familial people that would step in and be like, this isn't okay.
Yeah,
I can't allow this on basis of moral.
When you're talking about like CPS and abuse or neglect, right? Neglect is obviously a different thing than abuse, but I would say that the justification for these situations is typically that, yes, a crime has been committed because there has been harm, loss, or injury to another individual. That individual is underage and thus does not have the ability to represent or protect themselves. In walks the community to step up and protect, and then try to determine some sort of justice based on the crime that was committed. But when we're not talking about, I just gave that example of children being removed because that's what kind of spurred the gentleman, Robert Menard, to really get into looking into the nitty-gritty of what law is, right? And where the state's legal standing comes from and how they have the ability to exert their authority over individuals. And it seems to stem from the birth certificate itself. Similarly to being like, you are considered a good of the state, right? When you're born, your mother informs on you and signs you over to the ward of the state for their possession, and the mother receives back a certificate of manifest in the same way that when a ship comes into port, pulls up to the dock and offloads its goods, there's a certificate of manifest, and those goods are documented, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then become possession. And I know you're into the etymology, and I know you don't necessarily like when words, maybe two different words, sound the same but have two totally different meanings. But when you think about a lot of what takes place when it comes to this whole process of childbirth and the birth certificate and all that stuff, I mean, when a ship is sitting at port, it's considered to be in its berth.
Yeah.
Comes through a canal. The products are transported on water to a dock. A lot of this stuff is eerily coincidental.
I hear that. I take issue when somebody's like manifest, which really means a man that I'm feasting upon because the man I feast, manifest.
Right.
Those are the sorts of arguments that I poo-poo without reservation. And I mock that because I think it deserves mockery. But when you draw connections like you just did, the 3 or 4 words that, it is a good question. It's like, could this be coincidence, or was it intentional? And it's a good question.
Yeah, the things I find interesting, especially with like the birth certificate itself, is that the signatory, right, the mother's signature is typically, maybe not always, but is typically under the section of informant, which is an interesting, not necessarily title, but I guess you could say title given to the person signing. Let me see if my birth certificate expressly says informant.
So, registers of birth as early as the 1500s but actual uniformly accepted birth certificates not until the 1930s.
Yeah, it's a fairly new thing. It's not like
took
it's been
30
around
years from Congress making it a thing to it actually being uniform. So yeah, that is it's unusual.
And previously, births were just recorded in the family Bible, and that was that.
Mm-hmm.
So on my birth certificate, it lists my mother and father, but the only signature would be my mother as a relation to the child. And it says, I certify that the personal information provided on this certificate is correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Signature of parent or other informant.
See, and I don't have, I think I've seen my birth certificate, but I have a different document referred to as a certification of birth that doesn't have my parents' name on it and doesn't have anybody's signature except for the state registrar of vital records.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I have is not my actual birth certificate. It is a copy of a certificate of live birth.
Hmm. Okay.
It's a certified copy of an original document.
Is an official document issued by the Vital Record Service. Yep. I've used this document to get a passport in the past, driver's licenses. It's one of those documents I keep. And you know what? Up to this point, none of these documents have ever caused me any known harm. And I emphasize the word known.
Known, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I've done all sorts of things in my day and moved to all sorts of places. And none of these documents have impeded me in any known way.
No, it wouldn't necessarily impede you, right? I think kind of what Hank was saying is what this does, right? If this is correct, right? That this documentation and your mother signing over possession of you to the state, and then there's no proper claim within a reasonable amount of time that you are a living individual, you're not lost at sea, right? That you are a living human being, then you technically this fictitious entity is what you operate under in the legal world, not you as a human being. And I refrain from saying person because that has connotations that can be applied to fictional entities.
What about man or woman versus human being? Isn't a human being like a monster? Like an animal on a globe?
Yeah, did I use human being? I don't know if I used human being.
You kind of coming in not too well.
Yeah, Jimsy, you're garbled as all get out. Yeah, I would say the proper way, at least in my opinion, to refer to yourself, the living soul, the flesh and blood, would be... Is it better now? Yeah, you're better now. I would say the proper term would be to use man or woman.
Since Gospel is here, what do you think about human being, Gospel?
Well, I did put the word human there, and I was just reading through it, trying to get Homan. So it seems to indicate that it might be from Lithuanian. I don't know. That's really weird.
That's an issue.
I've heard it stated that, right, so you have man within that word, and gospel, bear with me, I know you don't like the breaking up of terms, right? But you have man within that word, right? So man, which we inherently know what that means, and then you have hue in front of it, which could denote some sort of coloration, right? We have a term color of law. Hue man could be man under the color of, right? So it could have a similar connotation to that.
Well, it comes from the word humane.
Humane? Okay, where does humane come from?
Yeah, good question.
The things that I've heard people explaining it, they say it describes like an animal. It's like it's describing an animal, like they say animal, monster.
So you know how they use the word humankind?
Yeah.
So humane, awkwardly enough, that's kind of like the Sahara Desert, in that humane means kind, and kind means kind, but kind also means type. So the kind type.
Kind type.
So humankind is supposed to imply the type of creature that is kind.
So that kind of means nothing to me.
well, what it's supposed to mean, and apparently humanus is the original Latin, but what it's supposed to mean is that humans, or these people, people, man and woman, are different than all the other creatures in that they are humane or kind. They operate differently than all other creatures, and that's what it's supposed to mean. The issue that I see with this whole language thing is Zoom, ZOOM. The word Zoom has meaning. To zoom by or whatever. But if a quote unquote magician is trying to craft a spell, okay, and he uses the word zoom to accomplish his spell, it is my stance that the word zoom is only a tool and not inherently evil all by itself. And it seems to me that people treat the words like they are inherently evil in some way, as opposed to these words are perverted by sophists and magicians and therefore being used as tools. That's how I see it. Controversial?
No, I say that's a good way of looking at it, right? Like the words in and of themselves may not have a evil meaning, but can be used for evil in specific ways. They aren't inherently evil themselves, but can be used as tools for evil.
And here, you know how, like, just like with the flat Earth argument, right? The moon might not be a ball, and like a flat earther may spend like an hour trying to explain how the moon isn't a ball or isn't even physical, right? And I would argue, well, that's all besides the point. You're getting lost in the weeds. If we're actually wanting to help people understand how evil people do evil things, such as word magic, wouldn't it be better to expose how they do word magic than to scapegoat the words I don't know. That's how I see it. But
yes, because you're getting to the root of the problem.
Yeah, and that's why I get frustrated, and I'm not always articulate in the moment, because I'm still working these things out and trying to I'm trying to understand the whole big picture, and then also try to explain it in the moment. I'm not always immediate.
Yeah, kind of like the conversation last night regarding all capital letters, right? Inherently, all capital letters are not inherently evil in and of themselves, but can be used based on a certain society's way of reading and applying the styles of grammar that you may not be aware of. So you may not be aware of how it's being presented to you and how it's being interpreted by the person who's presenting it to you.
Precisely. Yeah, I think I understand the whole subject way better, and yeah, that helps.
Yeah, but be on your toes when navigating that whole entire subject, because there is a lot of charlatans.
Oh yeah. I know
whether,
that's
whether intentional or unintentional, they are there.
That's why I immediately bring up the blood over intent thing, because it's a form of it's some people are okay with doing demon magic stuff. I'm not personally, and I want to call it what it is so that people aren't deceived. But yeah, I guess not all people are interested in making a pact through the art of blood magic. Maybe not everybody wants to do that in order to be what they perceive to be a sovereign citizen, but it seems to go that way quite often. Well, how do I free myself? I have a birth certificate. I have all these things have been done. How do I free my? Well, the way that you free yourself is by cutting yourself and putting blood on this document and writing a note, and then in doing an incantation. And people are like, yes, anything. I'll do anything to be free from this. And I'm like, yo, I'm free. I don't care. I don't care what document exists with what people believe about me and what they say about me. They could take my life. I'm already free. You may not be free, but I know that I am free. But I'm free. Even if they take my life, I'm already free. I have been set free for more than 20 years. So, but that's me. Not everybody has that position.
Would you say freedom is a state of mind, an intangible place?
I would agree with the intangible thing. I would probably tend to disagree with the state of mind thing. I believe that freedom is imparted.
Like a state of being?
State of being, yes. Yeah. But that, again, personal belief based on the Bible. So.
Well, if you're more interested in the subject, you would probably maybe agree or disagree, but get some good information from, I think the gentleman's name, or at least he goes by Marcus, and YouTube channel, or it may be found under something called Reclaiming Your Securities by Marcus.
I'll look it up. My securities, Marcus.
He comes from a biblical standpoint, and I'd be curious your input on his interpretations or equivocations between some of these legal conversations and biblical passages or biblical concepts.
Dude is prolific with his. It looks like he's only been on there for a year. It looked like he's making videos a lot right now, like every week. Every week for the past year almost.
Oh, maybe I'm. Is his name Marcus? Reclaiming Your Securities might. Is it Marcus?
Yeah, it seemed to be that. Yeah, one of the videos. Well, that's a different guy. So, reclaiming your securities or whatever has a video on his channel called "The Trick" by Marcus Servant King.
Yes, Servant King. Yes, that is.
So maybe he reposted. Oh yeah, he said a presentation by Marcus Servant King entitled "The Trick." With permission, visit Marcus, and he gives the website.
Yeah, maybe Servant King was the title of the series that he went through.
I'm gonna just LOL at what I just saw on his website. You see what I posted?
Is that from Marcus's website?
Yes. servantking.info. So the word enlightened, which makes me think Luciferian, and then 33, and it's like, bro, do you know nothing about these things that you wouldn't seek to possibly say things in a different way?
Certainly.
Oh well. No, I'll look at his stuff though. I mean, I looked into David Icke and all the blood over intent people just to see how many people were connected to that demonic practice, and yeah, he had a lot of people all over the world. Like I saw videos in all kinds of different languages. People on YouTube usually would break down, get rid of the video because people were like cutting themselves on the video and then doing their thing. And
yeah, oh yeah, that was creepy shit when that was going on, and it was associated with Flat Earth too.
Unfortunately, yeah.
They were we should go to the north as opposed to south people, right? Some sort of portal in the north. Some crap like that. I can't remember. It's been years. I may be equating two different things that aren't the same, but yeah, I'd be curious your thoughts on the Servant King lectures for sure. So I understand many uses of the term enlightened or enlightenment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like every time this word is used, it means this. I'm not going there. It's when I start to see patterns or whatever.
Yeah, I'm wondering if so is there any biblical references to that term?
That's a really good question. I definitely think that the tree of knowledge of good and evil may be referred to in that way, but I'm gonna have to do a quick little word. The word definitely shows up. Enlighten my eyes, or I will sleep the sleep of death. Enlightening my eyes, enlighten in order that you may know the hope. Enlighten him who taught, enlightened those who have experienced the good things. Yeah, it's a word that shows up in both the old and the new. Huh. And I think it seems to be getting used not in a transcendental way, but more of a able to see kind of way.
So, just a quick thumbing through of a concordance I have here. Enlightenment seems to have only one appearance. Is that Esther 4:14? Oh, maybe I'll have to find a different interpretation. I'm pretty sure that's Esther. EST, what other abbreviation would that be?
I don't know. It doesn't appear to be that verse in any of the translations I'm seeing. But conceptually,
Can you think of another abbreviation or another book that EST would be an abbreviation for?
No, EST would be Esther.
I like what you found about human. Can you do the same thing with person?
Yeah.
Fictitious entities can be persons as well, just as fictitious entities can be considered individuals.
Yeah, I thought it came from persona, which, interestingly enough, connotates a false face, a mask, not necessarily who you are. (1970s) is when person started replacing man to allegedly avoid sexism. In person, meaning by bodily presence, comes from 1560s. Which is interesting. But yeah, persona. I was going to pull up my Latin. I have a Latin dictionary here too, or Latin lexicon. This one can be pretty helpful on these kinds of topics. Persona. Okay. Can I expand this? No. All right. There we go. An assumed character, a part or a character. A house.
So I'll read some passages here from Job real quick that references enlightenment. He looketh upon men, and if they say, I have sinned, and perverted that which was right, and it profited me not, he will deliver his soul from going into the pit, and his life shall see the light. Lo, all of these things worketh God oftentimes with man, to bring back his soul from the pit, to be enlightened with the light of the living.
Mhm. Man cannot serve two masters over those that serve. Yeah, and notice how not quite literal, but close to literal interpretation of the word enlightened. It has to do with perspective, vision, not vision in your eye, but in your mind's eye, which to me strikes a different meaning than the transcendence narrative. They cannot be affected by. Is this propaganda? I guess that's a valid question. I would say historical reference.
What are you guys talking about?
All sorts of things. It's all the Globers run away, and we just get off on all sorts of tangents.
We're having an enlightened conversation.
The next step to the person between so human or humane, this human can act as a person, like performing or acting, like doing a labor for a corporation. You're taking the persona of let's say a judge or even a mechanic, utilizing that persona to do a job or perform. But you're not that persona when you're home with your wife. You're not the judge at the house with the children, right?
Doesn't this harken back to like theater, right? The persona, the mask, the character that's being presented. It's not necessarily the person or the.
It's not necessarily the soul inside the body, the flesh.
Yeah, it's not the man or the man's soul. It's the man putting on a persona, right, over his true self and acting as if he's something else.
Yeah, and person also implies, even in our modern colloquial understanding, not the body, but what kind of person is he? When people say, "What kind of person is he?" Oh, he's a good person. They're talking about character.
Well, actually, I think for the person to perform the whatever it's gonna perform, the persona, it needs the body to do that, right? You need to, if you're gonna speak or do a labor or do a job or act as a whatever persona, you need the body, the body. But that's the performance. You're using the hat.
Because if you're like if you're just speaking, you don't have to necessarily be in person. You know what I'm saying? You could just be, like we're talking now. We could be putting on a persona. Persona is a character, it's a pretend, or it actually is who you are. But it's character, really, is what it is.
Yeah, but you serve a function. Like if I put a hat as a judge and I'm doing a job, I'm not actually like, well, let's say I wasn't born a judge and my soul is not a judge, but I'm acting as a judge. So I need to perform, and you need the body to perform.
Your body is acting in the character of the judge, right? Just like a character in a play is putting on a persona, even though it's maybe not their true character, their true soul, or their true being.
Well, would it be? So, are you connecting it with an actual human being? Because an artificial intelligence could take on a persona, right? So, are you saying that it has to be, in order for you to have the persona, you have to be alive or a human? Because you could program an AI to do certain same things,
No, corporations have personas,
to have a persona.
Right?
Yeah, to have a persona. Yeah, I could see that. Like
Because
the
when you think of
artificial can have a persona. You think the artificial?
Yeah, think of it from like the perspective of a corporation having a persona, meaning like an image, right? That's given to us via marketing and things like that. So when you think of something like Apple as a company, you think of kind of their persona and how they are presenting themselves to the world through marketing and things like that.
Yeah, and that's the company, the persona of the company. But that's not the guy that go to the bathroom and take a bath and take a shit. That's not.
Well,
the persona of the company.
Is that persona or image?
Well, persona would be similar to an image, right?
Image, reputation, character. There's a lot of words with similar meaning, but not necessarily identical meaning.
So one man can have multiple personas.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But
so even think of it this way, like if a corporation is sued, can a physical body that is that persona be present within the courtroom?
No.
Right, because
what is a quorum?
Because Apple can be considered a person for legal purposes, tax purposes, things like this, right? And if we're trying to equate person as man or woman, I think we're making a big mistake in doing that.
What about a quorum?
Can you define quorum again so I can be completely sure what you're saying? Quorum?
That would be a body in the sense of the term, like the body of a church, right? So the congregation as a whole would be considered the body.
A fixed number of members of any constituted body whose presence at a particular meeting is necessary to transact business.
Funny they use constituted body, right? And we tend to associate body with flesh and blood, which isn't necessarily the case. Think of the body of Christ.
For sure, constitute, to enter into the formation of as a necessary part, which is where we get our word probably constituent, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I do body already? All these words.
Yeah, what none of these terms can really account for is the soul of a man or woman, right?
Well, why would it need to?
Makes us who we are.
What authority does mankind, human beings, whatever you want to call us, what authority or capability do we have to enact any action on someone's soul? Any action whatsoever.
We don't have that authority.
I would agree. Maybe other people would have different perspectives and beliefs, but
God, yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the catch-22 because you'd have to believe in such things, right?
But so why is it even necessary to invoke the concept of soul when it comes to legal and or earthly matters? What relevance does it have?
It would remove you, right, from the alleged authority of the legal system.
Well, your body and your soul, I would argue, are separate things. So just because they don't have authority, over your soul doesn't mean that they don't have the capability of enacting some type of action against your body.
But who has first claim to your body?
That's a probably the relevant question. Yeah.
Because if you don't have first claim to your body, if you can't consider your body your property, right, and that you have ultimate control of the constitution of that body, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There have been other times when other people's bodies were under a higher authority.
If you're referring to slavery, right, I would say
No, I wasn't even going there.
Okay.
I was thinking, gosh, just Abraham and Isaac. I was thinking of, things like that.
That's a higher level, right?
Yeah.
What about Abraham and Isaac though? Exactly.
Well, Isaac didn't have autonomy. This goes back to autonomy, a law unto oneself, and though we talk about free will and ability to choose, right, agency or whatever, it doesn't appear to be rational to claim autonomy. I mean, a lot of people do, and they live their life as though that's the case, but I don't know. It's a deep topic. Are there any Globers?
Is this connected to flat Earth?
Legalities only work on a flat Earth.
Here, I'll post this autonomy. The autonomy thing is a really it kind of goes hand in hand with the concept of sovereignty, and it rubs me the wrong way.
Even to speak a word and to, let's say, give a definition to something.
But it depends on whether or not you see, because I think literally. So it depends on whether or not you're referring to the word in a colloquial sense versus a literal sense, where I tend to lean towards a hyper literal interpretation for words, which gets me in trouble, so to speak. Colloquially speaking, gets me in trouble.
Can you call it
I don't know, whatever.
Isn't it just literally?
Look at this guy that claims to be all literal, using words in a not literal way. Doesn't actually get me in trouble, Mr. Kimball from Green Acres. So yeah, it depends on whether or not, when you use sovereignty, when you use agency, when you use autonomy, what do you mean by that? You mean ultimately? You mean in whole totality? Or do you just mean in practical, in the practical sense of the word? Or in practice, you have autonomy. In practice, you have sovereignty, but not in the totality of reality. Do you have true sovereignty or true autonomy? I mean, is that really what's going on? Oftentimes, I'm just
I would say
mistaking what people mean.
Yeah, going down those lines, you could say that you could have physical autonomy, meaning within the physical paradigm in which we live, and as far as the metaphysical is concerned, you probably don't have the autonomy you think you do, right? Meaning there is some higher authority. But within the physical, any claims to a higher authority over you is, in my opinion, illegitimate, right? Because we were all created equal.
Well, how are we created equal? We look different.
Well, doesn't a father has certain authority over, maybe some of the family, the children? There's something there. There's a structure to authority.
But how are we created equal?
Do you feel that your looks have any bearing
What
on?
did I do? What have I done?
Yeah,
I
you've
ruined
done
the
it.
conversation with my confusion.
Well, I was just going to ask the gentleman. Do you feel that just because you don't look equally the same as somebody else, that you don't have equality under
Oh no, I can't hear
law
anybody.
or within
Let's see if
justice?
I don't believe in law.
I figure you were like a deafened or something. Gospel.
I'm
Can you
just
hear
a
me?
voluntarist.
Yeah, let's figure out Gospel. He's having issues. I'm gonna disconnect him. Can you hear me, Gospel?
He's not here.
Okay, good. Because he was kind of like over speaking. I think he wasn't hearing what we were saying, or some of us. So okay, continue, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a voluntarist. I don't believe in law. I mean,
I think voluntarism is actually a good thing.
Right. Do you not believe in justice, right? Meaning if somebody harms you, that you have a legitimate
that's the
claim for...
non-aggression principle. Yes,
Sure,
that's
yeah.
Yep. And I apply that to humans and animals. But I won't. If somebody like does something like kill someone, but doesn't affect me. I'm not gonna kill him unless he tries to kill me. Then I probably be killing him. That's my philosophy at the moment. Maybe it
Right,
will change.
Right, you don't have this eye for an eye type mentality, but you do feel that some sort of justified restitution for the crime that's been committed, right? The harm loss. Dude, who is hot micing? Jesus. So, but you do feel that there is some sort of justice that should be provided to those who have been or have suffered harm, loss, or injury from another, right?
In a way, yes. But I also think I also believe in karma, but like things are how do I say it? Like supposed to be how it is, but also I also do kind of believe in the other thing as well, like justice and stuff. But life, if you believe life is like once thing, like you only live once, then life isn't fair. But I think life continues after death. So I think it's why do you talk about that? I don't know. Just
we just had a previous conversation about a whole bunch of different stuff, but I was just going to ask you, like, say I steal $100 from you, would you say it's fair to seek that $100 in restitution back from me and really nothing more? And if
probably,
you don't, and if you don't,
probably,
if you don't receive that $100 back, right? Like you try to seek justice and justice is not found, that justice may be echoed within the metaphysical world through the form of karma. Is that kind of what you think?
Yeah, I think that, and what I would do about it is I'd first maybe ask to get it back, and if it doesn't, I might assault him or something, because it's not the right thing to steal. Maybe,
right. But then you would be going against your non-aggression principle that you claimed previously,
yeah,
right?
no, that's fully in line with the non-aggression principle. If somebody steals from you and they don't want to give it back, then it's I kind of have the right to steal it if I understood non-aggression principle correctly. You can't like aggress upon somebody who hasn't done shit to you. That's the point of it, as far as I know.
Right, but I don't think that the non-aggression principle would state that if somebody aggresses against you in the form of stealing money, that
But
you.
why would you steal money? What's the
Well,
fucking...
let me just finish my sentence first before you start over talking me, bro. So, if somebody steals money from you, right, and that's loss. That's been, you've had a loss. You have the right, certainly, to try to obtain that back. What I don't think the non-aggression principle would be in line with is you then taking aggressive physical action to receive property that was taken from you. I don't know if that's necessarily justified under the non-aggression principle, but you can certainly counter physical aggression with physical aggression.
In real life, in practice, I'd probably steal it back, but that's not stealing. I'd probably take it back forcefully if he wouldn't give it to me back.
Am I here? Am I back?
You're back. You're back. Welcome back.
Okay. Man, I was having some crazy issues with my headset.
Actually.
While I was here, I think I heard threats of violence. Make sure to not make any threats of violence to any person, literally or figuratively.
I'm not. I'm talking if somebody did something immoral to me, I would maybe use that as an option to get it back.
Okay.
Yeah. And I also had headset issues after I updated Firefox to 99.
So, these are details that I don't know if they're necessarily fully fleshed out within the non-aggression principle, as far as if somebody steals property from you, does that then give you the right to cause physical harm to that individual because they stole property from you? I don't know if that's necessarily a justified action. Now, if in the act of stealing property from you, you tell somebody not to, or you stand between that property and that individual, and they come at you in an aggressive manner, certainly you have the right to defend yourself. But after the act has already taken place, I don't know if the non-aggression principle would give you justification to inflict physical harm on somebody who has caused you loss.
Oh yeah, after if they have given it back, then I don't need to. I'm not gonna harm them. I don't think it supports that. But actually, I have to be honest. I have actually not read the entire non-aggression principle. It's quite a long document or something. I'm just more listening to Austrian economists and other people who talk about that, like Dollar Vigilante and a bunch of others on Odyssey and stuff. If maybe the non-aggression principle doesn't agree with what I say, but this is my view at least.
It has
I was just going to say, from the Austrian school perspective, certainly you can read a lot of Rothbard, Mises, things like that if you want more insight into the Austrian side, but that's mainly economics. And then you had mentioned voluntarism previously. There's something similar called agorism. If you want to read up on that, you can read Samuel Edward Konkin III.
That's a way to get to anarcho-capitalism or proper anarchy. So agorism is like a trade, as far as I understand it. You perform trade without middleman, and that's a good thing, I think. Yes.
Yeah, you can, if you want a good understanding of that, they're pretty small, easy to read books. There's an Agorist Primer by Samuel Edward Konkin III, and another one would be A New Libertarian Manifesto by Samuel Edward Konkin III. Two good books to pick up on agorism.
I don't really think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like it's necessary to read that. I don't know, but I feel like I don't need to read them. But do you have any good reason to read it? Because I know you don't need a state for anything and stuff. But yeah.
Well, I would say if you want to have a better, more well-founded reasoning behind things, or
Yeah.
have the ability to direct people to these concepts, certainly reading up on people who have put forth the concepts, some of which are pioneers within these concepts, would probably be a good idea, good foundational basis. I understand that you don't necessarily need to read all of this stuff to understand the principles, because to me it's pretty common sense, at least for me, but I've held that belief pretty much my whole entire life. Not everybody has. So, yeah.
I've always kind of wanted something like it, but I've not had that belief all my life. I had to like find it on the internet, and like it made obvious sense to me when I read a little bit about it, and then I watched a bunch of videos about it too. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've held these very simple concepts, I guess you could say, from what I can remember my whole entire life. Like, I've held these concepts, right? But certainly reading other people's opinions about it and good foundational documents has helped to further my understanding of these general concepts that I've already held, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I believe it's quite helpful if I could if I would read a bit more about this. Yeah, maybe when I have time. Usually, I'm a little bit lazy when it comes to reading. I like more to do stuff and also watch videos. But yeah, probably should read a little bit too.
Yeah, I would certainly suggest also Anatomy of the State's a good book to read as well, just that I can think of offhand.
Yeah, I also heard of one called The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose.
Larkin Rose. Yeah, that's a really good one as well. There's also, I think it's called The Iron Web, which is more of a fictional depiction of similar concepts.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Larkin's really good. He's very good at articulating the simplicity that's held within the philosophy of anarchism.
Yeah. You also listen to Dollar Vigilante, I mean Jeff Berwick, as his name is, and people connected to him?
I mean, I'm familiar with him. I certainly don't listen to him on a regular basis. And I try not to judge a book by its cover too much or whatever. But to me, Jeff Berwick is somebody that's caught up way too much within the material aspect of this world, and I don't necessarily look to him as a good
not at all
beacon.
If you go to dollarvigilante.tv, you can find plenty of spiritual resources that he has.
I understand that. I'm pretty well versed in Jeff Berwick. I think I started watching Jeff Berwick probably 15 years ago.
Oh, okay. The thing is, he has changed a lot, at least from what I heard here. I'm watching every single video of the newer ones. He has changed due to stopping with cocaine and having sex all the time.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I'm not trying to tell you not to. Just for me personally,
It's made me rich as well, because he promoted a pirate chain thing, and I invested in it when it was quite low, and I got 10x gains on it. It's not what's important about it, but I got rich from him, so that's an honest thing about that. And it also very good cryptocurrencies as well. Pirate Chain and Monero, they are really very good.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I mean, I still peek in every now and again with him. My contention with him is that I generally don't follow the news. I don't care too much for a lot of that stuff, and a lot of what he's doing is providing information on current events that I don't necessarily care to take in. So that's kind of why I've shied away from him.
He is saying the same, starting to saying saying the same. So he's now saying if you want like all of the news, you should go to Max Egan. He says he does a little bit about the news, but he does a little less, I think. But still mostly about the news, as you say, though.
Yeah, and like I previously stated, I at least from my opinion, I'm not a huge fan of his monetary motivations within his life. Is all I'm trying to say there.
That's cool. That's totally cool. He's also helped with some what's it called? Some I don't know. He has helped learn some kids, like homeless kids and stuff, learn to build homes. It is like donated to a certain charity about that. I know donating to charities doesn't mean much in today because you know Bill Gates and stuff, but and the organization seems to be transparent. Anyways, I totally understand your point of view.
Yeah, and I'm not. I mean, it is what it is. Some people are boastful about their philanthropic endeavors. To me, that's something done in private, and it's not done for personal edification. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
You can. There's no problem in saying that. He doesn't really boast about it. He rarely talks about it. I would want him to talk more about it because I feel many people think he's like a greedy capitalist or something. Yeah, he is a capitalist, obviously, but like he says he doesn't like invest in Pfizer stocks, even though he probably knows that he's probably would gain a lot of it, lot from it, you know. So if he only cared about money, he would probably invest in that part. But you know, a financial system that doesn't control us is better. It's very important. That's his point of view, and that's my point of view. But you don't have to agree. That's totally fine. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I've followed him, or have known of him for quite a long time. Especially, like I said, I don't know, probably 15. Shit, it could be 20 plus years now.
Wow.
Because you know, the anarchist community is fairly small as far as people that are put themselves out there online and such. So
yeah, he I didn't know he had he was posting stuff 20 years ago. I know he started dollarvigilante.com at around 2010, I think, when Bitcoin came out. I don't really know the exact dates or years, but I think it was around there. So he was probably doing something else before. I know he was doing something at the stock market before, but that was before he was an anarchist, I think. Anyways, we can talk about flat Earth, I think, if you don't have more to say on this topic, I guess.
Yeah, no, I can't remember the exact timeline or how long it's been. I was just trying to mentally equate where I was taking in his information. When he used to be in a different villa that was overlooking the water and doing his presentations and smoking cigarettes. And I was just trying to put myself in the mind state of like, where was I personally living at that point in time? Did I live in this house before I moved to this one? So, yeah, I could be off on the years, but it's 10, 15 years, somewhere around there.
Yeah, he also mentioned several times that the best currency we can have is love. He has said he hasn't mentioned it a lot lately, but it's a cool idea. But a good step forward is using private currencies also, though. Yeah, because like use love is what he means by that. I think is instead of like having to use money, you like do stuff for people and they would like thank you back and stuff. But I don't think with the current mindset of how things work, I don't think it's like that effective right now. Maybe in the future, maybe at the local level first with the love concept, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking bullshit. I don't know.
No, you're not necessarily on the wrong track at all whatsoever. I'm of the opinion that it first starts with education and a change of mindset, and we have a long way to go with that before we have the ability to comprehend and put into action some of the things that would be necessary for a more free society, I guess you could say.
All right, what's your question, Elijah? Elijah, what is your question?
You guys have any good diet tips or something? Sorry, I don't have anything regarding flat Earth right now.
Not medical or health advice, but shy away from sugar and processed foods. There you go.
Yeah, I already know that and already do that. I've done that for a long time. But do you have any extra, like avoiding lectins or anything else?
No, I mean, I think everybody's body's different, and everybody's body reacts to certain things differently. Me, myself, personally, I'm not vegetarian, but pescatarian for the most part. I do eat some game meat, right? I eat venison and elk and things like that have been harvested by friends of mine. But as far as
that's almost exactly the way I do it. I don't buy any meat anymore, not even fish. I only eat eggs. I'm technically I'm a vegetarian for the most part, but sometimes my stepfather he shoots wild deer. And he sometimes has too much of it, so he gives it to me. So that's very nice, and it's very good meat. It's a lot better to make tacos of that than meat that you buy on the grocery store. So yes,
that's a good thing. Game meat's very, especially when it comes to like deer, what we would call venison. Very lean meat. Yeah.
Well, I don't really care about the lean part. I actually love eating fat. Fat is very healthy, except for certain types of fat, like trans fats. Saturated fat is actually very healthy. Like your skin is mostly saturated fat, and it's only a problem with saturated fats and some other fats. If you like eat carbs at the same time with it, then you can get some problems with like the glucose reacting with the fat or something, I think. But yeah, I do keto and also vegetarian now for the most part. I also, as I said, eat some deer when I get it for free without asking. So yeah. Yeah, I don't like supporting killing of animals. I'm that type of guy, I guess. But I don't have anything really against people doing it as long as I'm not supporting it.
Have you considered the uprooting and killing of plants?
No. Like, I don't think it makes makes that much sense. Like, they don't have a nervous system. Plants, they can react to stimuli, but they don't have a nervous system. I don't believe they have the same type of soul as us. I believe animals.
What does the type matter when it's like really just about respecting life? Because honestly, we don't know. Just like we don't know really about
Okay.
animals, we just know that they.
Actually, good point.
But it's not to be so deep. I was just asking if you'd ever thought about it, you know, because that's
Yeah,
something that
I've
I
thought
thought
about
about. But there's also another option, like fruit and nuts, like the thing that the plants bear for us to eat. I thought that maybe that might be probably the best moral possibility. But I don't know.
Actually, have you heard of breatharianism? That's maybe the most, because then you only live on air and
Yeah,
sunlight.
but you're stealing somebody else's air. You know, you're selfishly existing. So therefore, I mean, you can play all sorts of silly games when you're just trying to make up rules for a reality.
Yeah. All right. I don't. Okay. So I don't necessarily know if what I heard from Eric Dubay is necessarily correct, but he mentioned some people who hadn't eaten for several years and was
Yeah.
like a breatharian and stuff. Even
I don't know if that's true, because if it is, that's that's probably right there side by side with flat earth. If you find out that you don't have to actually eat, that's crazy. Now, that's crazy as hell. I don't believe that's true though.
But you could watch a video by Eric Dubay. I know people don't have some problems with him, but I think it's a good video. It's called "The Biology of Belief." There he goes into like what your belief that can actually change reality for you. Apparently,
Is that Bruce Lipton? Biology of Belief? Is that Bruce Lipton?
Allegedly, what
Yeah, I posted a relevant video about Eric Dubay in the chat. Cough, cough.
All right.
I did have a question though that was related to heliocentrism.
Yes, please.
Wasn't finished though, but okay.
Why is space black or dark?
Is this in reference to Olber's paradox or just in general?
I'm a regular person. I don't even know what you just said. Why is space
so
dark?
check this out. I think that the typical answer would be the light has nothing to reflect off of. That's why you can't see it.
Very good. That being the case, what happens when you take as much air as possible out of a vacuum chamber so that there's less matter there than in the room? Would there be a difference in luminosity?
You'd have to have an object within the box to reflect.
But you can and do, but looking through a vacuum chamber, you still see through to the other side.
But it should be dimmer, like a dim. Fucking call. Hold on, be right back.
All right.
Well, I would say that air and matter is not a necessary antecedent for light, but visible light, but not necessarily light in all spectrums, and the propagation of light is not dependent on the medium of air. It would have more of an etheric nature to it.
Could I finish about
Not really. I don't want to hear any more about Eric Dubay.
No, it wasn't that. It was like they monitored one guy for over a year and he didn't eat anything. That was the thing. Okay, so it was about Eric Dubay. That was something he said, but he quoted a study, I guess. but I haven't checked it myself. But you can though. So
Yes, there was a man, a German man, who had water and coffee
not that.
only for, huh?
No, I'm not talking about specifically that guy. Another guy. I'm talking about an Indian man who claims to have not have eaten for over 70 years, and they have monitored him over some periods. The longest being, I think, about over 400 days. That was what he said in the video, and I think he quoted a study about that. I think you can find it. You probably can find it, as far as I know. I don't really know, but you can check yourself, obviously.
The biology of belief. So that's pretty much. I haven't looked at the video, but just the title is a blatant ripoff of the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton. Eric Dubay is pretty good at plagiarizing.
Is everybody ripping off everybody?
Yeah, Eric Dubay is a good rip-off artist.
Okay, so yesterday it was Ivar Annan, I was told, was ripping off Eric Dubay. Now it's Eric Dubay ripping off some other guy. But is it like blatantly? Is the title like exactly the same and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's the title of a book authored by Dr.
Maybe he's trying to like reference it. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, not like rip it off, because I think most people in this community don't like agree with the intellectual property and stuff, and maybe it's not to like deceive you into thinking that he is come up with the subject, but like to reference the book or whatever you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean that could be people's laziness, right? With assuming that most of Dubay's early works regarding flat Earth are blatant ripoffs of like people like Samuel Rowbotham, but Dubay does reference Rowbotham. So
yeah, I remember hearing that name a lot when he's talking. So I don't think he's like trying to rip him off, at least because I hear him reference him, and other people also hear him reference. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but most people I hear instead of referring you to Rowbotham refer you to Dubay. So,
all right, I'd say it's like a good thing, like to produce videos about this, because then more people are likely to come across it. Even though some other people might have written it about before, but people like me who don't like to read that much, but prefer to watch videos. This is an awesome thing, in my opinion. So, yeah, the only thing that would be bad is like claiming that it's you who have come up with the idea, and even though you didn't and have watched somebody or read someone else, that would be bad.
Right.
Do you claim Eric Dubay does that?
No, I'm not claiming that. I just say that he definitely takes other people's ideas, right? He doesn't necessarily not reference them. And I would say it's the fault of the people taking in the information and equating it to the ideas of Eric Dubay, when really it's just, there's nothing new under the sun.
Then you don't have. Then it's not Eric Dubay's fault. You would agree, right?
Yeah, because Dubay did reference Rowbotham with a lot of his early works, for sure.
Yeah. Also, I think newer ones. I'm not sure. I watch every new video he posts. I believe I've heard him mentioning Rowbotham and some others in some newer ones too. Anyways, yeah. You don't really have to mention anyone, really. It's not immoral to say something that someone else already has said. It's kind of a new idea, that with the intellectual property rights and stuff.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree completely. I just I stopped paying my attention to Eric Dubay when he came out with such stupidities as Europe for Europeans and things like that. So yeah.
What did you say?
He had a. Yep.
No, just asking. Sorry. I mean, I didn't hear what you said about the Europe thing.
Basically trying to insinuate some type of superiority and or of specific races and things like that. So yeah, that's where I turned off my attention.
Were you talking about Europa, the last battle?
No, this was early on. He put out a video. Europe for Europe.
If you look into so I don't agree with totally agree with Eric Dubay on this, but I believe it's necessary to look at history with a little bit nuance and not he was he brought up some important points about the Second World War and stuff, but you can probably say more about it, I guess.
Yeah, no, these are topics I just tend to not touch because I see no real relevance or any real productive conversations being had, or that
it's very relevant actually, because we learn from history. If we don't know what happened in history, we might repeat it. It's my view.
I don't disagree, but I don't think it's a topic that is easily.
I think actually that the same kind of thing is happening right now with Putin and Russia and stuff. I don't believe Putin is a good guy, you're saying, and I don't believe Hitler was a good guy either. I think the whole situation is kind of a bit fucked up, like both sides are kind of bad, but like the one side has kind of a little bit more ground to stand. I mean, I don't know. I am bad at expressing myself in English sometimes. But
yeah, for me personally, I feel that I don't gain much from paying my attention to a lot of these things, if that makes sense. Just me personally.
All right. Yeah, because we don't really have control of the world situation, I guess. But I think it's important to maybe be neutral, I guess, when it comes to like political stuff. But that's what they don't want us to have, in my opinion. They want us to pick sides and stuff, and that's not cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, when it comes to world events, I feel like I don't have enough truthful information to formulate or a clear picture of what's actually taking place. I just try
that's a very, very smart thing, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't really have that either. I listen to people who do, and I think do, and they say basically be neutral about it. Both sides are basically under Klaus Schwab and stuff. You can actually sum up the whole situation with two pictures, like Klaus Schwab, on World Economic Forum with Putin as well as Zelensky. So yeah, it's they're all in the club, I think. Anyways, yeah, we can talk about flat Earth instead, I guess. I just like to talk about other things too sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, no, we drift off into other things. You came into the room when we were on other things as well, so no big deal, man.
Cool.
Do we have any newcomers to the room? Do we have any? Looks like we have Z. I am stray used. How's it going, Z? I am.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome to the server. How's it going?
Okay. Just testing voice instead of using talk.
You may have some push to talk that you're using. It's kind of cutting you off a little bit at the end of your statements.
Yeah, I'm using voice activation.
Okay. So, what brings you to the server? Are you new here?
Oh no, I've been around for a while.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't recognize the name, so.
Am I still cutting up?
I can't
Yeah.
really. The volume is very low.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to push to talk. Okay, thanks.
So ZIM, what are your feelings on the topic of the server? I don't know if you're trying to talk, if you're still messing with your push to talk, but not hearing anything.
What about now?
Yep, you're good.
So, what was your question?
So, what are your thoughts on the topic of the server, right?
Well, I'm not sure I know exactly what the topic of the server is.
Well, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. "24/7" just means all day, every day. Flat Earth is in reference to the motionless plane that we live on. Do you have any thoughts or opinions, feelings, dare I say, about the lack of curvature and the lack of movement of the Earth in which we reside?
Yeah, I definitely know we do not live on a globe.
Mike's so low.
Yeah, I have to like lower everyone else's volume to go screaming in my ear right now.
Sorry.
No, that's not you. I mean, Gospel Bear. You aren't screaming, but I have had lowered everyone else except CM and you.
Yeah. Anyway, if there's a way that you can turn yourself up, that might be helpful. But if anybody didn't hear what he said that he knows we don't live on a globe. So it's just, if you're planning on having more of a conversation, you need to find a way to turn yourself up.
Go to input volume, ZM stray used. Go into settings and voice and video and like turn input volume to max or something, I guess. Or maybe in your settings on your Mac, Windows or Linux or BSD or whatever you're using, or phone, I guess.
It's on Max. The thing is, I'm on a desktop and a very old school microphone. So.
All right. Could you move the microphone closer to your mouth if you can?
Could you hear what I just said before?
Yeah, I think so. Just it's very low.
Yep, just 80% lower than normal.
Yeah.
Anyway, Deathrex, have you ever said hello here? If you have, if I've asked you that question before, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Just listening in, I guess.
This seems to be a popular trend. The just listening in thing I've been hearing a lot recently.
Okay.
That's cool. I understand. I when I first came into the server, I just listened in for quite a bit. Get a feel for it. Understand the conversation, the demeanor of the room. Yeah.
I guess I was full party. I just jumped right in. Didn't even put my
It's so
toe.
difficult to find.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, where do you find the true information from the false? And it's always difficult.
Mm.
You know, I started out listening to or watching the Everanon with videos, and then I talked to someone, and they said this guy's a scammer or something, and I really liked his videos. And then someone said he was like someone called Elijah, and then he debunked that idea, and now I'm super confused. So I don't know if anyone has some views on that.
I didn't hear the first person you were referring to.
Everanon.
Could you say that again?
Everanon.
Oh, Everanon. Okay, I've watched
Okay.
him a lot too. It's awesome, entertaining content, in my opinion. Well, I've heard a lot of critique about him. What I personally know, I don't have like the evidence right in front of me, but what I personally researched about a certain drama with FPV Angel, I think he's the FPV Angel guy is wrong in that stuff. I don't remember all of the parts of the stuff, and I'd suggest looking that up, and if you're confused about that part. But there's some other controversy I've heard too, but that I haven't looked into. So yeah.
Yeah, because one of the claims was that he took money for his content, whereas he stated that he never does, something like that.
Yeah, I've seen both stuff myself. I don't know, but I don't believe he does. But that's not a good evidence at all. But yeah, I'd like to see proof of it. You know, I think maybe it has to do with FPV stuff, because he seems to like I mean not call him out. I mean like say that he. What is the word for it? I don't remember. It's an English word for it. But at least he says things about him that may or may not be true. Very often, and he's been called out on hypocrisy and stuff. Yeah, because I've read all the comments. Yeah, a lot of the comments that he's done, and also listened to people who has gone over the drama and stuff. I'm not really into drama. I'm just trying to find authentic people. Then that's why I check the drama to like figure out who's the real people and who's like being paid or something.
Yeah, I got a good feeling about him personally, but like you say, it's not really proof.
Yeah, that's not really proof, but yeah, I even if he is doing some financial stuff that may or may not be good, I'm still gonna watch him, I think. So
yeah, same. Yeah, he went through something in the sky, high up, called Ether. I don't know if other people are going through that stuff. It's a quite detailed, and
oh, you mean like free energy and stuff?
Yeah, it's like a layer top of the sky before the water, where it's like ether area. It's like a special material, a special atmospheric material or something.
That would be kind of a bastardization of the term ether, at least as it's been commonly used in the past by many of the pioneers of electrical engineering.
Oh, right, like Tesla, right?
Yeah, like Tesla, James Clerk.
Even earlier, I think ether is a Greek or even older concept, I think.
Yes.
But maybe used another name for it. I don't know. Maybe I haven't watched the part that you're talking about. Is it perhaps the fourth part of the second season of Lost History of Flat Earth? Where do you watch that part?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't remember which part. I watched the whole thing on BitChute in
Are you talking
total.
about the first season?
Probably, yeah. Because I saw the last one. He said he was going to reveal some big secret, and there's going to be more releases
he
coming
already has uploaded at least 3 of them on YouTube.
Cool.
His name is Ivar in one name with 5 letters. There he has all the season 2 parts. I've seen actually before he uploaded the 3rd part, I saw on Odyssey there's a channel there who re-uploads a lot of stuff called Janusz Kowalski, and he already uploaded 2 videos that were Ivar Annan hadn't uploaded yet, and that was part 3 and 4 of the second season. The 4th part has yet to come. Actually, I haven't watched them because they had some Polish text over them. I thought I would just wait until Ivar would upload them. So, but you can find those parts too as well. I think on Odyssey.
Not YouTube, right? I mean, something.
Yeah, I don't know how they how he got hold of the videos, because I haven't seen Ivar Annan uploading them. Maybe it was like removed, or it was I don't know.
Yeah, I should definitely check that out.
Are you talking about the YouTube channel or the Odyssey channel that re-uploads?
The Odyssey channel.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you. Right as I find it.
Isn't all their content a bit speculative and?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
But it's very entertaining too, and I think he has some kind of like evidences for his stuff. Not like hard proof, I guess, but things that match up and stuff. It's very similar to Godgiv Lamster. If you have watched him, if you like Ivar Annan, you would love Godgiv Lamster. It's a little bit iffy in the start, in the first videos that he makes, but he has a very interesting theory, his own kind of completely different moon map. Actually, it's not at all as this moon map that Ivar Annan has, but it's actually, in my opinion, a little bit more interesting actually. And he continues to upload too. I can send you that too if you're interested.
Yeah.
I'm searching for the name of the channel. It didn't come up. Maybe I remembering it wrong. I guess I can check my follow feed. Usually uploads almost every day, I think.
Yeah.
You're probably repeating yourself, Deathrex, but I couldn't remember and I didn't hear because I was on the phone. Have you stated your stance of your understanding of what Earth is, specifically the surface of Earth and its features?
Finding the solidity has always been difficult for me, but for where I stand, I have spent a lot of time on the Quran and new analysis of the language of the Quran. So
hold on. The Earth, the surface of the Earth, its features.
Yes. And?
Okay. So my question's about the Earth, not about a book.
Right. So I was just about to explain, and then.
Yes, I cut you off because you were going down a different road. I want you on the road of.
So this is just it. No. I am on that road.
Yes.
It's just in order to explain my solidity, which is it's a little bit limited, but it has a basis in a book.
Okay, but I'm not talking about books. I'm talking about Earth. The reality of Earth.
Yes.
The
And in that
land.
book,
No, not book. Not book. Earth.
Okay.
Do you think that it's curved? Do you think that there's some type of curvature somewhere?
I mean, if he's watching
Mind,
Evo,
I'm not talking to you.
Based on
I'm
the
not
videos I've seen,
talking to you.
I don't see any curvature. Sorry, what?
I wasn't talking to Mind. I was talking to you. So I didn't want him to break into the conversation.
Yeah, chill out.
Yeah, you just repeat. I didn't hear it.
Okay. So you mentioned videos, but I'm still talking about Earth. You know, you look out your window, you go outside, the thing that you live on. Stomp, stomp, swim, swim, Earth.
Yeah. I guess.
Curvature? Any curvature?
No, I haven't seen no curvature.
Okay. Gotcha. Because you're talking about books, you're talking about videos, and I just was asking you about the Earth, and you were like talking about everything except the Earth. Okay. I find that weird.
Yeah. Okay. No. I'm just trying to explain why my solidity is difficult to me, because I don't want to conclude before I have enough evidence, and that goes for any area.
Are you under the assumption that the only evidence you could get is somewhere besides the Earth itself?
No, of course not. If you send up a rocket, you'll hit something. If there's a dome, right? They will hit something. Just put a video camera on it, and you can see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not making those sorts of claims because I don't know where the containment is. I just know that there is containment. So I'm not making. Hold on. I'm not making assumptions about whether or not a rocket could reach that containment.
Yeah, you're saying, but there is a containment somewhere.
Yeah, there must be, because we have gas pressure. There must be.
I mean, the place we live on is solid in the fact that it's designed for us to live on, and that's just too much systematic design for it to be just a random thing that happened. So you see movies about asteroids hitting the Earth, and all that randomity atheist stuff, right there. I mean,
okay, but I would encourage you to look to the Earth for proof of what the Earth is. Direct evidence, not indirect evidence. Direct is better than indirect.
Yeah, getting a camera and checking the curvature, checking the stars and see what really is. What does it look like when you have a proper lens to look with, to observe with, and I mean, just with my naked eye, what I can see on the sky every night, I go out just to look at the sky, and the stars, just with my eye, looks like they're moving, like rotating, like these little glimpses. That's observable. It's always been like that. And I saw someone that was filming the stars, and it looked just the same as when I look at it, just more detailed, like how to explain it. Looks like changing frequencies, maybe, like how things appear. Either that or a rotation.
I see something rotating, therefore a globe. Is that your point?
I'm not saying it's a globe. That's not my point.
Okay, because I hear that a lot. It's rotating there for a globe.
No. No, I know you guys want to have a stance coming out of me, but it's a very young process for me.
The air gets thinner as you go up. Therefore, vacuum of space.
Yeah, vacuum is a
Do you see the problem with that?
good point. Yeah. And then there's the moon landing. And where's the vehicles? If you can look at the moon, there should be like stuff there. Americans, they put everything. They just leave it and then they go. The usual stuff, right?
What?
Yeah, I think it means telescope, that you can see it in a telescope. If I'm
No.
I don't see that rover they left there.
Hey, friends, this is the beauty of the claim. It's unfalsifiable because if you wanted to get a telescope and look at the things on the moon from Earth to validate them, you would need a telescope 35 meters wide at the lens to see the biggest thing they left there. So that doesn't exist in reality. So there's no way you're looking up there to verify anything that they've done.
Yeah. They have never gone there, right? Because you can't leave Earth.
Perhaps.
You all believe that, right?
I don't necessarily believe that you maybe be able to travel. I guess what you define Earth, if you define Earth like as this area that we know of, but if you like maybe there's some land outside, if you call that something else, I think you can go there. Maybe there's something above the firmament or below the ground. Maybe it's an upside down world or something. Maybe it's another layer under with other people. I don't know. Maybe there's other dimensions that exist with this dimension that we possibly with some kind of technology or whatever, we can go to those dimensions or experience those. Maybe we have bodies that live there, but this is like we only experience it in 3 dimensions. There's a lot of things that we could believe. What's important with the server and what flat earthers are is like more disproving the globe and proving the flatness of or the levelness of the earth. As far as I know, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Not necessarily the models or what we believe. It's more what we know.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of people have opinions. I get that.
Yes, I have a lot of them. By the way, Deathrex, I sent you the links in the chat beside the stream. I think I pinged you twice. If you go to there, you can find them. I think it's the Godgive Lamster guy. I think you like him if you watch a lot of his content. If you watch like the 10 first episodes, I know it's a lot, but if you have watched Ivoranin, you probably can go through Godgive Lamster too if you have time and stuff. He's very entertaining. The more you watch, in my opinion, like the later videos are like really mind blowing. So yeah, do as you please,
Where did you put the links?
I put them in. You are in a voice chat right now, and the chat right above it. I put them right there, and I've sent you the part 4 of Ivoranon that I found on YouTube. I have not watched it myself actually, but because I'm waiting for Eivor to upload them without the Polish subtitles and stuff. And I also posted Godgive Lamster in the first video that's relevant for this.
Are you from Skåne, dude?
No, I'm not. I'm from Norway, the western part of Norway. So it's It's not in Sweden.
Oh, it sounded like it. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of almost the same. The way we speak, not really, but a little bit.
Cool.
It's kind of the general area of the Scandinavia.
So you said you wanted it in Polish subtitles or not in Polish subtitles?
Okay, so the part 4 of this second season of Lost History of Flat Earth, the video that I posted has Polish subtitles, and I'm just me personally, I just like to watch them in full quality and stuff without any extra stuff over it. So I'm waiting for Aiva to upload it. Then I just download it with a modified version of YouTube DL and have it on my hard drive and watch it from there. That's how I do it. I don't like to watch videos on YouTube. I just like to download them and then watch them because it's buffering issues and some stuff sometimes.
Yeah, it's also beneficial to download videos that you're really interested in that are about a controversial topic because they tend to disappear.
Yeah,
for various reasons.
Yes, one that frustrated me. I tried to download them before they all got deleted. It was something related to Lost History. I have it on on another hard drive, some other place. Don't worry, they're all fine. But it had like almost 100 parts, but like only the first like 47 or something around that I got downloaded. The other ones were deleted from YouTube. Try to find them on the internet. I haven't gone through all of them too actually though, so I'm first going to watch all of them and then maybe I'm going to search a little bit more to find the other ones. It's about the Fomenko, Anatoly Fomenko and his works and stuff related to that if you're familiar with him and stuff.
All right. Blakey? Would you like to say hello, Blakey?
Yeah, man. Yeah, no problem.
Welcome. What brings you to the server?
Like I said, how's everybody doing? I just came across DLive because I was kind of getting tired of YouTube. I don't think it tells the truth or it covers it up. So I just came across this to check this out. Can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah, hear you pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you tried?
Huh?
Have you tried Odyssey? You can stream there too, actually, and it's there's like virtually no censorship when it comes to live streams. They can maybe do it with live streams, but videos they can't censor and stuff. So check that out if you.
If you guys send me the link, I will subscribe and follow because I find it interesting. If you want to know how I came across the conclusion that this Earth is flat, it was just simple. I do graphics every now and then, and I wanted to put a globe in a PowerPoint presentation. And the trick was make a circle and then get a layout of all the countries and drag them behind the circle as a mask. And then it gives a spinning effect.
Yep.
And then from that, my eyes open and I'm like, hold up there 1 minute. Nobody has been to space. Nobody has been any of these places, but they're defending it. They're telling us what's happening out there. And then like I saw a couple of the pictures you post about how what they show of the universe is fake, which is true because we can't go that far out. So how they're getting pictures of that far out. So that kind of opened my eyes, and of course other videos that I come across that show that the earth is flat. Unfortunately, I can't tell people like, all right, go read this book or go read that. That's just me, coming across certain things and then just storing them for myself. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's it. I'm just here just to check out. Glad to meet you guys and learn some more.
Very nice. That's kind of what I do too. I'm not really good at explaining it to other people, and yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the server, Blakey.
All right, man. Respect.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
Well, welcome, brother. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah. Blake, you know what my favorite pictures were of deep space? Is the pictures of the thing taking the pictures. Holy moly. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the thing that get to me too. Like, who was in that craft? How they managed to get that take a picture of the satellite? Yeah, but yeah.
You know what they did? Well, what they did is they put on Fiverr. You know Fiverr? Where you contract people, especially graphic artists? They put on Fiverr for an alien to fly by and take a photo of it.
That is true. But I see you guys post something too. Like, I don't discuss this with my people because they just can't grasp it. They can't see it no matter what you tell them or show them. I was like, come on. Nobody has been there. As a matter of fact, is there anybody been to the deepest part of the ocean yet? Anybody know of that?
Yeah, the Mariana Trench. I don't know how deep they've been in that thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. I don't think they have been really far underneath the earth. I don't think they have been, but yet still they come out and they're telling everybody that, yeah, this is the deepest part. This is what's down there, but half of them haven't been there. So these are little things that are put together. It's like, you can't go that deep in the water. How the hell you go that far out in space? So, yeah. I'm not buying none of this stuff. Yeah, to me, I believe that this whole thing is flat. But still, nobody can define gravity.
Got it. How long you been in this subject, looking into this?
Dude, it's been like on and off from 2004. 2004. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. But it's like on and off, you know. So, yeah, I always have that belief in it. You remember, like, the Truman Show?
Yeah.
That's how I see all of this. So it's like, is their duty to control us to think the way that we do? Huh?
You mean the Truman delusion? They have an actual Wikipedia article about it.
Yeah. It's like, this is how they want us to think. So, you know, they keep the lie going. They keep the story going, keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. So I'm going to sit back and work and listen to you guys, man. This is great. I like this.
Good stuff.
Blake, are you Jamaican?
You mean where I'm from?
Yeah.
No, man, I'm from my mother, man.
You're from where?
I'm from my mother. I'm joking. I am Jamaican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you too? How you pick up on this?
Yeah. I have friends that are Jamaican.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Jamaican. Where's everybody from, by the way?
Where are my friends from?
No, like everybody in this room. Where's everybody from?
Oh, I'm from the U.S. Originally from the Midwest. Live in Florida.
States.
Oh, yeah, I'm in Florida. Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay. I'm up in Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I live in Norway and come from there.
Norway. Okay, cool.
Norge.
Where?
Yeah. And Norway. He just said it in Norwegian.
Okay. Cool. I guess everybody's here too. That's nice.
I'm in North Dakota.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll enjoy the server, man. We got people from all across the world, man.
Yeah.
Even Icelanders, if you can imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they use internet a lot. I've heard they're like I think the nation that uses the internet the most compared to its size of population.
Is where Iceland?
Sorry, what do you say?
No, you're saying that Iceland use the internet the most based on their population?
Yeah, compared to the amount of people there, yes.
Okay. It would make sense. Sound logical. Yeah.
There's 300,000 people in Iceland.
Yeah, I would blame Bitcoin for that statistic being what it is.
That makes sense.
There,
I was going to ask, how would they possibly the qualitative metric to decide what's actually being used? Like, is it gigs? Is it ping activity? Is it duration of connection?
No, what I was as far as I know and what I remember, it was like per person who many was using it per like some time, I guess. I think it was based on like I don't know. You can probably search it up or something. I think it like accounted like a Bitcoin like a mining rig or something as like one user, I guess. I would suspect. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either, because there's articles discussing Iceland's use overtaking the entire energy consumption for all 340,000 people. Bitcoin mining is now using more energy than all of the homes in Iceland combined.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb that people don't use Bitcoin SV. It's so much better when it comes to energy and stuff. But yeah, and you also have private coins and stuff too.
Yeah, cool. So what's the tangible product that mining for Bitcoin produces?
Well, it's like keeping the network alive, as far as I know. I'm not a security expert. I'm just listening to people who have a good track record and stuff. They've actually made me a little rich too.
Usually when you mine for something, you're producing a tangible item that can be utilized. So you've increased productivity of something that can actually be functional. Right. So, for example, you go in and you bring out gold, and then the gold is used for all kinds of electronics, right? To manufacture, maybe.
Okay. So I'm not the next.
What's being produced in Bitcoin mining?
Well, an intangible reward.
I'm not the best person to ask that, but you could read the.
Well, yeah, but I'm obviously leading you down a road. Okay, You might say, well, the Bitcoins for the end user, they get paid. So the tangible product is being paid for producing being paid. Do you see how that's redundant and tautological?
Well, it makes the stuff run. If there wasn't any proof of work or proof of stake, as far as I know, you couldn't make it possible with a decentralized public ledger. You would. But you can like make it more energy efficient or like incentivize.
You're missing the point. You're just talking about there's no work being done. That's the point. So what are they actually working on?
Is making the network like function, and if the network doesn't function, we have to use, for example, gold, or we like to have to trust a central party. But with
what network, though? What network?
Like, I mean, the whole. I mean, for the cryptocurrency or the blockchain.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's redundant and tautological, right? So there's no tangible product being produced. I would submit to you there is one being produced, and that is whatever the algorithms are crunching.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. He was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, so all these computers systems are working on something. Okay, and they're not working on producing cryptocurrency. Whatever they're doing is working on something else. And the people who are working on it are being paid in cryptocurrency. Now, whatever it is they're working on with all of these network computers, not sure, but I'm pretty sure it has to do with the AI singularity that they're working towards.
Well, have you? Okay, I'm just one question. Have you like read the source code of these things and know how they function? I'm not trying to be having to mean. Be rude. I just like to know if you have read them, also, and understand cryptocurrency and the Byzantine general problem.
No, I understand. I understand money.
Yeah, but how does the AI singularity have anything to do with this?
Because they're creating networked computers that are crunching the same algorithms. Okay, you need vast resources to do that.
How does that equal that? How does that correlate to that, or how you say it? Yeah.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I know of a fact that money doesn't come out of thin air. Now, currency can come out of thin air, but money doesn't. Okay, it's an old saying, when something's free, you are the product.
Well, the thing is, the reason why it has a value is because people value it, or like it would have no value if people didn't care. If absolutely no people didn't care about it, it would go to zero. The same is with gold and fiat currency. It's only based on what we think it's worth, nothing more. So some people could, some simulationists can actually say like the gold also is like kind of like not physical and stuff, and not real, but that's a different thing. But
yeah, but you see, the problem is that gold is real, and it has real qualities that physically can be used for things.
Yeah, but you can use cryptocurrency for things too, to like not having to trust the third
So
party.
I can take cryptocurrency and wrap a conductive wire with it so it won't corrode. That's what I can do.
No, not saying that. You would have to like if you wanted to transact a physical thing, you would have to. As far as I know, you would have to like do it properly, But it's
cryptocurrency. The point I'm making is that cryptocurrency has no tangible benefit in the real world whatsoever.
But you were interrupting, though. But it's I forgot what I was saying. It does. It's kind of very useful if you're going to like do something. If you live in one part of the world and some other people live in another part of the world, and you are transacting that way. For example, with a service or something, and you don't have to meet physically to.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a currency exchange, right?
Yeah, it's currencies. It's the cryptocurrencies are.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the difference between money and currency. Okay.
Right.
Currency is fiat. It's created out of nothing. So once all the cryptocurrency is quote unquote mined, you're going to have a fixed amount. You can then assign any arbitrary value you want to it.
Well,
so what tangible benefit does it have then?
Okay, first of all, the I have two problems with what you said. The first is not all cryptocurrencies have a fixed amount. You have, for example, Monero. It has it can inflate infinitely, technically, if you wait long enough. but not all are like that as well. You have Bitcoin, which is fixed, But when it's all mined, it's like it halves every, I think, 4 years or something. The amount of reward extra you get from the mining. That's not the important thing when you mine. Actually, it's the transaction fees, especially with Bitcoin. For your if you want your transaction to be recorded and be and that it like if becomes a transaction, it has to become in the next block so that it will be recorded and everyone else accepts that block in the rest of the blockchain, so that like the so I lost myself.
So you're basically just describing a system of counterfeit protection against a value of a certain amount of currency, which again is arbitrary. The same thing with printed currency. At any given time, you can just print more. And then what does it do to the previous supply? It destroys its value.
That's completely true, and that's why you have different kinds of cryptocurrencies. Like Bitcoin, it has a fixed amount in the end, like it's amount.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so stop right there. Yeah. So you have some fixed amounts, some variable amounts, but they all still remain currencies and can be arbitrarily changed in real world value at any time for any reason.
Yes, sure. That happens to other assets as well. It's not just cryptocurrencies, also real world stuff that's happened to. Have you heard of I think called Silver Squeeze? That was like the price like went up or down. I don't remember, but it was like the price changed drastically, like arbitrarily, you could say. I think.
I'm sorry, I interrupted this time. You go ahead.
I forgot. You can go.
Sorry. All right. Has a loaf of bread made of 80% red wheat and 20% white wheat ever been worth more than another loaf of the same quantity and ratio? Like, could you imagine a time when a loaf of bread of that 80-20 ratio, a 2-pound loaf of bread, could you imagine a time when that loaf of bread would be worth 10 loaves of bread?
Well, in a famine, I guess it could be. And that's
hold on. You would pay 10 loaves of bread for a single loaf of bread?
No. That doesn't make any sense. No.
That's my point.
Okay. But what?
And again, AI is using these words. Words are important. Tangible. I'm putting the definition to help everybody follow along. Capable of being touched. Fiat.
Okay.
Authoritative sanction. Like these words have meaning. You got to think about it before you answer some of these questions, because you're going off on tangents that aren't relevant to the question that he's asking. But again, I can't imagine a time where I would pay 10 loaves of bread for one of the same loaf of bread.
But that's not how cryptocurrency works,
I know.
Actually, what I was saying was actually technically untrue, actually, because Bitcoin has become like non-fungible over the years because of a blacklisting of certain wallets and I think tainted coins and such. But that's another discussion. Actually, private currencies fix that because nobody knows who own that amount and how much and so on. Yeah.
How desperate would you have to be for a loaf of bread to give somebody 30 dozen eggs 30 dozen eggs for one loaf of bread. Could you imagine such an inflation?
Well, if you have, it could be if you like had way too many eggs and you had like no bread at all and you was desperate for bread. Not saying that's realistic at all, but it's technically a hypothetical possibility, or what you would call it. So
it could happen, but it's profoundly absurd.
Yeah, but what's the point with this?
Yeah, I was going to say, can you draw?
If I have the farm with the
Napalm
eggs,
was talking first, Sasha.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can you draw a direct parallel in the analogy you're trying to give?
So this is hearkening back to what AI was talking about in regards to currency and money. With the arbitrary value, it comes. We have so many different examples when a certain denomination of a bill could have bought you a tank of gas, and then during a certain period of inflation, that same bill, you would need 10,000 of that same bill to do the same thing. I can't think of a time when certain physical, tangible things of perceived value, or maybe it's fair to say actual value. Maybe an egg doesn't have actual value to everyone because hypothetically you can be allergic.
Are you talking about intrinsic value?
Yeah. I guess
Nothing has intrinsic value. It's only based on opinions. Even though it's necessary for food, it's based on opinion and what you need in the moment and stuff.
Water doesn't have intrinsic value.
No, it doesn't.
Clean water.
No, it depends on what situation you are in. If you are like in the desert, you'd pay a lot for water, and if you're thirsty,
If you're floating on the ocean, you would too.
I guess. If you could distill it, you would.
The problem is you said pay, right? So what does it mean to pay a lot for some water?
With a certain other asset, I guess. Another thing with some arbitrary value, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I wanted to, because of that jump. I have the farm of the eggs and the flowers and everything, and you come on the online to buy my food, but I don't accept your currency because my product has value. You can eat my product, and you can survive if you eat my product. If you give me your currency on internet,
you
petrol for my eggs. If you give me petrol, I don't even don't need money. I need petrol. If you give me petrol, I will.
That's totally fine, and that's your opinion. But other people,
no, that's not my opinion. This is like, let's decide like this. Everybody who's producing doesn't want to take any kind of currency, And you go on internet and you have 1,000, 1 million bitcoins. What you will buy with your bitcoins?
So
if you were actually smart, if someone was actually offering you thousands of Bitcoin, you would almost definitely accept that, because if you look at the price, because you can transfer them into or like transact them into fiat or cash. I mean, some other assets, physical assets, very easily, because a lot of people accept 1,000 Bitcoin for I think it's now about 50. That would be $50 million, I think. You definitely accept that. If you were smart, you would accept that.
Okay. Do you know anybody who has a lot of bitcoins and who bought the farm with the pigs or whatever?
Well, I know. I don't know everybody's. I don't know people's transaction, what they do, but I know Dollar Vigilante. He has bought, I guess, a certain bank. I think he probably paid the workers in Pirate Chain or something. But it has happened several times. I probably guarantee.
Do you know anybody who bought the house?
Yeah, sure. It's in Latin America, a lot of stuff like that happens. You have ECI development. You think you can
In
buy
Latin America, why we don't have that in USA? Because in more capitalistic
because of
country, there is-
regulation. Because of regulation, the US would probably fuck with you and stuff.
Yeah, people have bought homes with Bitcoin for sure.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just
Yes.
want to bring this back to kind of trying to figure out what we're having a conversation about. AI, were you bringing up this point of contention because you're of the opinion that most people that operate with cryptocurrency are thinking that they're removing themselves from the downfalls of our current fiat system?
Sure, that's one consequence, but the main thing to draw attention to is where the value of this money, quote unquote, because it's not money, let's be clear. There's a reason why currency is called currency and not. No, you can't disagree. It's fundamental in the definition.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go on. There's a reason.
But you can have
Listen.
different definitions.
Listen, when somebody says I'm going to go on, that's not your cue to talk. Okay. There's a difference between currency and money, fundamentally and definitionally. That's why currency is called currency and money is called money. Currency is not money by definition. There's explicit reasons why, which I'm not going to go into right now. But the point is...
All right, just a question. Do you
Let him finish his
consider a
point,
local
dude. Let him
currency?
finish his point. Let him finish his point, please.
Yeah, so for example, whether you want to call it currency or money, disregard at this time. So for example, I get paid, I bill the customer, right? He paid me $2,000. Why did he pay me $2,000? Well, because I redid his bedroom, okay, let's say. So I walk away with $2,000 and he has a fixed bedroom. Follow me?
Yeah.
So there's a benefit that's been left that I was paid for. So what I'm trying to focus on is what benefit is left in the creation of the cryptocurrency.
Well, like arbitrary inflation based on some political figures wanting to print more for certain projects and stuff. Your money might get, or currency, I guess, might get inflated so that you have less value.
So I don't think you're answering that necessarily directly, mind sobriety, but I'll take a stab at that AI. So in your example that you provided, right? You provided a service to somebody. You gave them something that they wanted, right, in a remodeled bedroom or bathroom, whatever you said, and they paid you in turn in currency, right? So that transaction in and of itself did not create the currency in which you received. That currency was created in another way through the Federal Reserve and all that, right? So I think you may be incorrect in asking this question and saying what is being created of value with the mining of the cryptocurrency, because you're really kind of equating a service and getting paid to a mining operation to create the currency, or a inflationary operation of the Federal Reserve to the creation of the money. I think that's kind of a false.
Yeah, well, you're onto something. No, you're onto it, which is when the Federal Reserve just prints more money, it's just adding more units of currency. It's not actually increasing any money, because currency doesn't equal money.
Correct.
Right? It's just making differential value equations.
Yeah, there is.
It does lead to inflation, because now the value of the amount of the thing has to equalize with the actual production in reality. So, for example, if everyone is a millionaire, right? If everyone's a millionaire, all of a sudden no one's a millionaire, because a million becomes zero, essentially.
Correct. And
so when you have tons of people making cryptocurrencies that's not related to anything tangible in the real world, all as you're doing is inflating the system.
Okay,
In the same manner that the Federal Reserve does. However, there is something being done in this process, and that's what the question is: what's being done? Because typically, unlike the Federal Reserve, which just prints it arbitrarily and says, "I want more money, therefore print," you actually have to go through a process in these cryptocurrencies to quote unquote mine for them. So what work is actually being done in that process? What benefit is actually being given to the other party in exchange where you get cryptocurrency? And who is or what is that other party that's getting the benefit?
Right. So it's my understanding that the mining process. So it's my understanding that the mining process, right, in order to mine the cryptocurrency, the computer power that's being used is being used to confirm transactions in that cryptocurrency, right? So there is a function there, but I understand what you're saying. What I think is currently going on is we're seeing old legacy fiat systems, right? So say like US dollars being funneled into crypto, which is just another fiat system, which in my opinion is way more controlled, regulated, and not regulated, but there's way more insight into the day-to-day transactions that people do. Meaning, if I came to your house or in your example that you gave, right? If cash was given within that transaction, the only parties that are privy to that transaction taking place would be yourself and the individuals that paid you. Whereas with cryptocurrency, the transaction is definitely marked, labeled, and available for viewing by all parties involved. So if there ever becomes anything that's instituted as far as a tax on a transaction or anything like that, there is no way to transact once everything is on digital currency that is outside the purview of the public. I understand that there's private coins and things like that for the time being, right? For the time being. Because at any point in time, most of what these transactions are taking place on, as far as convenience is concerned, would be your cell phone. And at any point in time, there is the ability for cell phone manufacturers or like the software that's on your phone to not allow for certain transactions to take place or for certain apps to be supported.
Can I interject for a moment? So you said private cryptos, yeah, and you talked about government currency and stuff. Yeah, they are talking about CBDCs and stuff and trying to make you think Bitcoin is the same as blockchain and stuff. But it's not. Like, it's different with decentralized and centralized. Also,
you say that, right? But everything is cataloged on a ledger. Now, if I gave you cash, if you came to my house today and I gave you cash, you told nobody that you came here, I told nobody that I paid you, who would know that that transaction took place?
Nobody. Yeah, and you brought up a good point there, and also you talked about cell phones. Okay, firstly, I don't use any cell phones because they are spyware as fuck. And my computer, I have done as much as I can to make sure that the hardware manufacturers who made this computer or the parts of this computer, because I've built it myself, have no like backdoors and stuff, because I have Linux installed, and secondly I've made sure to not buy an Intel processor because it's a pain to remove that what's it called, the Intel ME chip, which is embedded in the main chip, which can like connect to the internet and do a lot of malicious stuff. I use an AMD CPU. It has a PSP embedded in it. It's a processor, but it's only for decrypting stuff, and you can also kind of hack that thing as well, and it shouldn't be that hard. And my GPU is also a little bit more. It's a Radeon one. It's not fully open source and stuff, but I haven't heard of any like backdoors it has and stuff. If it has, I can actually disable it, but it will not be good for gaming though. But you can like avoid stuff like this if you like research it and stuff. I would like to be proven wrong though. I'm looking into all kind of stuff like computers being actually having sort of like a weird kind of soul and like a consciousness and stuff. I don't necessarily believe it, but it's an interesting theory I've read on, I think, IFOS or something. But yeah,
I don't necessarily know where you're going with that, but I was just trying to make the point that, in my opinion, cryptocurrency does not solve the issues of fiat currency, right? If anything, it just makes it nearly impossible to get outside the purview of, let's say, governmental entities or anything like that wants to try to get their fingers in every transaction that you do.
Well,
in my opinion, it does not solve the problem. It actually exacerbates the problem with adding another layer to it.
Except for private and anonymous cryptocurrencies like Monero, Parachain, Dero, and Equilibria, and a lot of others, they solve this problem. Actually, there's like the
I'm familiar with these coins. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, and the government has even issued a bounty for like finding a way to like crack Monero in a way so that they can see the transactions and stuff, but they still haven't. It's like I think it's years ago they put up a bounty and still haven't cracked it.
Yeah.
And I don't think they will ever, because the people behind it are like geniuses and stuff, as far as I know.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, but you still need to be able to transfer it electronically over distance in order for it to function, correct?
Yeah, but actually, no, you don't have to do it digitally. There's actually, you can, I know of people, I know actually Dollar Vigilante and his team, they have actually set up ham radio mesh networks of Bitcoin, actually,
that's
so
cool.
that you don't actually need internet to make it function. Because, yeah, if you couldn't do that, you have, as far as I know, you are relying on your ISP to function, and then your ISP, they have like monopolies.
Yeah. So that sounds like a niche market, right?
You can also do it by
or a black market or even a gray market.
Yeah, you can also like carry around a calculator or something. You don't, but like it's very hard and difficult because like it's a lot of data and stuff. But you technically could like do Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency within your mind and like communicating with others and giving the information you need to make it function. So that's actually technically possible.
So we just make up. So I'll just make up money in my mind and I'll pay you with that. It's kind of like how the Globers come up with dark energy.
It's a mathematical problem. It's a mathematical problem that Bitcoin has solved, and it's most efficient with digital computers.
What's the problem? What's the problem? What's the math problem?
In general's problem. You can look into it. It's has to do with
all right.
To do with trust.
Pause. Yeah. Ezion, I see your VC verified. Welcome, Ezion.
Thank you.
How new to the server are you?
Well, this is the thing. I used to troll a lot. I don't anymore. So I'd say I've gone a month without trolling and taking it seriously. So
okay,
I'd put it as a month, but I've been there a lot longer.
Okay, so you came to the server. You thought that Flat Earth was goofy, or something along those lines. So you figured you'd be goofy. Did you know? Did you know that it's good to ask questions to learn things?
Yeah, and I started taking it a bit more seriously after like people could put up an argument.
Okay. So one of the good questions to ask would be why do you guys say that the Earth is flat?
More stuff to do with
what's that?
The curvature. Things to do with the horizon, the curvature.
Can you? I don't know if you're able to raise. I put you to 200%. I'm still having a little bit difficulty hearing you.
Yeah, I'll quickly get my mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hello?
Yeah, good.
Okay, nice.
So I'm saying that when somebody shows up to a place where they're like, I think this, these people think that, the normal question hopefully would be, why do you guys think that?
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying. So like, have you found out all of the evidences for why the Earth is not a globe?
Well, obviously I'm like still learning and stuff like that, but
yeah.
Stuff to do with the horizon, boats disappearing past it. Like the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so let's start with the first thing. If you were to describe or define the word horizon, how would you define that?
The point where you can't see past.
Okay. That's actually what I thought you might say. That is what I thought you might say. I'm going to put a little definition. That's not a very accurate way of defining that word, and I think that might be where you're getting stuck.
Oh, okay.
So, the horizon is best described as the division between where the sky appears to meet the ground or the surface, because it could be water, not just ground.
Okay.
Right. So instead of assuming that it's a stopping point or an edge of some sort, you can just go, it's the place that appears to be where the sky meets the surface.
Oh, okay.
And you understand that depending on where you are in your perspective and the optics that you use, that changes. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, because you can't always see the same things with your eyeballs as you can with a, pair of binoculars or some type of zooming technology, right?
Yeah.
Same as you can see more if you're higher up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody want to take over? I'm not trying to dominate the conversation. Would somebody like to lead here? I'm glad you're here to participate in the conversation and at least think through these things. The main goal that folks have here is to help people learn how to think for themselves, not just take things for granted. Use their own senses, determine things, scrutinize stories. So if somebody says a thing about reality and you look and see for yourself and you don't see that is true over and over and over and over again, you start to go, oh, okay, I think that this person's story is not true.
Yeah.
One of those ways with this would be we see too far. We see too far for the claim that there's a curve blocking us from being able to see. When we keep seeing past this alleged curve, we go, okay, well, there's no curve there because we keep seeing way beyond that alleged curve.
Yeah.
Any questions popping up in your mind?
I don't think so. Not for now, at least. Might have one later, but
okay,
not for now.
Gotcha. Well, I cut right in the middle of a conversation that was off topic to say hello and see what your stance was and stuff.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. See, there's a handful of other people that have popped in and out. Callum is here as well. Yeah, if anybody else wants to discuss the salient points, that would be so beautiful, because I am multitasking, and the more involved I am in the conversation, the less capable I am in sounding rational, because I'm trying to do my work over here too. So.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Trying to tap out of a conversation, and all these people in the VC right now are ignoring it. I'll just stop talking. Wasn't referring to you. I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to people that are more familiar with the talking points and could actually help walk somebody through.
Sorry, I'm multitasking as well.
It's tough. It's a hard life.
Yeah.
You could do half of the work together to act as one person, I guess.
I don't think we're in the same field.
Not at all.
All right. So, who is the gentleman you were speaking with?
Ezion?
Ezion, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So, did you have any general questions?
Not for now, I don't think.
Not for now.
I may think of one later, though. No.
But you understand that we're here not because we believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Oh yeah.
It's an understanding and a knowledge. Most of the people here have put the globe to the test themselves personally, and have found that the claims, or at least the claimed radius value, is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, okay.
Do you find that interesting?
Yeah, pretty. Like, people just acknowledge it as a fact these days that it's a globe. So.
Right, it's assumed a fact, right? Yeah. It's assumed a fact. But then we go out, the best thing about the globe is that we're given the dimensions of it, right? We're given the radius value. The claimed dimensions of the globe. So we're given a value that we can actually test against. And when we go out and try to test this claim, we find that it's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, when you were in school, and you may still be in school, but when you think back to science class, and when you were taught the heliocentric system, and you were taught about the globe, did you ever go out and do any experiments not experiments, but any tests or anything in the real world to verify the claims of the radius value?
I mean, not really. I think we did something about it a few months ago, but we never actually measured curvature or did anything around that.
Right, you're just kind of given the value, right? We know it's this.
Yeah.
Do you remember what story they gave you as to why we allegedly know it is 3,959 mile radius?
Not really. I think they just kind of just put the measurements on board, said that.
Right. So it was just kind of stated as if, right? As if it's factual information.
Yeah, basically.
Right. With no real evidence for the claim.
No.
Yeah, that's kind of what most of us realized, right? We kind of we thought back and we're like, you know what? We never really put any of these claims to the test. We were just given these values and said that they've been proven, but we were never given a solid answer or explanation as to how, when, where, or by whom these values were confirmed. So we went out and we said, okay, maybe we'll try to put some of this to the test and see if we can find these globe values within reality. Because we know, right? You know, you don't experience the world as a globe. Unless you do, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is there anything in your daily life that leads you to believe that you're on a ball that's spinning?
Not really. Sometimes I find it hard to believe.
Right, because it goes against your senses, right? Everything that you see, feel, touch, and experience, none of that would ever lead you to believe that you're moving on a spinning ball, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of the basis of reality and understanding, is that we're not moving, we're stationary, and everything appears to be flat. So any claim to the contrary, right? Because this is how we experience the world on a daily basis every single day of our life. So any claim to the contrary would need pretty extraordinary evidence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we went out and we looked for the claims of this extraordinary evidence, and we found that, it's nothing but poppycock. I've done it personally myself over large bodies of water. I live in a state that has a whole bunch of water. I live in a portion of the state that has a very large bay. And I've got known distances that I can make observations to. And based on pretty simple geometry, we could figure out whether or not my observations match what the claimed radius value should be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Because if we lived on a globe, the globe would necessitate a geometric horizon, meaning there is a physical edge to the Earth that you would see things start to become obscured by in the distance. And since we're given the radius value, we can figure out that distance based on observer height as to where we should see things starting to disappear. Are you familiar with this?
Not too familiar.
Right. So the very simple, easy to remember curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared. What that doesn't take into account is observer height. Lucky for you, there is what is called Earth curve calculators. There's many of them online. These are not made by flat earthers. These are made by globe proponents, right? Because it's just a geometry problem. Nothing more, nothing less. And when you punch in the values, you should get hidden heights, right? Meaning the distance to the horizon, and then how much Earth drop should be, how much an object should be obscured by the Earth based on the distance.
Okay.
I'm not looking, but I'm pretty sure people are probably going to drop either links to the Earth curve calculators or give you the dimensions from the calculations, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So that's really all we did, is we put that to the test, because the only claim that they have is that they have plenty of claims that they can't back up. But the one we're concerned about is the surface of the Earth. If we want to know whether the Earth is a ball or not, where would we go to figure that out other than the surface of the Earth?
Space.
I guess you could say that, right? But the problem is
atmosphere.
Nobody's ever gotten up high enough to take a picture of the whole entire Earth. That's the problem. You'd have to get up really high.
Are you gonna ask about NASA?
I might as well. But I've researched some reasons why the moon landing and stuff like that was fake.
So, are you under the impression that some of the images that NASA provides you of a whole Earth are actual photographs?
Not. I mean,
it's okay if you are. I mean, I thought they were for a long time.
I don't think they're completely. I think some of them are, but
none of them are.
Fake.
Yeah. None of them are. I think there is an actual claim that one of these images is an actual photograph, and I think it's from the 60s or 70s. It might have been Apollo 17 or something like that. I can't recall.
Maybe Apollo 11? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the exact one, but one of them is claimed to be an actual photograph. But even then, like we had a conversation earlier on about photographs and images and stuff like that. And even then, if they claim that is an actual photograph, let me ask you a question. If I painted a picture and I took painted with my hand, paint, brush, right? And I painted a picture. And then I took out my camera and I snapped a photograph of that painting, could I then give you that photograph and say, hey, this is an actual photograph?
Probably.
Yeah, I could. I could claim that that's an actual photograph. Now, the subject matter that's being photographed, you could interpret that as being the Earth from a distance when it's actually a painting, right? So you could have the claim that it is an actual photograph. They may have an actual photograph, but the subject matter may not be the real Earth, right? Because anything since then are composite images. So there's a guy named Robert Simon, and he's a graphic artist, data visualizer for NASA. Are you familiar with when you get an iPhone, you typically get a background picture on it?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And most iterations of the iPhone, if not all, have had some sort of Earth picture on them, right?
Yeah.
So the very first iPhone, the background image was NASA's Blue Marble 2.0. So this image that was on the very first iPhone, most people believed was a photograph of the Earth from space. Problem is, somebody actually created that image in Photoshop, admittedly, and he's been interviewed admitting so.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking up the image now. Oh.
Yeah, so his name's Robert Simon, NASA. I'm sure somebody's probably putting it in the chat. Do you find that kind of maybe deceptive?
Yeah, a bit.
A bit, right?
Well, not a bit, but it is quite weird.
Quite deceptive, right? Quite weird that in 2022, we really don't have any actual photographs of the Earth from space.
And yet they claim to have a super good telescope called the Hubble. They also have the James Webb telescope. And they could use the amazing zooming capabilities of it to zoom on the Earth or any other satellite that has a camera. They have many cameras, they claim, so on these satellites, but they don't have any real pictures except close-up ones with probably what we call satelloons, so they look like satellites, but they have helium or helium balloons attached to them to make them float over the Earth.
Oh, okay.
I'd like somebody else to elaborate on it because I'm not an expert on it.
here.
What was the question that you wanted elaboration on?
Like Satelloons, and explain that to him. I'm not an expert on it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, generally our main focus here is the surface of the Earth, right? And there is a lot of people who make claims that there is satellites in space, right?
Yeah.
Right. So do you have any firsthand knowledge or empirical evidence that these satellites are at the distances in which they are claimed to be, or that the medium in which they are in is the actual medium that's claimed, right? The vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do?
Well, I don't have any first-hand knowledge, obviously, but I don't think
Right.
anyone does.
No, and from what we can tell, NASA sends up a lot of balloons with things that look like satellites all the time. And this technology is pretty advanced. I mean, we've been doing these balloon operations. The United States has been doing it all the way back to the mid 1800s, right? Using balloons for observational purposes within the Civil War. So these concepts have been around for a very long time, and it's gotten to the point where the technology is really, really good to where these balloons can stay up in the air for months at a time, if not longer.
I got so excited to unmute myself to respond to the thing you said earlier that I inadvertently disconnected from the VC. It's funny.
Oh, did you want to respond? I'm sorry.
No, I thought I heard somebody say something about how far away satellites are above us. And there was a suggestion that nobody knows. But I'm almost certain somebody has the job of doing the math, to keep them there and to work with them. And surely that person knows. Like, it's not being kept a secret from them.
Right. So what is the math?
Pi r squared, something or other. Who the hell knows? Math is hard.
So surely somebody knows. Is that kind of your rebuttal to the argument? I mean, obviously, yeah. People know that balloons are up there. Yeah. People know balloons are up there. Yeah.
Somebody's doing the math on this stuff, and those people know. Like, the math all works out. Are we those people? Well, not necessarily, but potentially some of us work with those people on a day-to-day basis. Some of us walk down hallways and literally see the math on whiteboards as we walk by. Now, we don't understand it, but man, it sure looks impressive. I don't know.
Are you a troll?
No, he's just trying to say somebody smarter than us has figured it out, right? So there's no possible way that, the math might work out, but in reality, these satellites could easily be on balloons and used for communication because it's been used like that for hundreds of years. So
let me give you just a taste of my background, because when he said, "Are you a troll?" I realized that I'm saying something that might sound trollish, but I actually do have a little bit of knowledge about the specific area. It might be a bit of a long story. Were you guys heading off on something else?
Bro, I love stories, man.
Okay,
I would love to know your background.
Maybe when I said long story, I was overselling it a bit. But
I hope it is. I hope it's long.
I work for a software company that makes mapping software.
Cool.
Yeah, and we are, without doxing myself, if you were to look up who's the leader in mapping software, you'd find out who I work for. Please don't say it if you do look. But the point is,
just said it, so.
Yeah, one of the things you have to do when making a flat map, whether paper map or a digital map that's going to be presented in flat, is you have to do map projections. And I'm sure you're familiar with what a map projection is, right?
100%.
Okay, so it's basically if the Earth were indeed a ball, like some people believe, in order to display it on a flat map, you have to change it, right? You have to modify it in some way. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's
Use
several
like a
different ways.
transform equation, right?
There's several different ways to do this, and these are called projections, map projections. One of the teams that I work with, their job is making map projections. Their job is finding different ways to display that globe Earth on a flat map. And I know there's a rule behind it. Maybe you're more familiar than me, but there's like 3 things that you want to maintain: direction, area, and distance. But in any map projection, because theoretically you're taking a globe Earth and putting it on a flat map, you can only maintain 2 of those. You're going to lose one. So we can have the Mercator projection where Greenland looks like it's bigger than Africa, for example. And there's lots and lots of other projections. The reason I tell this story is that when I go to these guys who work on the map projection team and I explain to them, hey guys, turns out the Earth is flat, they would laugh in my face because they'd be like, you know how easy our job would be if the Earth was flat? If the Earth is flat, there's one projection. Boom, done.
That is incorrect. Everything you said is wrong. Literally everything. So when you take a picture,
let's start with something.
When you take a picture, slow down. When you take a picture of a ball, that is a projection. Why would you need to transform that again? Right? So you take a photograph, that's a projection onto a sensor, a flat sensor, or a flat piece of film.
Well, that's not a good map.
So they create a projection. See, listen. So the Rob Simmons, this guy, what he does, he takes flat images and he maps them to a ball. Now that team probably takes that post-process, right? So the mapping from flat to a ball, and then they map it back to the projection of choice. Universe transverse Mercator, stereographic projection, azimuth, distant projection. There's shitloads of them. And if you had a flat map, you couldn't just make it because we have topography. Okay? You have to use a mapping function. You can't just use a projection. Right? If the Earth was perfectly smooth, yeah, that would work, but it's not smooth. So if you have a rise in elevation, say the difference between the bottom of a mountain and the peak is 1 mile, but it's at a 45-degree angle, that surface, right? That is a longer distance if you're going to travel it. It's called, it's the hypotenuse of a triangle. So you can't just make a flat projection. It wouldn't be that simple.
Well, it turns out it's not simple, and that's why the people who do it get a lot of money.
It actually is simple. It is simple. In fact, it's so simple. Carl Gauss figured it out and published a book called The Theorem of Grigium in the 1600s. That's how simple it is. And they're not doing anything. The software is doing it for them anyway. There's a lot of software packages that do it. Like I said, I got a PDF that has 129 projections, different types of projections. It's just it's actually just a coordinate transformation. You're just changing one coordinate system into another. And when you do that, obviously they don't map perfectly to each other. So let me give you a piece of information that you probably don't have. How did they make a globe in the first place? You think they measure the ground and take survey points and then measure that and it turns out it's a globe? See, that's not what they do. That is a projection. So they have something called a WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. So what they do is they map points on the ground through survey equipment and they project that onto their mathematical surface. But they have to distort it because since it's an oblate spheroid, and there's something called the geode, right? So you have gravity points in all different directions. So in the globe model, did you know that plumb lines curve? In geodetic surveying, plumb lines are curved lines. You ever observed this in reality? You know what a plumb line is?
I do not.
Okay,
well, I mean,
line.
So generally,
if you want a wall to be straight,
yeah, I used to work in construction, and we'd drop a plumb bob was the tool we used.
Yeah, plumb bob. Yeah, so a plumb line in geodetic surveying to make the math work,
they have to use a mapping function that has a curved plumb line. Yeah, dude. Like, and what, you know why they do this? It's because what you said, right? You can't map a globe to a flat surface, and you also can't map a flat surface to a globe without distortions. But you can hide the distortions by introducing little errors in between every point. So normally you would get distortions at the edge, like it would be normal in the center of the map, but as you get closer to the edges, you get more and more distortion. But you can what they call interpolate the distortion throughout the whole map, so that every error, right? So say you have a 1 foot error in a mile, no one's ever going to notice.
Hey, let me ask you this, because I'm trying to get an idea of your understanding of how all this works. Let's, for the moment, just for fun, let's assume Earth is a globe, right? Can we do that?
Yeah.
We go to a different universe. In that universe, the Earth is a globe. If you walk far enough on that globe, you will at some point have the sensation of hanging upside down.
What? And where do you have to walk to for that?
I was at the bottom of the globe, I guess, right?
Oh, really? Well, I guess that proves it's not a globe, because no one's ever hung upside down.
Again, I asked you what probably sounded like a somewhat insulting question, and it wasn't meant to be. I'm just trying to get a take on like where you are with this, because I have heard people say that was good evidence the Earth is not a ball. Hey, no matter how far I walk, I'm never hanging upside down. How can
I don't know what whoever said that. No one on this server ever said that. Do you want me to get you to defend every stupid statement every Goldberg ever said? So we've had a Goldberg come in here that gravity is caused by the rotation of the Earth.
No, I'm not asking you to defend that. And I wasn't suggesting you believed it, nor that you should defend it. Yeah, no, of course not.
So
I'm just trying to get an idea where you're. Like I said, I was trying to get an idea of where you're at with this idea of the flat Earth.
You should have got an idea when I told you more about map projections than you know, and you work for a company that does it. I should have gave you an idea where I'm at.
Did you though, or did?
Yeah, I did.
He did.
You want a Lambert conformal projection? Do you want me like? I'm on a cell phone. I don't even have a piece of paper. Nothing. I'm not looking on Google. I'm doing this from memory, dude.
Yeah.
I don't need to Google shit.
I'll do this one from memory as well. There's a 2-volume set with a lot of these transform equations in it of how to take data and convert it into a globe. And the quote from the author is, though we cannot access the entire Earth, we assume that these things wrap around based on the assumption of gravity. Now, in this,
am I the only one who's roboting?
All that information about the curved plumb lines.
He's roboting a little bit. What he's talking about is Helmert's higher mathematical theories. Mathematical theories of higher geodesy. Geodesy is geodetic surveying. So it was invented by a guy named Hilbert, and he admits in the first 4 paragraphs of his book that they can't actually do measurements and come out with a globe unless they assume that it's a globe using a theory of gravitation and rotation. And that's where this ellipsoid comes from, right? So you make measurements, and these aren't projections, it's a mapping function. So there's a difference between a projection and a mapping function. A projection is a mapping function, but they're not using rays, right? So a regular projection uses rays. A mapping function doesn't use rays. They use curved lines. So you're mapping one coordinate to another coordinate. It's not necessarily in a straight line between coordinate A and B. And that's what they do in geodesy. It's not a straight line between A and B, because you have to have that line that intersects a reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle, or the distances are wrong. So in order to do this without getting the distances wrong, they curve plumb lines. This isn't my opinion. You can look this up. Google geodetic surveying, curvature of a plumb line.
Would it be insulting if I said who's they? Or maybe I should start by saying
the field of the field of geodetic surveying.
And they're pretty open about how they have to do this.
Well, I mean, it's. What do you mean open?
Are they keeping it a secret? Like they obviously know the shape of the Earth, and they're keeping that a secret, right?
It's.
Or maybe they just don't know.
No. See, no. Listen, there's different levels to this shit. You got somebody that actually does surveying, right? He writes down numbers. He's basically just doing measurements, right? He'll reduce it. He'll reduce the measurements to coordinates based upon a formula that he learned. But that person doesn't know differential geometry, right? My friend, when he was 18 years old, he used to survey in the summer. So it doesn't take any brainiac to survey, right? These are just things that they do. They're not trying to hide it. Okay. They all assume the Earth's a ball. Okay. But you can map any surface to any other surface. You could map it to a pretzel. You could map it to a freaking diamond. You can map it to whatever you want. Any surface maps to any other surface.
Let me see if I can reflect what you're saying. Because it does sound like you know a bit more than I do. But what you're saying is that because they made the assumption that there's a ball shape, they are massaging all their other data to make it work that way, or making other assumptions to fit that model. But it's just because that's the assumption they made in the first place.
Kind of in a way. No, they've just said, listen, they said, okay, Earth's a ball. Okay, so we're going to take measurements and we're going to map it to a ball. Because if they go out into the real world and measure it, they can't measure things like curvature. And the reason they can't measure it because the fundamental first operation you do when you're surveying is find plumb. Okay? Plumb is not 90 degrees from the fucking surface. You can't do measurements. Right? So what they do is, right, you get a theodolite, you level the instrument. Leveling an instrument is finding plumb. 90 degrees from plumb is horizontal, right? So I find horizontal. My surveying instrument is 6 feet off the ground. I look through the telescope. I look at a stick that's 6 feet off the ground. It's the same height. So now I know that that's just flat in between them, right? But no, if I map those 2 points to a ball, now it's a curved surface between them. It's not hidden. It doesn't have to be hidden. What's to hide? Everybody runs around seeing a flat Earth, dude, but nobody believes it. So what needs to be hidden exactly? You've never experienced the Earth as a ball. You don't know anybody that's ever experienced the Earth as a ball, but you think it's a ball. Why is that?
That's a good question. I'm a person who thinks the Earth is a ball. As far as I can tell, I always thought the Earth was a ball, but I didn't demonstrate it to myself. I listened to what I was told.
Yeah, and listen, other than the 23 people that claim to have went to the moon, everybody else is just a believer. Okay, because it's 25 people. Only 25 people in human history have been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth as a ball. And contrary to popular belief, the International Space Station is nowhere near high enough.
I have so many lines of evidence that I'd love to present to you. But you're a person who believes the Earth is a flat surface, and we're being...
I don't believe. I experienced that. What are you talking about?
Misled, if not maybe...
You're trying to project like all these conspiracy theory shit on me. It's not going to work.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. I really am.
You're trying to psychoanalyze me. Okay? That's what you're trying to do. And it's not going to work. I talk about evidence. I don't talk about people's motives and what they think and how they feel. That doesn't tell you what the shape of the Earth is. Look, if we experience a flat Earth, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I've made observations myself. The Earth is 72% water. You ever experience curving water? No. Okay. I go to the ocean. I look out. Everything looks flat. That's my experience, right? Now, there's other people that say, oh, that's not real. The Earth is just actually a big ball. You're too small to see it. Okay, prove it. Show us the measurements where that water that I'm looking at is actually curving by some amount. And guess what? No one can do it. And we've done our measurements, and you know what we find? We find that the Earth is flat. We've done laser tests 25 miles, right? Starting at 10 feet off the ground. Hits the target 4 feet off the ground. The Globe Earth model predicts that laser isn't 4 feet off the ground. It's 440 feet off the ground. But guess what? When we go do the test, it's not. What are we supposed to do? Believe the TV or believe the experiment? I myself personally made observation, Revere Beach. Watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles. The Globe Earth model predicts that boat is 425 feet under the horizon. Guess what? It wasn't. Never disappeared, never went over the horizon. And I know how far the boat away is because there's a website called marinetraffic.com, and it'll tell you the coordinates of a boat. These boats are tracked by radar coming out of Boston Harbor. This is a personal observation. This is my experience. It's not a belief. You have a belief. You saw a TV set. Someone said, "Oh, there's a big ball." I know because I was there. You have to believe what they say. Globe Earthers are always trying to project the infirmities of their own model onto us. We don't have the belief you have. There's a reason everybody thought the Earth was flat, because that's what everybody experienced initially. At some point in time, some other people came around and said, "No, look at the sky, the Earth's a ball," as if that would make any sense in any reality.
Do you think human societies will ever be able to escape that bad idea and get to a point where our textbooks are teaching truth, or what you would say is truth?
Look, people don't need to be taught. The only thing people need to be taught is critical thinking. See, we're not here to try and convince you that the Earth is a ball, or the Earth is flat, or the Earth is anything. We're just here to give you information, right? And we're here to brainwash you to think for yourself. That's the only thing we're going to brainwash you to do.
If I tell you,
if you want to know what the shape of the Earth is, the best way to know is to go test it yourself. Not to believe us, not to believe NASA, it's not to believe anybody. It's to go test it yourself. This is how science works, right? You have a model, it makes predictions, and you go test the predictions. If the experiment, measurement, whatever doesn't match the predictions, then it's wrong. It's as simple as that. There's no more complication than that.
Here's where my hands are a bit tied, because with my model of the Earth being a ball, the only way I could really demonstrate that to you would be to take you up into space and we could look at it together. But that's not achievable based on my current income. However, I feel like from your position, from your position that the Earth is flat, I feel like I could say to you, take me to the edge, and then we could just go there.
Yeah,
that seems more achievable.
So who said there's an edge? So you're straw man. Nobody here thinks there's an edge. No flat earther thinks there's an edge. No flat earther thinks the Earth is a distant space. And guess what? Going up there and looking at the Earth doesn't prove it's a ball. Right? How would that prove it's a ball? Maybe it's an egg. Maybe it's an elongated cylinder. Maybe it's concave. Maybe it's just a circle. That wouldn't prove anything. The only way to prove the shape of something is to measure it. Not to look at it, because looking at things is a projection. I can look at a table from one angle, it looks like a square. Another angle, it looks like a diamond. Another angle, it looks like a trapezoid. Right? Because the 3D world is being projected onto a 2D plane, our retina. So seeing is inherently subjective. But guess what? Measuring things, well, and I should also add that this is why we don't build buildings by looking at the pieces, right? I don't go, oh, that looks 10 feet long and that looks 4 feet long. I'm going to just nail these together. No, I take a tape measure and I measure one piece and I measure the other piece, because I know just looking at something isn't going to tell me the exact dimensions. So thinking you can go in space and just look at the Earth and say, oh, there's the exact dimensions, that's fallacious reasoning.
You know what you would need
and this is the funny part. Well, hold on, Elijah. This is the funny part is that you guys go, if I took you in space and you saw the Earth was a ball, would you believe it? Well, here's my retort to that. If I took you outside and showed you the Earth is flat, would you believe it? Because I can do that, and you can't do what you think I would see. And it's also something you've never done. It's something you just believe would happen if you could do that. Go ahead, Elijah. Sorry.
I was just going to say, in order to reach escape velocity, you would have to know the radius of the Earth for the calculations to do that. So someone somewhere would have had to measure and confirm that the Earth is the dimensions that they claim. Pretty much. Have you even seen any high altitude footage of the Earth? All right then.
Yeah, but Elijah brings up a good point, which you failed to recognize when you so eloquently spoke so calmly about the edge of the Earth that you think is necessary to disprove the globe, is that a globe must have a radius, and that radius must be everywhere, not just in some places. So if you can disprove that the Earth is curving anywhere, right, sufficiently, you've disproven it everywhere. There's no necessity of an edge for the surface whatsoever. So you acted like you knew what you were talking about and that you were making a really cool logical gotcha, but you failed on every level. So for example, in your belief system, let's be clear, your belief system, you believe that water wraps around a floating magical space ball. Now, you believe that it's gravity causing that to happen. You understand, if you're not ignorant, that water conforms to the shape of its container or seeks equilibrium at the lowest possible level, which means it must be curving around the ball over 70% of the territory of the known Earth, according to your belief system. That means that if we can disprove that water is curving here, that means it's just curving everywhere. So your model is falsified in totality by one simple observation, disproving a logical necessity of a contingent necessity. Okay, that means without it, it cannot be so. If the water isn't curving, the Earth cannot be a sphere, regardless of anything that comes out of your mouth. It's that simple. So if you shoot a laser over a body of water and it demonstrates that that clump of Earth curved water isn't in between point A and point B, then the entire belief system which you hold to is destroyed by logical necessity. So you have two options. You either concede to logic or you be foolish.
Yep, you have a ball with an infinite flat spot.
Now,
the
my
TV,
friend,
man.
Yeah, my friend, the only possible retort at this point that you can give that has any intellectual merit whatsoever is that the premises in the logic that I laid out are false. For example, I don't believe or I think that that laser test is an error. That's a path of argumentation you could go. If you don't go that path, then you're essentially admitting the conclusion, which is if the water of the Earth, which is supposed to be a big ball, isn't curving, it cannot be a sphere in principle, period. So you had all these lists of evidences in your head that you wanted to present, but now you're realizing that none of them matter anymore. So now you're thumbing through to try to find the one that's going to counteract what I just said. So by all means, when you find it, present it for review and we'll discuss it.
So let me try to reflect what you're saying. I'm standing on the Earth. If the Earth is a ball, I should observe curvature where I'm standing. If I don't, the Earth is not a ball.
Yes.
False.
We actually
False,
we actually
Elijah.
have a logic.
Fell for it.
By observe, we mean
Well, let me
measurable.
time out.
Go ahead.
Time out. He said if we were standing on the globe, right? So the curvature observed is the horizon if it's geometric. So if it's not that, then it's not a ball. Yes, that's pretty much a simplified version of the logical syllogism that we've tied to the black swan, essentially.
Fair, but he changed the parameters. Okay, I said measured. He said observed. Now, his argument is obviously going to go to scale, which is I'm at such a small scale, in my observation, it would appear to be flat. Now, the problem is that he's admitting that he experiences the world as flat. So now, my friend, who just admitted you experience the world as flat, where's this measurements of this alleged curvature that you claim exists in your belief system?
It's not a problem at all. I'm happy to observe. I'm happy to acknowledge that the Earth looks like it's flat from our perspective. Absolutely. That's why you guys exist, because the Earth looks flat from our perspective. Come on.
No, wrong, false. Again, how about you stop gaslighting and strawmanning our positions and start being rationally intelligent like your timbre of voice pretends to exude?
The Earth observes to be flat because it is flat.
That seemed like an attempt at insulting me that I didn't even understand enough to be insulted by. But try again if you want.
Yeah,
Did you understand?
can't understand my insults is correct.
You would do that. How about that? You understand that one?
Let's be clear where we're at. Where we're at, okay, for everyone, before we go off tangents that take it away from the point proper, is this kid is in a trap where he realizes that there's no tangible, measurable evidence of the Earth's surface curvature. He's going to avoid it at all instances.
I'm
my friend.
1 years old.
Okay, cool story. Why don't you try acting like your age then?
Too young to be a boomer.
Okay, my friend. I went through excruciating detail, laying the premises that this is about measurement of the surface, and you want to take it away from that. So, my friend, where's your measurements of the surface, please?
No, I was already happy to freely acknowledge I believe the Earth is a ball because I believe what I was told. I haven't done any math. I've done math.
Perfect.
I haven't done any experiments. So.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that you were provided evidence to the contrary, and you have any feasible reason to
I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you guys could at least acknowledge that I have lived 51 years in a world where the Earth is a ball and people who say it's flat are crazy. If you guys manage to convince me,
51 years old.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If you guys manage to convince me the Earth is indeed flat, it's going to be really paradigm shifting for me. And it's not going to be something I'm going to.
We're not trying to convince you that, though.
I can help him.
I already told you that.
I can help.
Go ahead, Elijah.
So you're right. In your 51 years of living, if then it would sound crazy that after 51 years of thinking or knowing that you're on a globe because of all of this science and math and everything else that is tied to our experiences with inventions and all of that, somehow the fact that gravity plays a role and all of the other fundamental parts of how we got here plays a role in the things that we do in life, I can understand why it would be hard not to see us as crazy. That being said, we can just point you to what we've come across. It's not that. See, the problem is the people who run the media have preempted the conversation, and they have put into people's minds that we're people who have these models and this other version of the Earth, when actually it just so happened to be that one day we decided to look into certain aspects of what we already believe to be true. So all we're trying to do is show you what we've seen, and you would have to investigate and come to your own conclusion. When you have objectivity and empiricism, or methods for that, you will come to understand that the Earth is not what you've been told it is. For instance, the Earth is a shape. Most people think that we think it's another shape, and that shape is flat, but flat is not even a shape. So that's just it's just a fallacy just off the bat, that people come here thinking that something that's not a shape that is a shape, and they only think that because they've heard somewhere that the shape of the Earth isn't flat.
So what you're saying now, like, really reminds me of the fact that if I want to do any mathematics that involves pi, for most of the things I'd be doing, 3.4, 3.14 would be good enough. Actually, probably 3.4 would be, but 3.14 would be good enough. That's not what pi is. But for anything I'm doing, going to 2 digits of precision would be plenty for anything I'm going to do. I think the Earth is flat. For anything we're going to, the vast majority of things we're going to do, if we assume flat Earth, all our math is still going to work. So I can see it. I can see it.
But we work off of the understanding that we live on a flat plane. And so even the globe is derived from angle measurements off of a flat plane. So that's the only way to do it. So what I want you to understand is, first of all, flat Earth or flat plane is the elevation profile. Now, elevation can't both mean 8 inches per mile squared, or whatever expression that you want to use, and an elevation of 0 when we're talking about the difference between the heights of things and the lowest valley of things. It can't be both the case that the elevation is
per mile squared is an excellent example of that, what I was talking about. Sorry to cut you off. 8 inches per mile squared is an excellent example of a model that will work for almost anything we do, but isn't actually correct.
Do you know what a red herring is?
Well, hang on a second.
Do you know what
I know.
Do you know what a red herring
Hang on.
is?
Let me tell you what I know. I know that 8 inches per mile squared, when graphed, gives you a parabola. No one is suggesting the Earth is shaped like a parabola. Therefore, that is the wrong equation.
Right, for the love of God, can we stop going off the derailments?
Hold on, AI. Do you know what a red herring is?
Fish.
Yeah. The red herring is what he had you chasing for the past 5 minutes.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point that I can just present him with documentation that pretty much is irrefutable.
Right, and what I'm saying is,
that would be,
if your equation for the curvature of the Earth does not involve
I'm saying I'm prepared to present you something.
It is not going to graph to a circle. It's going to graph to a parabola.
It is going to graph to a circle up to about 1,500 miles.
Hold on, I muted him because that's irrelevant. Okay, so I'm trying to lay out something to where
he left.
And he left.
Yeah, of course he left.
He doesn't understand even why it's a red herring. He doesn't understand. He thinks the Earth is too big to measure. That really is his position. Was his position, I guess.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we led him down a track to where the next logical conclusion to talk about was the validity of the laser test and the accuracy of the curvature formula at range, which he accurately said is not a spherical equation, but within the margin of error, which he was talking about, it's more than sufficient to make up for the 90 meters. I was about to say 400 meters. 90 meters of differential needed within the laser test. But rather than talk about that, we went off who knows where.
Again,
Well,
he
I think Elijah was trying to make a connection to him, but I don't think he wasn't amenable to that.
But he wasn't here for a connection, which you could tell in my adequately superfluous insult, which he recognized was an attempt to demean his appearance of intelligence.
Also, he was trying to feign like he had some like integrity too, like he was actually trying to he was trying to feign reasonability. I'm being reasonable because I talk in a nice, soft voice. But I'll straw man you, use red herrings, use fallacious reasoning, and not answer any of your questions and pretend I'm being reasonable.
Yeah. But just for a logistical note, like once somebody's reasoned down to the axiomatic truth that the proper thing to do is to measure the Earth directly, and we've given forth the idea of a methodology that must be answered to, nothing else should be talked about. If they refuse to talk about that, you already know what the problem is.
he made the claim that the Earth is flat enough for nothing to matter. But that's not a valid claim from the standpoint of a sphere of 3959. It's a misrepresentation of the globe position. Nobody seemed to want to address that, though. It's like, for all intents and purposes, it's flat. No, not according to the globe claim. You can't say it's flat enough.
That's why the first words out of someone's mouth in reply to that claim is false. What you just said is false. And then the next thing to do is to explain why it's false. So at the scales that we have accessible to us to measure, there's more than enough surface curvature with the instruments that we have to be able to determine whether it's present or not. For example, 25 miles. Sounds familiar.
Well, I think the moral of that story is he didn't really know his own model. He just had the superficial idea that the Earth's too big, right? That it just looks flat, and that like any measurement you do, you can use any approximation, and at our scale, it's good enough for practical purposes. But he's implying that the curvature is not measurable because he doesn't know. Like he even admitted, I haven't done the mathematics. That red herring with pi, though, that was just ugh.
Well, that's convenient. It's convenient coming off our discussion earlier this morning about professing Professor Dave basically admitting that the Earth is flat for all intents and purposes, and that the only way to know is by not measuring the Earth.
Oh my God! I tried 2 more times to listen to that, man. I only can get like a minute and a half, and I just have to. I have to give up. I can't take it, man. I didn't realize how ignorant he was. He just sounded like any run-of-the-mill Goldberg that comes in here. I thought he had more substance to him. I'm actually disappointed. He gets way too much notoriety as a Glober for his lack of knowledge.
Oh, because he really haven't debated anybody of substance, right? So,
but he was still giving these like the wishy-washy answers. Globers that don't know their own model come in here and say. So he was asked. He was like, "Do you think that the World Trade Center? Do you think that they're parallel lines or parallel sides, or do you think that the top is wider than the bottom?" And he kept doing this thing where he was like, nobody understands what you're saying. You're trying to That is a weird tactic, man.
All right, Pat 92. Hello.
Hello.
Hey there. Are you new to the server?
Yes.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, I'm new.
Are you already aware that the Earth is not a ball?
It's an opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a question, right? I asked you a question. It has a question mark. Are you already aware that the Earth is not a ball? It's a question. That's a yes or no question.
No.
Okay.
I don't know why you'd ask something like that.
Oh, because when people are new and we like to find out whether or not they know that the Earth isn't a ball or not. It's a good thing to know.
First thing first, I was listening to the live stream on YouTube. Then I came here just to know what's going on. So I'm just a listener. So I'm not really a speaker. Spectator or viewer, whatever you like to call me, but I don't really speak, actually.
Okay.
Wait. Let's say Earth is flat. What do flat earthers think about what is surrounding it? Like, is it space?
Hey, what do you think about my yard?
My yard?
No, my yard. What do you think about my yard?
I think it is your yard.
Yeah, but like, what? Can you describe it for me?
I think I need a photo.
Yeah, but I could send you a photo of anything, right? What do you think? But like, seriously, like, what do you think of my yard?
I cannot express any answer to this question.
Okay, I'll ask it in a different way. Have you been to my backyard or front yard?
Nope.
Okay. So could you describe my backyard or my front yard to me?
I don't think so.
Okay. So do you understand why I asked you that question now?
Yes, but the sky, you can watch it. Your yard, I can't watch it. You go out at night, you observe. I mean, what is all this?
Yeah, and what are the stars? Nobody knows the answer to that. No one's been to any star.
Everything is black except stars and the moon.
And planets, right? Yeah.
Is all this black?
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think the Earth is within something?
Because I don't think it's infinite. It has a size, whatever it is. Just
Do you think the universe is infinite? Do you think the universe is infinite?
Maybe the universe is into something, which is into something, etc., etc.
Yeah, so that's infinite, right? So you know that
the Earth is
if
into
the Earth
something bigger, which is into something bigger, and you go on into something bigger.
So let me explain something to you, right? You know there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? Absolute vacuum. No matter where you are in any particular space, there's always some amount of particles in it, even if it's one atom. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So if the universe is infinite, it has the same amount of matter as it. Listen, even if the universe is infinite, even if there's one atom per trillion light years, it has the same matter as an infinite Earth. Yeah, dude, because all infinities are equal.
It's infinite.
Yeah.
You know, you have something.
Infinite, it would just have a different. It would just have a different
bigger
density.
thing, you know, a box into a bigger box, into a bigger box.
Yeah, that's called the infinite regression fallacy. It's a logical fallacy called infinite regression.
You have a small object into a house, which is into something bigger, you know.
Yeah, but we're talking about all of reality, right? So there's either two possibilities, right? There's a bunch of empty space and there's things inside of it, or there's a thing and all the empty spaces are inside of that. Right?
I think
so there could be the
everything
Earth,
that we
right?
can see
And then
is into
everything
bigger,
is inside the Earth, right? So everything can be inside the Earth. The Earth doesn't have to be inside of a void. All the voids could be inside the Earth.
So maybe we are like inside how do we say the Earth is not full? Hollow Earth? Our world is in
I'm not talking about it like that. All of
if you
physical
say
reality, there's only the Earth. That's it. That's all there is.
So maybe
All
the
physical
surface
reality,
of Earth
there's only the Earth. Oh my God,
Only
Zamir's
the
just like talking over me like crazy.
So all the things we see at night are into the Earth.
No, they could be within the Earth, right?
So can
within our realm of the Earth, right? Just because they're above us doesn't mean we're
onto the
inside of it.
surface of we are inside the Earth, so can we go onto the surface of this big Earth?
No.
We live in an enclosed system. There is nowhere to go. You cannot leave the Earth. That's a quote from a NASA scientist, by the way.
I don't trust NASA.
Cannot leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go.
I cannot verify what they say. I cannot trust.
So you adopted an idea without even knowing it from the Epicureans, which were Greeks, that from 325 BC, they came up with the idea that everything is a giant void and that there's matter inside of it, right? All this idea. That's where this idea of outer space comes from. 325 BC, before Christ, right? So this idea of outer space came from them. The space wasn't discovered. You know that, right? It was invented.
Like that?
Who discovered outer space?
Some people said in old book that what they see at night is not called space, but they called it something else. But they said it's not Earth what they see up there at night.
Yeah, that's awesome. They can say whatever they want, right? So, like, Plato wrote down that there's Atlantis, right?
You can call that space or anything.
But nobody says that Plato discovered Atlantis, right? Did Plato discover Atlantis? No, right? So somebody writing that there's space is not discovering space. I ask you, who discovered space?
Someone named it space, but you can name it something else.
So no. Who discovered it? Right? There's the Earth, right? And somebody said, "Look up there. There's a big infinite vacuum." Who discovered that shit?
The first human who looked up at night.
So the first human that looked up at night discovered space. No.
Maybe he said it's not what I see up at night is not my Earth. He said it's something else, and something else can be named anything. So
trying to figure out this is a language barrier or a troll.
Yeah.
Someone help me.
You can name it space. It's just a name.
Yeah, and what is space? It's the essence of anything, right? There's nothing there, so it has no properties. It has no properties. You can't see space. You see stars, and where there aren't stars, you're calling that space. But you're saying the places where the stars are not, it has some property.
has property that's a vacuum. Who discovered that? Nobody. Nobody. Somebody
I
came
don't
up
have
with the idea. I told you too. Epicurus, he was a Greek. He lived in 325 BC. He came up with this idea. People still hold this idea now, even though there's no evidence for it. So when you look in the sky, you see stars. You see little dots of light, right? How far away are they? How far away are they?
I don't know.
Neither does anybody else. And do you know how far away they look? They look like they're an infinite distance. Every single one of them look like they're the exact same distance away.
Because
an infinite distance.
They can be close.
So you say, hey, there's a space. Well, how do we tell if there's a space between two things? We measure it.
They can be
But we
far
can't
away
measure
or
the
close
space in
or
between
anywhere.
it. You can't measure the space in between where you and your it's looking at a star. So that's a problem.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So you think that a star is a ball of gas, fucking very, very far away. There's no evidence
Yes,
for that.
but we look it at night. They exist.
Yeah, and yeah, we can see them. They exist. All the other stuff is a story. Ball of gas, story. Fusion reaction, story. Trillion light years away, story. There's stories.
I mean, without fusion reaction, do you really think you had all this electricity?
I didn't understand that.
What? Electricity? What?
Yeah, someone take over, man. I can't do this. I gotta go bonkers in about
I
5
don't
seconds.
understand what you were trying to say. It makes no sense. Fusion reactor.
Can you repeat it again? Because I don't understand what you said.
You talk about fusion reaction, and you say it's fake.
No, it's a story. Like Alice in Wonderland.
Look, I didn't say fusion reactions are fake, even though no one's ever created a fusion reaction, but I'm not going to get into that. So, there's no evidence. The lights in the light from a star is created by a fusion reaction. You understand? So, there's people, they say, look at that light in the sky. How does that light created? Oh, there's a fusion reaction. Creating light, sending it to your eye. What's the evidence? I don't know.
I don't have the evidence, but observe what is happening. I use a telescope.
So you can see fusion through a telescope?
No. I can see that it's here. The star.
Hey, you can. Yeah. I'm not disputing whether you can see a star or not. Disputing how far away it is, what it's made of, how old it is, and all those things.
I said it can be small, close, far away, anywhere.
Okay, so what are we talking about? What's the point of, like, why are we talking about stars then? What does any of that have to do with the Earth?
But you say every star is into Earth.
Let's do this. Okay. No. I didn't say. I didn't make any claim. I said, why do you have this idea? Why do you have this idea that the Earth is inside of something?
Everything is inside Earth.
That's the alternative. Yes, that's the alternative.
So you have stars.
There's no way to know one way or another because you would have to be outside of it all, right? There's no way to know which one is actually right. All I asked you, why do you have this idea?
Inside Earth.
Are you actually listening to my words? I asked you why you had this idea. Okay? And then I said, the other alternative is everything could be inside Earth. I didn't say I believed that. I said there's two possibilities. Of those two possibilities, neither one can be proven. But the thing is, both of them are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth because you can't tell the shape of the Earth by looking in the sky.
Can you? it by looking at the ground?
Yes, you can tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the ground. Called a
If
tape measure.
Earth is really big, how can you prove it just by the ground?
Because
fact
it's
is,
not as big as you think it is. We know because they say it's a certain size. They say it has a
The
radius of
horizon is
3,000.
flat,
Are you going
but
to keep
Earth is
interrupting
really
me?
big.
I'm about at the end of this with you. We know how big the Earth is. We know the model. 3,959 mile radius. We know what they say it is. So I'm going to ask you a question. You think the Earth is very, very big, right? So if I take a laser 41 and shine it 41 kilometers, how high is it off the ground 41 kilometers away?
8 inches per mile squared, between 12 feet and 1,200 meters. So it depends on your height. Refraction.
127 meters. What refraction? What is this refraction thing you're talking about?
Ah, you know. Mirage.
Yeah, I so refraction. So this refraction
Light is not always traveling like a straight line. Not always. That's what we call refraction. And when it goes into a new medium, like water, it can diffract. You take a spoon, the top part is in the air, bottom part is in the glass full of water.
Okay, so we know refraction can happen, but your claim is that it is happening. There's a difference, right? We know things can happen, right? Cars can crash into each other, but it only matters, did they crash into each other? So refraction can happen. What's your evidence it is happening? And when I say refraction can happen, I mean refraction as a phenomenon, right? So we can make lenses and use refraction. We can make prisms and all sorts of stuff, right? So we know refraction exists.
Okay,
we know it exists.
So no refraction.
Listen, we don't deny refraction exists. The thing is refraction bending light around the curve? There's zero evidence for that, and in fact, the evidence is against it.
Okay, let's say you're right. You know the calculus like
I know I'm right. It's not even let's say it's been tested. It's been empirically
8 inches
tested.
per mile squared is not correct.
Oh my God, the red herring. Give me the exact formula then.
It's a parabola, the result.
Okay, great. It's an approximation.
It depends on
it's
the
good
height
for like it's an approximation. Listen, I know it's an approximation. So give me the exact formula. The exact formula. The one that is not an approximation. No, give me one that is not an approximation. I'm about to kick you off the server, dude. Like seriously. Answer the question. Give me the listen. Give me the dude. Give me the one that is not an approximation.
Use your ears.
That is not an approximation.
Use your ears before you use your mouth. Think before you speak.
Okay, so you say 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation. Fine. Give me the one that isn't one. Oh, that's right. There isn't a formula that is not an approximation because trigonometric functions are also approximations. So guess what? This is a red herring. Trying to do what the other guy did. All calculations for curvature, no matter what formula you use, other than the Pythagorean theorem for up to 1/8 the circumference, are approximations. You know, the Pythagorean theorem is an exact solution for the first 1/8 of the circumference. You know that, right? It's an exact solution if you use rational numbers. But other than that, there are no exact solutions. So saying 8 inches per mile squared is not exact is a red herring because there is actually no alternative. There is no other exact formula. And the difference between, say, using trig or using the Pythagorean theorem or using 8 inches per mile squared, for the distances we're talking about, the difference is like 5 feet. right? So 5 feet difference in 300 miles means nothing. I asked you specific distance. What's the drop in 41 kilometers? The drop is 127 meters. Are you claiming that human beings cannot measure a distance of 127 meters? That the Earth is too big to measure, that we can't measure that. Because that's the size of the Earth. That's what the globe model predicts. If I take a laser that's 10 feet off water and I shine it 127 meters, or shine it 41 kilometers, that laser is supposed to be 127 meters off of the ground. But when we do this test, that's not what's observed.
Man,
you're trying to dance around and dance and dance and dance. We know how big trigonometric functions are approximations. They're infinite.
I was trying
they're a Taylor expansion series.
Respect me. So.
Well, then listen. I can respect people that are honest. You don't seem like an honest person.
I posted the advanced Earth curve calculator numbers.
You don't seem like an honest person because you're using logical fallacies. You're using a red herring, right? So
what? The red herring?
A red herring. A red herring is using an argument that's actually irrelevant, so you don't have to answer the actual question, right? 8 inches per mile squared versus some trig formula for the distance of 41 kilometers. The difference in every formula. The difference in every formula, the amount the difference is negligible. It's irrelevant. It's not even measurable.
Okay, it's irrelevant. Okay.
It's irrelevant. So listen, if 8 inches per mile squared predicts 130 meters and trig formula predicts 127 meters, but what's actually measured is 4 meters, which is a 2 order of magnitude difference. What does the formula matter? You're 2 orders of magnitude outside of the precision.
We know it's wrong. Math is wrong, so let's not use it anytime.
Okay, I'm just kicking you the fuck out of here. Like I said, you're dishonest. I never said any of that, straw man. It's just nonsense.
You said the formula doesn't work, right?
No, I did not say that. Are you fucking
8 inches per mile squared.
I said it's an approximation.
Not listening.
No, I didn't use 8 inches for that.
I posted the definition for red herring en français.
Thanks, I guess.
Well, you're the one that's acting confused over here. The meaning of words and stuff. So I put it in French for you.
I said thanks.
Okay. I also posted the advanced Earth curve calculator numbers. So instead of getting caught on make-believe minutia, maybe you could focus on the details and what they mean. You're getting caught up on red herrings. Besides the point. The point is we see too far. Would you like to see examples and understand how and why we see too far? Or how and that we see too far? The why is because the Earth isn't curved. That's the why. Il n'y a pas de curve.
You can just say curve.
Good.
Not curb. You know I can speak English. I can understand it.
You're giving me some doubts.
Oh. Really?
Yes, because we've said certain words to you. You didn't demonstrate that you understood those words. Okay.
Do you understand every single word of any language in the world?
If I don't understand something, I seek understanding.
Yes. So I asked. And you gave the answer. So I thanked you.
Nope.
End of the story.
Good. Now look at the graphic in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Checking it. So, get the shit.
Nope, above that, the graphic.
Interesting.
You understand the logical statement of the modus tollens there?
I should not be able to see it. Yes, I know. We see too far away, I know. First of all, I was not there to speak, I just was listening. Then out of nowhere, I don't know who, but someone said Pat 92 2 or 3 times, so I heard it and I responded. And now I'm speaking.
Okay, yeah, that was probably me. I like to address new people to the
I
chat.
didn't say I was here to speak.
Yeah, well, you just said it. We see too far. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
We see too far for the Earth to be a ball.
But
No buts. End of story.
Everybody naturally wants to say but, come up with some kind of excuse.
I mean, I do like it, but
It is a matter of fact, not opinion. It's a matter of geometry, not opinion, not philosophy, not ideas, not imagination.
I fancy
you use
myself a
geometry.
butt man.
Oh, you
You know?
hate it, okay.
But
so, do you think that science is a religion?
what do you define science?
Tell me.
No, you're the one that asked the question. I'm wanting to I'm trying to properly understand your question. So how would you define science? You're the one that asked the question. What?
The scientific method is the way to explain things.
What's the first step of the scientific method?
Gather all the info that we know about a subject that can maybe help formulate an hypothesis on something that you just observed. So you formulate it. So let's say this tree is burning because I created a fire. So I gathered all information about what is fire. Then I experiment I create fire to burn the tree. The experiment is going well. So I say the
That's
reason
a
why
really simple question. You're saying a lot of words. You did say the one word that was true, though. You want me to tell you what it is?
Hypothesis.
Nope, it's not hypothesis. You said it though. You did say it, and the word is observe, observation. That's the first step of the scientific method.
Sorry, I'm not looking at Google and speaking English like that is not my main job.
Well, observation is a cognate in French. Observation.
Wow, you speak one word. Wow. Did you learn French or?
Oui, c'est ça.
Oui, baguette, of course.
I'm a baguette now? You're not going to call me a petit choux?
I mean, no. Little shoot Bruxelles.
All right, but anyway.
So observation.
Yes, observation's the first step of the scientific method. Okay, so what have you seen with your eyeballs that makes you think that Earth is curved?
I cannot, because you refuse to say anything about the sky is proof of globe Earth, right?
What? Here, I'll ask the question again because you're getting off into the weeds. What have you seen with your eyeballs in reality, that makes you think that Earth's curved or a ball?
Other planets.
Is Earth other planets?
You use a telescope, you observe the moon, Mars, and you say, why is Earth different?
Is Earth the moon?
Nope.
Is Earth a star?
Nope.
Is Earth Jupiter?
Nope.
Is Earth Mars?
Nope.
Is Earth Venus or Mercury?
Nope.
Is Earth Saturn?
Nope.
So back to the relevant question, what on Earth have you seen that makes you think that Earth is a ball?
Nothing.
In what way has the Earth presented itself to be a ball to you? Can you give us how it's presented itself to be a ball to you? How did that happen?
I think you answered the question with the word nothing. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay, and fair answer, and that's the point. If there isn't anything on Earth to make someone think that it might be a ball, where do you think that idea might have come from?
Nobody else, of course. Nobody else but me.
Well, no, you're not the first person to talk about the Earth being a ball. You're not the first.
Yes, but nobody tell me Earth is flat, you need to know it. Nobody. Ever.
Nobody has ever told you that Earth isn't a ball?
Not one Never.
Yeah. Yeah, why do you think that is?
I asked.
Any ideas?
What is Earth? Nobody told me. So I searched myself, like I was 8 years old or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Google is my friend, I guess. Just a Google search. Nobody told me.
Hello, everyone.
You know, do you think the school system is brainwashing people to say, Earth is a globe. Let's watch a globe. Wow, little kids, you're watching a globe. It is 100% a globe. Wow.
Hey, Pat. Earth, whatever Earth is what it is. So we can find out what it is by looking at Earth. Not at classrooms, not at videos, not at pictures, not at the sky, not at the stars, not at the planets. We should look at Earth to find out what Earth is, right?
Can I just say something?
Let me ask you another question.
You were saying plenty, but you weren't paying attention to the topic. You were going off into the weeds.
Yeah. Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question?
Of course, man. Go ahead.
So let me ask you, Pat. Did they ever teach you that mass attracts mass in school? Newton's gravity.
That's really.
They never taught you that in school.
Not really.
Not really. It's not really an answer, is it? It's either yes or no.
Nobody said me in French, la masse attracte la masse. No, never.
They've never told you this. So what did they tell you gravity was?
Object on Earth, or how to say it in English? Not attracted, but pulled toward the center of mass of the Earth, which is the center of its
Which
core,
is mass attract mass.
basically.
And do you know that that's not no longer true according to the science consensus? That's no longer the current rhetoric.
It's not what they teach anymore.
I know a lot of scientists say something, and a lot of others say, "No, you're wrong."
Right, but you're making the comparison that, well, they never taught me that in school. You know, what it is, trying to brainwash kids in school, you know, teaching this about the earth is a globe and looking like this beautiful ball. We were just stating that, but then I asked you, do they teach that the earth attracts stuff to it, towards the center, mass attractive mass? And you just practically said yes, right? So are they not, and that's not the current rhetoric. So I kind of didn't get what you said. What was that?
The center of mass of something,
right?
But
So
can be any shape.
Okay, so they teach you that things are attracted to the earth, but that is not the current rhetoric. Is the bending of space time?
Because Earth is super massive, you know, compared to like a fucking tiny banana or whatever.
Use your ears before you use your mouth. Think before you speak.
Okay, repeat, sorry.
And if banana is growing on the tree, how is attracted by the air?
Can I get a microphone check, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can I get an apple, please?
Do not move apple to the less dense medium.
You got a buttload of patience today, Gospel. My hat's off to you, brother. I don't think I could have done it.
That guy. No, Battlehead, you're still here. Battlehead, do you have a question? I don't think that. I think we're kind of running in circles with Pat here. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't have a question. It's been a while since I joined. I was on here 6 months ago, and I remember Elijah and a couple of the other names in this room too. I just wanted to say hi to everybody from hot California. The weather's pretty hot out here. To say hello. I'm back, so I'll be listening to this channel once again. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, gotcha. Welcome.
Welcome back, brother. It's hot in Florida too. I feel you.
Are we allowed to say geoengineering on this discussion?
By geo, do you mean the manufacturing of a globe model as that geoengineering, being punny?
No, I mean the geoengineering, meaning controlling the weather, making the weather. No matter where you are, they're spraying things in the sky. You know, aluminum, barium, strontium.
Oh, if you can cite official documentation of that being the case, then sure. As long as it's coming from .gov, then post away. Right? Official documentation. I'm being slightly facetious, but I'm also being literal at the same time.
Yeah, I can tell. No, it wouldn't be anything from Gov. I wouldn't trust anything from Gov. I would go off the science research of geoengineering.org or geoengineering.com.
Sometimes they're straight up. And they tell on themselves, so to speak.
So if you ask, I'm not sure what country you're in, but if you ask people on my realm of the neighborhood, if you ask 100 people, do you trust the government? You might get one person that says yes, or anything that comes from the government.
Yeah, but again, the documentation will sometimes provide informative data. Anyway, I do it all the time. I reference PubMed. I reference all sorts of websites when I'm making claims, and it's called providing a hostile witness as a technique for exposing that sort of topic. But in general, the answer to your question is no. We try to stick to the topic of flat Earth, especially in regards to this voice chat. Who was talking in the middle of my sentence?
Sorry, but I was hot micing on accident.
It's okay. So anyway. Hey, Pat, you think you can have gas pressure without a container? And if so, can you demonstrate it and get I don't know, billions of dollars and become one of the most famous people in the history of mankind? You're hot micing mind sobriety.
What? I cannot demonstrate it.
Oh, it's too bad.
Wait. Just a second. If you can prove to everyone in the world Earth is flat, you publish it. Boom, you get Nobel Prize. You can get rich of that.
Free chocolate?
Rich money.
Oh, I thought you said you can get free chocolate. I was like, yes, please.
So why don't you publish something, a paper in scientific review?
Why publish demonstrable reality?
To make billions of people understand.
How much money will I get if I publish a paper that says water is wet?
Thank you. That's a good one.
Why not?
Where's my Nobel Prize?
You need to publish it.
Or rain comes from clouds.
You can publish it, my man. Get the no. I will allow you to use those 3 words, and you can publish it and get yourself a Nobel Prize. Water is wet. Period. Boom.
Winner.
It's not a proof. If you say water is wet, how does it explain Earth wet? You need to do all the steps in the scientific method.
How do you employ the scientific method to measure
schematics, everything?
Pat.
You do the paperwork.
Pat.
Okay, let's make an experiment to realize how water is wet. Let's make experiment.
Oh man.
I mean, what do you mean by water is wet in the first place?
Yeah, let's make experiment to realize that water is wet. How we will do that?
I know I can do that. Can you?
How you? Can I? No, I cannot make experiment to realize that water is wet. I know that water is wet.
Too bad. Can you do the
now
same
can you tell me now which experiment you will provide that you will prove me that something is wet? Water, in this case.
What's the dependent and independent variable in this alleged experiment?
Something can be wet without water. Liquid metal, liquid nitrogen.
How I will realize? You said that you can make experiment and show me that water is wet with that experiment. Which experiment can show me that water is wet, please? If you want, I can repeat the question 1 million times.
I cannot do that.
You cannot do that. Okay, great, thank you. Which experiment will show you that Earth is a globe?
Fire is fire. It's the same.
Which experiment you will use to show that Earth is a globe?
I don't have one.
Because it's not point of the experiment.
But you can review all the scientific publications, and maybe there's one who says Earth is a globe, and someone published it, and
is it globe Earth? Is it globe Earth? Scientific question.
It is not a question of science.
Geometry is not. Geometry doesn't require the scientific method. Do you understand?
When you go to point A to point B, how do you do this?
Pat, yes or no question. Geometry does not require the scientific method. Do you understand?
No.
You said no?
No.
Okay.
A big no.
Gospel Bear, there's another person here that just came in. There's a little bit of a language barrier with this guy, so.
Who's the other person?
Not a problem. He said something that doesn't make sense.
Battlehead?
Whatever the language, it doesn't make sense.
We talked to Battlehead briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
The language is not a problem. When you make zero sense, it's zero sense.
Okay. Do you know what geometry is, Pat?
No. Can you tell me? Without Google? Without Google.
Yeah. I don't use Google anyway, so I can follow your guidelines.
Any electronic, just your mouth.
Oh, I can't answer that question without utilizing the electronics of Discord, my headset, my microphone. I have to use electricity in order to communicate across great distances like we're doing this very moment. So it would be really weird for me to telepathically answer your question. So
let me break it down for you. In 7th grade, I took a class called geometry. Also in 7th grade, I took a class called science. I received grades for each individual class. Why did I need to take 2 separate classes for geometry and science?
I don't know.
Because geometry is not science.
La géométrie n'utilise pas la méthode scientifique. Anyway, I don't know how to help you understand how geometry, like 1 + 1 = 2. Is that you need the scientific method in order to determine that 1 + 1 = 2? Is that the impression that you're under?
You can Google it.
What? Are you, Pat, under the impression that 1 + 1 is utilizing the scientific method?
I think you need to write this out with crayon, and he might understand it more completely.
You need for 6 steps.
Pat, what would be the observation for 1 + 1?
6 steps. You don't know that? Sorry.
I want to be astonished at your lack of understanding, but I laugh instead because I don't know. This is depressing.
5 is 110. So what's your point?
Math isn't science. Do you understand? It's a simple thing.
Math is math. What's your point?
The point is you keep invoking the need for the scientific method in order to do geometry. You don't need to invoke the scientific method in order to do geometry. That is the point. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
If I provided you with a piece of wood and I told you to measure it, what scientific method would you use to measure that piece of wood?
You need a unit first. Measure in what? Centimeters? Inch?
So how does this fit within the scientific method? What is the independent variable, the dependent variable? What are your control variables? What's your hypothesis? And what is your observation? What would your conclusion be?
If you use zero technique, you can say this plank of wood is the size of this plank of wood. End of the story. Wow, amazing.
Is that a question of science? How long this piece of wood is? That's not a scientific question, is it?
I said no.
Correct. So when we're talking about the surface of the Earth and a measurement, it's not a question of science, is it?
You can measure something if you have reached the limit of its thing. You need the entire object disposable to measure it.
So I'm measuring from point A to point B. Let's say it's across a body of water. Right? Point A, point B, 20 miles. If I'm making an assumption that from point A to point B, there is a rate of curvature as a necessity for a globe Earth, is this a question of science?
No.
Correct. So it's not a question of science.
Then what is it?
And in order to determine whether or not there is a rate of drop, we would need to go out and do the physical measurements. And guess what? When we do these physical measurements, we don't find a rate of curvature. A rate of curvature is a necessity for a globe Earth. We don't find a rate of curvature. What would be our logical conclusion to draw from this measurement?
Okay. What should I say? I just say okay.
What would be our logical conclusion from this measurement if there is no rate of drop, which would be a necessity if the Earth was a ball?
So what's
no,
what do you mean by
no
rates
curvature.
of drop, by the way?
Right? So if I'm measuring my table and my table has no curvature, what would we say my table is?
Flat.
Correct.
But this is somebody else answering the question that was meant for Pat.
Oh, Pat, if we measure my table and I'm expecting to see a curvature rate on my table and I find zero curvature, what could we say my table is?
Flat.
Correct. So when we measure from point A to point B across a body of water, let's say it's 20 miles. I've done one that's just over 17, and we don't find a curvature rate. What can we say that the Earth is?
Not curved.
Not curved, but something's not curved. Something doesn't curve, it's...
What is the opposite of curved? What is that word?
If it's not curving, it's okay. You can say it. It's not curving. We were just talking about table. Now we're talking about water. It's not curving. It's correct. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back. Bathrooms on the right.
That's funny. You converted him.
Why was that so hard?
You converted him. Tell me. Are you happy?
Am I happy? I mean, it made me giggle. I don't know if it makes me happy. What would make me happy if you actually went out and did this for yourself, and you come to the conclusion, and you do a little bit more research, and you come to a determination on your own for yourself. That would make me happy. Because I'm not here to convince you of anything. Yeah, I'm not here to convince you of anything, bro.
He's just giving you suggestions, and then you think for yourself. He's not giving you what to think. He's helping you think.
I started 22 years ago.
What?
What did you say? 20 years ago? What are you talking about?
22 years ago.
Huh? What did you say?
What did you start 22 years ago?
Thinking?
Did you say drinking?
He was thinking. Are you a non-thinker or something? Or what?
Oh, I thought you said drinking.
No, not thinking. As
What
in
thing?
not conscious.
Think.
Being
He
sentient,
didn't
at
say
least.
drinking, did he?
Here.
No, I didn't. I said thinking. I think you guys are drunk. No, I said thinking.
So cool.
Maybe you guys are drunk. You should
Should I
stop
say
it.
it 10 times?
So you started thinking 22 years ago. Maybe from this point forward, you can start thinking critically.
Yeah.
Do you only think critically from this server or anywhere else?
I try to. Sometimes when I'm drinking, I'm not always thinking critically, but I try to.
It's good being sober. I think being sober is the best thing.
Speaking of critical thinking, I can tell you my favorite French scientist. Flat.
Don't ridicule yourself, please.
Lemaitre.
Oh, since we have you on here and you speak French, how do you pronounce Henri Poincaré? How would you pronounce that?
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré? It's so hard for
Henri
me.
Poincaré. Try again.
Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré.
Oui,
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré. What? Poincaré? Is that what you said?
Sorry, man. It's a tough language for me. Say it one more time.
Henri means we laugh.
Say it one more time without anybody talking over you.
Henri.
Henri.
Henri. Ri means when we laugh, I think.
Poincaré. How do you pronounce the Poincaré? Poincaré? Poincaré.
Poincaré.
Poincaré. Is that getting good? Poincaré.
Can you say it louder? I can help him pronounce it. If you say it louder.
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré. Is that what you said?
Henri Poincaré. Henri Poincaré.
You have a really weird accent, although you're French. This is really weird, man.
I mean, a Paris accent. I guess it's weird.
You have to be really coherent for us to understand.
Are you familiar with Henri Poincaré? Poincaré?
The accent just gets it.
Nope.
I can't say it. I'm sorry. You know what I'm talking about. Are you familiar with
Joe Biden? No. Same question for you.
No.
Of course not. So why do you ask me that?
I was just wondering if you're familiar with the guy.
No, of course.
No, of course. that leads me to believe. Okay,
I got a call.
Yeah, he's
of
not.
course.
Yeah, he's not Harry. I think he's only Conquerry.
The amazing French scientist I was going to refer to is Antoine Béchamp.
I don't know.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah, you should look him up. Good guy. And if you look into it, you'll learn some good things.
Yes, can confirm.
Is he really a scientist?
Yes,
or just
he actually performed the scientific method. He wasn't a charlatan. He didn't fraudulently perform. Well, he didn't do any fraud like a certain competitor.
The leader of the sect,
Louis. What was his name?
I'm not going to say the other French man's name that was a fraud.
Let's say.
What?
Who? Tell his name.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the other guy's name, but he's been exposed as a fraud.
His first name is Louis, or
no,
Louis.
that was his first name. Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah. Anyway,
Louis.
I was just letting you know my favorite French scientist, Antoine Béchamp. You can learn about him. He's a good one to learn about.
I'm just Googling and holy shit. He really, really has a bad reputation.
Are you using Google?
Yes. Because I didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you?
I am saying, what the fuck? He really has a bad reputation here.
Could you perhaps use an alternative search engine like Presearch or Yacy or Cirx? Those are less censored.
Quant. Flora. Yo. Whatever.
What is happening? Are you saying words?
You don't know what is yo?
It sounded like you were saying monosyllabic nothings. I couldn't tell what you were saying.
He was reiterating that the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, la terre est plate.
Ever.
La terre est plate. I don't think it's flat in French. Flat.
Flat.
Exactly.
Flat.
Plat, and if you're writing it in the sentence, it gets an E.
Plateau.
The word all by itself does not have the letter E.
La terre is round.
La terre is not round.
Is round a shape?
Is rond.
Yeah, is round a shape? Is round a three-dimensional shape?
So do you say that Earth is flat, but in 2D it's a disk?
I didn't say disk.
A circle?
No. It's just flat. It's that simple, based on perception. I mean, have you ever traveled into space, the so-called space, and actually seen the entire Earth at once? You haven't. But based on your senses when you are outside, you don't ever think of curvature unless you are told to think so. That's the thing. You never ever think of a curvature. You just perceive things as flat. That simple. And the more you explore, the more you know that it is still flat.
In what space we can go to see entire Earth?
There is no space. That's the thing. It's a hoax. So we can't achieve that. That will never ever happen. Space is not real.
Did you see the entire flat Earth?
Yes, I have seen it. Everybody can see it, but you are told you don't have to. You go out and you essentially observe using your senses, with your eyes, and you don't sense this gravity or this so-called curvature of the Earth. You don't even see it, whatever that is. Say it again.
Your eyes. They cannot see 1 billion kilometers away. You only see
our perception is limited. Yes, and it is limited. We can use telescopes to see things, and the more you zoom in into things that are really far, you will see that they're still there. They're not under the ground, under some sort of curvature. They just don't just magically fall. That's not the case. It really is that simple.
We cannot say Earth is round because we didn't see from anywhere. but we cannot see it.
Because you've been told to think that it's round. That is literally the only reason. You've been told to think that it's round. Even if you go outside, you still think that it's round because they brainwashed you to think otherwise. Essentially oppose your senses, basically, because you've been conditioned to think so.
Who brainwashed
people of power? The people of power. You've
My
only been told what to think.
About Earth being round. My politics never said
it. Anybody that is above you, essentially, has the power to essentially affect you, like the way you think.
Like teacher what?
Say it again?
He said
people
teachers.
Of power. You say about politics, teachers?
What with teachers?
Who is in power for you?
What teachers know about that?
You think who is in power?
They believe. Well, teachers. What does teachers have to do?
Who is in power?
School?
Yes.
Who is in power? Let's say that it's in power. That who closed you in last 2-3 years. Somebody's in power when make war. Somebody's power when make corruption. Somebody's power when. Do you want more powers?
So you say politics.
Politics?
Well, politics is an act. No, politicians have no power. They just act. That's all. They just puppets for people that are above them. That's all.
Dictators?
Did you know that Earth is what it is, regardless of any of the things you guys are talking about?
No matter what, it's really simple.
Brainwashing me
you go out. Listen. To make it really simple, go out and observe with your senses. If you're brainwashed, you might think the Earth is essentially something else than flat. But if you're not, then simply your senses will tell you that it is flat, and you'll always think so, no matter what, unless you've been brainwashed to think otherwise. Because you have to think for yourself. Essentially, go by your nature, but if you are told what to think, then you're going to think otherwise. Then your senses will fool you because you've been brainwashed. It's that simple.
So, if everyone says it's flat, I will automatically say it's flat?
You don't have to. You just observe. You go out on your own and you observe. You experience it.
If everyone said that it's globe, the same
but
question.
You believe in space, but you haven't experienced it, dude. You can experience flat Earth. You go out. You are experiencing it right now, but you're brainwashed to think otherwise. It's that simple. You can experience flat Earth, literally. You cannot experience curvature of the Earth. It is not experience, an assumption.
Hey, who are we talking to? What's his name?
Oh, sure. Can I ask him?
Plat 2 or Plat 92?
Plat 92. Okay. Yeah, Sasha.
Yeah. Plat, what do you think? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat?
Well, only because it presents itself as
No, not you, Sean. He will be.
People of power.
Wait a second. So you want me to? I don't know how you want me to answer because the world it presents itself as flat and stationary, so therefore it is flat and stationary. But you're asking me why you believe it's flat and stationary?
No, I'm asking him what he thinks that we think. Why we think that Earth is flat?
Oh, okay. Hey, Plat 92. Why do you think that we merely think that it's flat? What convinced us in our crazy heads?
Everything in power. So if someone in power says something, you think the opposite?
Okay, so the reason I came in is because you said if everybody in the world said it's flat, then I'll say it's flat too. Is that what you said?
Well, because going by his logic,
someone said everything and everyone in power is brainwashing me into believing it's globe, so I say it's globe.
Oh, well, not everybody, but just enough for the gullibility within inside everybody to be, what's the word, nurtured and nourished. Okay, so everybody can be fooled, right? But there's people who are better than other people who are less fooled. Okay, so you can be one of those people. You just got to admit you've been duped, right? And then you got to go measure the Earth.
Yeah, there's degrees to brainwash. It's not just white and black, like say brainwash and non-brainwash. Everybody's brainwashed, but there's degrees to it. It depends on how brainwashed
I want
you are.
to see, Sean, with which things are you fooling me?
No, that's why I'm here, because I don't want anybody to be fooled anymore, Sasha.
Yeah.
We don't have to fool you. We're telling you literally go outside and perceive. Just go outside. You can experience it for yourself. You don't have to prove something for you.
He's not talking to you or Glatt. Why do you keep responding when he asked the other guy a question?
Right.
Yep.
Oh, good. I barged in. I just wanted to let him know that it's not appeal to consensus. The flat Earth. It's the opposite of an appeal to consensus or authority. Flat Earth is the experienced reality. So what we try to do is make sure that people can think critically and positively and productively instead of be fooled by someone else's words.
Yeah, but sure, my point is this. Let's say that I am some skeptic and I came here and not even skeptic. I'm thinking that you are all fooling the people. And now I want to know with which things you are fooling the people.
I'm not fooling anybody. I mean, that's the point I'm trying not to do.
That's the point, because we will say with which points we are fooling the people.
Okay.
That's not fooling, of course. But I'm pointing that for other people in the brain, because this is flat earth, stupid server, we are fooling the people. We want to say people that earth is flat because why?
No, just because it is flat and I'm sick of others getting lied to.
Yeah, but that question is for him. Does he know?
Okay, got it. Sorry. I'll bow out. Go ahead, guys.
That is for Pat 92. What he think, what we think that earth is flat.
Let me ask again. Sasha's basically saying that normal people out there think that this is a psyop and that we're trying to fool people. So do you know of any of those things that, we may be able to clarify misunderstandings? Like, do you have any preconceived notions based on what someone's told you about us so that we can tell you why we actually are here?
Or why would this be a psyop? Why would they make us think that it's flat?
Did you give up, Platt?
Ah, you asking me?
We're not mad. We just tell you to go out. It's simple.
I'm sorry. I bowed out because I thought I was talking over like 2 or 3 people, and I don't want to do that.
Platt? No, sorry, Platt.
Oh, Platt. See, I'm not listening. Okay, bye-bye. Love you guys.
Elijah asked you a question, Platt 92.
So the psyops, right? The big deception. The government is always lying. People in power, lobbyists, big pharma, politics.
Bruh.
Everyone is lying, right?
Bruh. Earth
Yeah,
is what it is.
Everything
You could
about
say
the
All this other stuff is really
you could
besides
say,
the point.
You could say
Who's
that they give you
talking?
half truth all the time.
Leon.
Not really lie and everything.
Leon, it's not helpful. And the reason it's not helpful is because it's besides the point. You can look at the Earth and you can see and you can measure and you can observe and you can demonstrate that it's not curved. That is the point. Flat.
Yes,
that's
it's
the
flat.
point.
So now,
what?
You can expose it to the world.
Yeah.
Not just
What do you think? What do you think we are doing? What do you think we are doing?
This guy.
What do you think we are doing?
Discord.
What is the name of this server? Go to YouTube and type flat earth and find out information. You will find out beautiful information. In first 1,000 videos, you will not find anything. What we are doing here.
Okay. But do you think that everyone is on YouTube searching for flat earth?
No. What do you think? What do you think? Question again. What do you think we are doing here?
Informing.
Okay. Is that not enough?
It's not enough.
What I need to do? I need to.
Billions on the planet.
Okay, great. Do you know what is not enough? It's not enough that you're speaking here and there is a war. You need to go there and to stop the war. You need to go in front any of government or whatever, or go there and say, I want to stop this war because this is not right. Why would Shall we do that? Is it this not enough what we are doing?
You're saying telling the people that the Earth is flat on a Discord server is not really going to change much. It's going to change their belief, but it's not going to do much, essentially. To stop the chaos, you have to actually oppose them and go out and do things, essentially. That's what he is suggesting, I believe.
Yes, and the best way is, officially, is just publish.
Just publish. Let's go on BBC, like people did it 2-3 years ago, and they was.
Sasha, to answer.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh!
I will stop.
Not just you; it's other people piping in. Listen, Platt. People have been publishing flat Earth material for a long time. Okay, in the 1890s, there was 50 proofs that the Earth is flat. In the early 1900s, there was another one. In about 20 or 30 years after that, there was another one. In the 1960s or 70s, there was yet another one. People have been publishing material demonstrating how and why the Earth is flat, or rather, how the Earth is not a globe. And anyway, you get the point, hopefully. People have been publishing stuff for a long time, and it doesn't matter. People believe what they want to believe.
The best way to actually get something done is word of mouth, right? So it's like from person to person. And that person tells like 5 person, that 5 person tells other 5 person. I mean, it multiplies that way. So. If we weren't here talking about it, you wouldn't come over here to actually ask questions or be intrigued by the matter to start with. So there you go.
The proof is in the pudding. The fact that you're here right now, absolutely.
I'm just one guy. Nothing.
Yep. And what about the other 50,000 people that have passed through this server?
It's not a lot.
It's Discord, bro.
8 billion.
There's also hundreds of millions of views of flat Earth videos on YouTube. So it's really, again, this is all besides the point.
One more besides the point. I know you heard me trying to get in first.
I did it first.
One more besides the point is that flat Earth was actually a more popular discussion online than the most popular president in our history.
Trump.
Yeah. So what do you think that is? So the problem is not us, because
impressive.
The problem is actually Congress getting together to censor and derail people from actually looking up the topic. Thank you.
Yes, no, YouTube is censoring it.
Yes.
I know it's censored on everything. Even Twitter.
They also put a bar under videos talking about flat Earth, saying that it's disinformation, which is a form of censorship.
Look at the chat.
Wow.
Pause. Look at the chat. Title of the video: YouTube admits they censor flat Earth.
Yes, I know. I don't like that. It's censorship. It's useless. It's anti-constitutional.
Why would it censor something that is useless? That makes no sense.
Doesn't matter. Listen, this is the point was to stop the derailment of what's more important. Because you asked, shouldn't we be doing more? You asked, shouldn't flat earthers be doing more? So there's your answer. We've done more than enough, and we're up against the government that you still believe in. Because you still believe it's a globe, right?
I mean, I don't trust the government on everything, but
you still believe it's a globe.
Some things, like when they say sky is blue,
right? So that's the point. That's the point. Not only are we trying to get the word out, but there are people like you who won't just take things as they are. It's super obvious. We're giving you the material that you need, and that could be okay. That's interesting. You're right. So now you should be more open to what we have to say, right?
I'm super open.
Good.
Also, instead of censoring flat Earth, if it was just some silly thing, wouldn't it be better to like have somebody prove that it's wrong instead of censoring?
Yes, of course. Censorship
Why do they
is
censor it?
It fucking sucks. Anywhere. We French, we hate it. We did the French Revolution.
Yeah, I'm bad. I can't come up with better arguments there. Sorry.
Censorship sucks anywhere. Just like.
So, Gospel, did you want to?
Anywhere.
Continue a point. He might be busy right now.
I will not fight to spread the word, but I will never censor it. If it's what you're asking.
You will never what? What do you mean?
Censor anyone to speak their mind.
Ah. So
But
something
they did it.
open-minded and not reject other ideas that are exterior to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And yeah, that's what people do. It's like they have a filter, like some sort of wall that just blocks any idea that is new to them. They just block it. And that wall of consciousness is just built by other people, basically. Yes, ideas come through, but yeah, they have ideas that is not going to come through because
yes,
they've been brainwashed to think that those ideas are just not for them beneficial. Flat Earth and so on.
Some people say aliens exist. I said no, but they have the right to say it. So I don't like the idea, but they can speak it.
Yeah.
I don't like somebody preaching the Quran or the Torah. I hate it, but they can speak it. Even though I hate it. Especially the Quran.
Understandable.
Who is the guy who made a medic pill jump 1,000% in price? And this guy is like the most hated man in America. I don't know his name.
What did you say?
No, never mind.
I heard somebody bring up a long time ago in this chat that NASA said that Earth is an enclosed system and that we cannot escape it. But do we actually have proof of that? Or is that just something that NASA said to maybe perhaps lead us in a wrong direction, that maybe there are other lands that are useful? Are there any proof of it is what I'm saying?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about, the globe or flat. So since now
I'm talking about the flat. Okay,
flat.
so yeah, it was the NASA said that it was an enclosed system. Somebody said here, and they were talking about.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Correction on the field. It was Bill Nye, the pretends to be a science guy, that said that.
All right.
All right.
Does your question still stand?
No,
No.
because globe doesn't support enclosed system.
Obviously, yes.
That means doesn't matter what Bill Nye said.
Yeah, because where will be the thing that closed? Where will be the wall? It will be also a globe surrounding the globe. Doesn't make any sense.
No,
It's flat,
after
then, yes,
that,
it would
Bill
make
Nye
sense.
can say only I'm flat earther, nothing else.
Yeah.
Yep. Not we have open closed system, you know, that's not possible to have open closed.
Do you guys believe that there could be more land, as in this plane that we're on is infinite, or that it's a closed system? Of course, if it's flat, because it is flat.
We don't believe in conjecture and speculation, sir. We only look at facts, reality. That shit's for Hollywood. Sorry.
I posted this the other day on the server. If there were to be more land, then that means there will be more suns. But we cannot see the other suns that are on the other side.
Man, but
So
we don't know
that would mean
if
that
we
it is
have.
a ecosystem.
We don't know even if we have land all around. Maybe it's open in 4. Maybe it's open in 12 directions. Maybe it's open in 4 directions.
What do you mean opening, or what do you imply? What?
But I am now assuming like you.
Ah. Well, yes. For now, for the
yeah.
moment, yes, it is. Based on what we are able to perceive, it is limited because we don't see
based
other
on
suns. We
nothing.
don't see anything.
Based on that we cannot go 60 degrees south. That means what is there? Is that all circumstances? How to say that pictures what we see from Antarctica? That's all that 20 or whatever it is. We have all how to say all shore recorded. Is it circular? Is it triangle? Is it rectangular? How we know what it is? Is it that
As
map?
in the enclosure, like the dome, so-called dome, is that what you imply? The shape of it?
Is it dome parabolic? Is it pyramidical or cube? That's the point. Because because we have pictures from ancient civilization, blah blah blah, and that new one's how sun is circulating above that map model or blah blah blah, and then that map was 1,000 years ago showing some lands and blah blah blah, and now because of that we can also start to imagine or make stories or whatever.
Well, so far what we know of is that there is a closed system, and we can only assume the shape of that enclosure, what is actually holding everything, basically, what is circular, round, triangular, whatever, or cubic. We can only assume. But yeah.
Yeah, but for example, you will come to Antarctica if you want to assume. You are imagining, for sure you're imagining that it's like a circle and there is a dome like this. But how much distance is it 1,000 miles after the shore, or it's 1 million miles after the shore?
As in behind the ice wall itself?
Yeah.
Because we've never been there, yeah.
Yeah, that means that we cannot. Yeah, but that's also. I'm telling you now, like assuming, like I can assume that is like 4 engines, 4 big rivers, you know, Imagine that Antarctica, but now it's not Antarctica, but you see on all these maps, it's with 4 exits, let's say, and that's something different now.
So if you were to assume that the ice wall was actually the ice shelf, and Antarctica is just surrounding the land that we know of, then in that case, that's what he means. Like, so we have been to the ice shelf in Antarctica. I don't know if it's a circle around the Earth or anything like that, but I'm saying that's where he's saying. I don't know.
Nobody knows, yeah. And then when you say, is there land behind what? Because we don't know even how is the shore look like.
How is the what? As in the corner?
Shore. We don't know anything behind 60 degrees south, man.
Yeah, because we're not allowed to go there.
Yeah, that means what if? Can you imagine all kind of shapes there now behind that point?
Yeah.
Whatever rivers. What how to? I cannot even explain. Your brain can work whatever you can imagine because you don't know. You have some videos from some parts of Antarctica, and that's it.
Yeah, well, we would need an entire video. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be possible.
We don't know even of the north, not south.
It's insane.
You have some pictures. If you saw, I don't know, internet with like you have ice, and then you have so many domes. I don't know if you saw that picture. Well, what if it's only one? You know, yeah, you have like ice, and in between ice you have like 20 of that domes, like
Can you?
out there.
So you mean like say an ice plane, and then there's hole that has land in it, right?
Yeah. You have that picture somewhere. Yeah. But that's only imagination. What is? You can now imagine what is if we have all that 20 lands. Of course, doesn't matter. And now, but it's under 1 or 3 domes. Or I can bullshit now everything. I don't know what.
Say eternal. We can say eternal, perhaps. Yeah. What about it?
Because of that, nobody wants to claim anything about this here. Because how we can know that?
Yeah.
It's the same like with the space, you know. You cannot go there and but you can go on the beach.
What about the beach? What does that have to do with space?
You can find out what water is doing in reality. Because you will read the books, and in books it's written, in every book of geometry is written that water is curving for sure. Because that people wrote that books. But water itself doesn't write the books. Water is behaving, naturally. That's the point. And then that's what you learn in your life, you learn the numbers. And you said, oh, the Earth is so big. How much is big? It's 25,000 miles. With the radius that one. Oh, it is big. Man, you need 25,000 miles. You need a lot of time to go around, And now, on that given rate, you have a drop on some distance. Because that is sphere. Because you learn in school what is sphere. It's something what is curving in distance. And it's spheres, geometrical objects. And then you find out that that thing, what is sphere, does not curve in reality with that given rate. that big one, 35,000 miles. And that's the only point, nothing else.
Fucking spot. I race your fucking car.
Well, that's a good take.
Fucking July. My car better be done by then.
What if it's bigger? If it's bigger, then tell us new numbers. Let's check that numbers.
Well, the only way to figure it out is to experience. Like, say, you read a book that has essentially something to talk about the beach existing, then you can assume or believe that it's there, but you can only really truly know that it's there if you actually experience what it's like to be near the beach or in the water, basically. The same thing when you talk about a dome or an ISO, whatever that is, or something that will be beyond an ISO or that the Earth is limited to. We don't know. We can't really know unless we experience it. We go there. That's the only way. But we are prevented from going there. Prevented from going there. So yeah, we don't know. To keep it simple, you can only assume. But for sure, we know that the Earth is flat because we actually can go outside and actually experience it. We experience flatness basically everywhere.
Not only experience, we can measure that. We can find the object in distance and say, this is, I don't know, 20 miles, 30 miles. Why I see this? On the globe, I cannot see this. Fact. This is fact. And
yeah, you observe. Yeah, you use your senses.
Yeah,
exactly.
And you're not going there observing horizon and saying, look, it's flat horizon. No, I'm looking at, I don't know, whatever it is, Ireland, in the case of Black Swan, it's oil rigs, whatever. You will find some distance and say, this object is on that distance. Okay, great. On that distance, I cannot see that object. Point. Fact. On the globe. Only if we have some kind of phenomenon what is giving us some kind of hologramic or what they are saying, refraction, but that's not happening, you know. We don't have that in reality, that you have town above the town.
What do you mean by a hologram? To do what exactly? Can you elaborate on that? To do what?
No, to see Chicago. Is it Chicago real town or Chicago is projecting above the Chicago?
What do you mean?
The people it was a news even on NBC, I think, and they said this is mirage. That means this is something projecting, and mirage even not how to say opposite one. You can see the entire town in the sky, and that's not real town.
It's a certain type of mirage, but the mirage is it has to display it backwards on top of the upside down on top of the image that you're trying to see.
Yeah.
So it's not a mirage because there is no. It's a direct 1-to-1 image. You know, there's no upside down image on top of it.
Okay, how we will call that?
I don't know. I don't remember the specific name for that mirage.
Can we call that is Chicago?
Yeah. So, for example, there is an image, of Chicago over, forgot what lake that is, from Michigan, and it's like, 55 miles plus of a distance, and it's a clear photograph showing the skyline of Chicago, and if there was the, curvature taking place, right, the mathematics for that is what you would only see like 200 feet of the top of the tower of the Sears Tower. So that little point that they have up at the top, that's the only thing you should be able to see if there was a curve based on, NASA's mathematical equation, which is what for every 8 square miles, there's 8 inches of travel, and that's squared. So for every 8 miles, 8 inches, and then square that for every other. Right, and it goes on. So you should only see from Michigan, looking over that 55-mile distance, only the very point of only the Sears Tower. But in reality, when you get a powerful enough lens or anything that you can see that distance with your naked eye, you see the entirety of the sky. I mean, there's no missing feature, as if you were down the street looking at it.
And listen, this now choice. You have two choices. You somehow seeing some kind of phenomena, what is happening, or you are seeing real town on that distance.
But there's no phenomenon that the only thing that the news was trying to say is that it was a mirage. But when they say that it was a mirage, they even lied about that, because the mirage would show two images: the image you're seeing, and then the exact image on top of it upside down. So they were lying even about the mirage. So they were just trying to describe it because they had, they were caught. They were caught between their legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're presented with truth. You either accept the truth and become, I don't know, revolutionized by it, or you decide to ignore the truth and become a liar. So, since they're lying about everything else, I mean, why not just lie about the mirage too? I mean, it's irrefutable. I mean, I guess you need to place a camera or a telescope in front of every person's hand so they can see it with their own eyes, with their own senses. So then maybe they can understand, how big of a lie this is.
Let me play devil's advocate. Maybe the line for the Mirage is way high up above the camera. I'm just joking.
No,
yeah.
because because the display of that camera, I mean, it showed more up than down. It wasn't like they zoomed in. Like the skyline was still proportionally small, and you can see like 10 times sky than the horizon or the skyline. So there's no way, it's impossible for that to have been a mirage based on the proportions of the image that was displayed. If you look at that type of mirage anywhere else in the world, mostly you see it with ships over water. You can see it's literally right above the image. It is miraging of, like, it's not. There's 10 feet distance where you'll see the mirage, or 100 feet distance. It is a direct 1-to-1. It's right over. It's like a mirror, right? A reverse mirror of whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, cool. I was just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, that's just the answer for that. So
nice.
But you don't even just have to use the Chicago skyline. I mean, you can use any body of water. You can use. I mean, this goes into the whole tangent on it. Like every lighthouse that saved, hundreds to thousands of sailors from hitting the coastline. I mean, if we were on a curvature, they all would have died. They would have never been able to see until it was too late. I mean, I don't know, what other example? LA to San Francisco, seeing, mountains behind the skyline. You shouldn't be able to see that. Or, like, there's so many different examples. Or the Bolivian salt flats, or the Belize salt flats. I forgot which one specifically. 4,000 square miles of a perfect mirror. When it rains over it, I mean, that should be impossible. If it wasn't, perfectly level. I mean, there's so many examples. Which one disproves curvature? I mean, you decide to believe a lie, or you decide to kind of think for yourself and not be enslaved like how they're trying to enslave your mind.
The salt flats, is that what the video that Sasha showed there? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, it's salt flat, and a couple times a year, or I don't know how many times, it rains, and there's like an inch or two over the whole, flat, and it projects a perfect mirror of the sky, and so that
it looks way too good to be true, but I guess it's true. But yeah, it looks so beautiful.
Yeah, no, this document. I mean, you can go there today if you wanted to, and wait for the rains, and then see it for yourself.
Nice.
You don't have to take my word for it. I don't really.
I believe it, but I just.
There's been too many people to have gone in the experience, and the country's. It's too many people would have to lie, to make it a conspiracy, or for it to be I mean, you don't have to believe me, I guess. And but another one of
chill
the
out,
demographic
chill out,
you're on the fence about.
bro. What he was telling you is it's too beautiful to be true, not that it's fake in any way.
Oh, sorry, I misheard that. My bad.
You know, kind of like you tell your girl, you know, hey, you're just so beautiful, I can't believe it. She's like, oh, people would have to be in on the lie.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Sorry about that. Yeah,
That's fine.
My bad.
Oh no, it's fine. Uyuni salt flat is in images.
But you did make a good analogy, which is the excuse that the Globers like to give that too many people would have to be in on the lie, quote unquote. Okay, the answer is false. Many people live around the salt flats, travel to the salt flats, and take photos with various devices and various social groups all the time. It's very prolific evidence, right? That's put around a large body of people.
Yep.
Versus moon missions, which only like less than 30 people would actually have to know anything. So it's not the case that these things require massive conspiracies to keep it under wraps.
Well, that goes even into an example from like law. Like, if you sit down 8 people into a room and they all have the exact same story, then they're obviously in on it. Versus 8 people, they all come to the same objective standpoint, but they all have different adjectives or contexts to describe the situation or their experiences, and it's true because they don't have the exact one-to-one story on it. So moon landing is such a joke.
By the way, before we move off that point, there's moon landing deniers out there who simultaneously deny flat Earth as well and will actually ban flat Earthers from their groups. So this idea that
it's a whole other meme for itself.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is that this idea that the moon is somehow proof because we went there of the globe Earth paradigm, or that it proves this or that, it's like that's not even true among globe believers.
Yeah, I actually know of a guy in real life who is who doesn't believe in the moon landing, but he thinks the flat Earth is like the CIA conspiracy or something. The reason he thinks that the moon landing is fake is because he says it's a field or something where you can't like have rockets or something. Which is weird that he believes in one of them but not the other, in my opinion. And I try to argue. Sorry.
Not everybody gets it right. They got it right about the moon landings being fake, but the flatness of the Earth is still a bridge too far for some folks.
It's like they didn't, there's only so much they could lie to us about, right? Before, it's like, okay, things are getting a little out of hand. Some people don't want to accept that truth because it just destroys everything that they believe in, or anything that gives them comfort at night or lets them sleep. Maybe who knows? Every person's different, I suppose.
Yeah. The Belize salt flats, I have actually seen like drawings of something that looks exactly the same, but I didn't think it was something real. I thought it was something imaginary or something. But it's kind of awesome to like know that it's in reality. Very nice.
It's amazing. It's one of those things. It's like wonders of the world, I would feel like.
Yeah. I've never heard anyone talk about it. Maybe because it's like kinda. It doesn't disprove the globe, but it's like it can point people in that direction, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, how can they? It's an outlier, and they don't know how to deal with it. They can't answer it or give refutable.
If I were the head of the Jews or the Freemasons or the Jesuits or whoever you think is in control, I would lock the area up, or I would maybe declare it to be North Korea or something, so that nobody can go there or something, or Area 51. But they don't do that, so I think that's a little bit weird. Maybe they don't have as much power as they make us think, I guess.
No, they don't, and they're all in power. They're all just underneath the same authoritarian,
Maybe the mind control is too strong of it being of good enough use to waste resources on closing that area in, I guess.
Well, I mean, they already won. I mean, they started the heliocentric model and teaching it when there was, right at the beginning of government education, right? So they already won. They don't need to answer it or prove it because they're minions, or people will do it for them. Like, they don't need to waste their breath on it, right? Like, people come here and fight against us over heliocentric models that they believe in versus ours. It's like they already won, right? They already made people, enslaved their minds, and they're gonna fight it for those who are in power. Like they did it, they achieved it. So we got the good battle.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's just a small thing. They just have to put out what their theories are, whatever mathematical principles that they have, and anyone who's in the educational system, government educational, they're going to know it. They're going to think of it as irrefutable proof, and that's that. And so, like, whenever someone contradicts them, who thinks for themselves or uses their senses, their five senses, or empirical science, or empirical knowledge, whatever you want to say, to test these things and to actually see them, sense them, like how real science should be, it doesn't matter, because they've already been brainwashed into believing that that's like, it's like a religion. I don't know. It's like irrefutable proof, but it's not. They just never thought for themselves. I don't know if
about this, yeah, I guess.
But that's just an example for like the Belize salt flats. But there's others, that you can use, but they don't need to track those down and disprove them. They can't, but they'll just let like the dogma or like the crowd. The group, like, they're gonna do that. They're gonna go out and like, oh no, you're wrong.
I'll give you a good example. So there's this thing called fake martial arts, right? Where people like to pretend they know martial arts and they teach other people. Then the students sign up because they don't know any better. They get taught this nonsense. Then they believe it. So, for example, there's this supposed no-touch karate master, right? And his students would attack him, and he would just wave his arms in this weird way, and the students would all like fall down and flip and pretend they were dying and getting beat up, right? Then he met a real fighter. That fighter creamed him, right? Beat the snot out of him in front of all of his students.
Yeah,
but up until that point, the students just go along with it because they're not willing to tell the other students, hey, the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
That's so funny. That's a good example.
It's like the Matrix as well. When Morpheus first was teaching Neo about the Matrix, he took him into the simulation and he showed him all the people. And then spontaneously, one of the people turned into an agent and pointed a gun at him. And he told him, listen, everybody in the system is your enemy because they want to stay in this system for some reason. And so they'll fight the truth.
Professor Dave, I'm sorry.
Professor Dave will get destroyed by any flat earther in here, man. He's so ridiculous, man. I'm like 15 minutes in this thing.
I think everyone would agree that what they see here is, or at least with this Discord, it's an honest truth. I mean, it's a culmination of efforts to seek the truth for themselves, and then what they find is not what they hope for, right? Like, I don't think anyone here wanted to go against the grain and be labeled as crazy by their family and friends or anything like that. Like, they wanted to make sure, like, oh yeah, it's just a meme. Flat Earth is, yeah, it's just, it's a joke or But then you find out the truth, and you're like, freaking A, dude. What do you do now? You pull all your efforts together and you lay it out so that other people can know and understand that there's lies and people out there that are not there for your better interest.
Elijah, you here? Elijah, you here?
Yeah, but I'm in the rain, so I can't really.
All right, I don't think Dave Wise did that bad, man. So far, if I'm hearing, man. I mean, of course, you could have stuck him in a lot of points, but because God, this guy is so solid. Professor Davis, such a solid, bro.
Yeah, I guess you're right. After the conversation earlier over at Nathan's, yeah, I have a different perspective. I'm happy that someone's going out there and carrying the information forward, and to the best of his ability, he went out there and did what he had to do in the face of this guy committing all of the main fallacies, interrupting him at every turn, and being condescending. It was just a very hard situation.
Yeah, he was very condescending. Yeah, like I mean, the clip that I just posted up there when Dave starts saying, David Wise starts saying, well, when when gravity starts, when putting things together, what gravity? When puts all the stars together, what's all the stars? Gravity. like, are you fucking serious?
But that's not even true because gas particles aren't attracting to each other.
Right. I mean, that's what Dave was trying to point out to him, right? So, but I mean, not he wasn't trying to point that out, but he was trying to show his subtlety on what he believes happens, and then all of a sudden the Professor Davis comes and says, so, I mean, he does appear to not majority to authority, yes, and it says so thousands of astronomers and yada yada yada, and then he appears to them. Well, they wrote books. I was like, holy shit, might as well believe the Bible. That's what I would have put it. I would have said. This is so amazing, right? Like there's a bunch of freaking numpty clips in this that they need to go through and need to be brought out. I start sending this to a QE.
What the hell? This thing went by itself.
I just wish Dave gets the balls to come in here one day and try to debate over here. I doubt it.
I mean, look, wait. you can do things for free. I mean, not really. Nothing is for free. We are currency. That's a fact. So people do music together or collaborate on art together because maybe they like each other and share the same vision and want to put that out to the world, and they'll do anything and use what resources they have to do it. Or you can pay someone to do it. So there are various ways to get an outcome, and I just think that we can, pool resources together, money together, to hire someone to come have a conversation. That's a thing. It's possible. I just don't think anyone's really tried.
That would be pretty sick. Wouldn't mind giving a 1-2 over there, Tim.
Listen, whether or not the toddler stops screaming about the fact that it doesn't want to eat its broccoli doesn't mean the broccoli isn't good for the toddler. Does that make sense, Globers? Same deal with the truth.
Yeah, that's right. But I've read it's some kind of compound in broccoli that isn't that is kind of poison, but it's like very weak, and also it depends on how young the baby is, I guess. Like not all vegetables are like good to eat as especially a child, I guess. Especially things high in lectins and carbohydrates.
Okay, so you don't see the value in what I said. You're just going to break it down.
I did. I
splitting hairs and such.
I started what I said with agreeing with what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, but like in this specific example, I dissected it.
I mean, I get a lot of benefits from broccoli. Broccoli unhealthy?
Broccoli is healthy in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And,
no, I mean like that's the fact. It's healthy.
Yeah, but too much of it is not that good.
Well, too much air, too much water, sure, anything. Too much of anything is bad. Too much of a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a very healthy vegetable, as it has. It's a cruciferous vegetable. Those are very good. I would say some other vegetables that are also very healthy or more healthy is kale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say kale?
Yeah, kale.
Okay. Well, listen, hang on. The reason I brought that up in the first place was not because we talk about vegetables. Yes. However, great vegetables are. I wanted to kind of demonstrate for the audience that it's so we're the ones with the health food, and we're the ones trying to give the health food to the belligerent toddler. The health food is Flat Earth Truth. And the belligerent toddler is the anti-flat earth or staunch Glober crew. You know what I mean? So, and they're throwing a tantrum. They don't want the truth. They don't want their broccoli. They want to do whatever the hell else they're doing, but they couldn't be bothered to handle the truth, i.e. eat their broccoli. Does that make sense?
Yes, that was what I answered with in the start, but I forgot after I went on about vegetables. Yes.
No problem. I like kale and broccoli. I think I'll pick broccoli though. It tastes better. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I
like broccolini.
Broccolinis. Yeah, that's even better too. Exactly. So I'm just going to leave it with that. You don't have to throw a tantrum at the truth because it challenges the worldview that you're so comfortable with. Right? Just because something challenges your comfortability, right? You got to get out of your comfort zone to actually ever truly learn something new, don't you?
Are you talking to me?
You told the truth?
I'm kind of talking to Globers in general.
I'm not a Glober.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know sobriety. I know that. We have a lot of people listening that are never going to speak up, and I'm kind of talking to those folks.
Cool.
You talking to me?
No, sir.
You're talking to me?
Nope, I'm talking actually to those out there who they say, well, I'm on the fence about this. Okay, well, I'm glad you're thinking about it. So that's good, I guess. Just, can you suspend your disbelief in crazy flat Earth for just a second and actually look into it, Globies? That'd be nice.
Wait, Sean, I need to put speakers on balcony.
Okay.
I honestly thought that everyone was me.
Man, y'all are crazy.
Yeah, you know, let me get my mic down here a little bit. Yeah, you know, we don't even know that that's already not happening. You know, Glober's suspending the disbelief. 'Cause we were just talking about we were talking about the debate between Dave Weiss and Professor Dave.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it was also interesting to note the comment section. And I've been talking about the comment sections of various large YouTube platforms. And number one, when they talk about Flat Earth, they acknowledge that that is some of the most engagement that they do get, contrary to the people that say Flat Earth is dying. And number two, I've realized and noticed that a lot of the comments are open to listening to what the person or the Flat Earth proponent is trying to say. That's what's happening more often than anything. It's not like
That's good.
on, say, actually Flat Earth channels where you go into the comment section and they're all trolling. It's not even like that. Everywhere else that's normal, where people aren't cultivating their audience to fully reject the idea and make that a niche thing, like Professor Dave no, not Professor Dave, but more so like Sly Sparkane and any of these people who specifically talk about Flat Earth, right? Fight the Flat Earth, Craig. Outside of this realm of Flat Earth, whenever it trickles into the normie or anything that's not related to Flat Earth, all of the normies typically go, yo, Globe Earther, chill out, bruh. I'm just trying to hear what he has to say. It's not sounding that crazy. What's wrong with you? That's the
true.
sentiment
I see
I'm
that
hearing.
sometimes too. Yeah, yeah. I get you. Only in this community, I guess, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this, I don't know, this little tent over here. Within reality, we're all over here arguing with each other.
Because they sent the trolls here as fodder to stop us from engaging with those that are curious.
Correct.
That's why they're all here.
Yep, and I take the bait every day.
Well, we
Have
gotta
anyone
see
here
somehow.
that's on the fence?
Say that again?
Do we have anyone here currently that's on the fence between the two models?
I don't know. Elijah, though, that was brilliant, and I agree.
So, yeah, I'm really trying to decide. Can you sway me back to the globe?
We destroyed fence when Sextant came, and then there is no more fence. There is bridge now.
There are very few on the fence.
Yo, Sasha, you are on fire today, man. I love it. I love it, Sasha. Keep up the good work.
I'm trying to be calm.
But yeah, there are like just 3 people here who don't have globe skeptic or flat Earth role.
We are all globe skeptics, all of us.
It's 5:54, so if there are any other moderators or silvers or gold, anyone, this is prime time. So as it's raining and I'm working in the rain, I can't really do much but open my mic. But I would encourage you guys to take this Thursday evening for me on the East Coast, opportunity to, get people in the lobby in here, pay attention to when people are walking in here, coming in.
Talk to some folks.
And just get a little added attention.
Elijah, Mike.
They cut him off right before he made his point. Are we getting used to that yet?
We heard nothing, but okay.
He was literally going to tell us his suggestion. He was building up to it, and then they cut his connection.
I think he talked to someone else, actually.
Earth is indeed flat, but I like big round booties, so. Do you like flat women? Or
listen, the curvature I can find is far better than Earth curvature. That makes sense.
I really like playing balls, so I was really bummed when I found out that the Earth wasn't a ball.
Some big
No, maybe you like everything what is spherical. For example, balls, real balls.
Titties.
Yeah, of course.
Titties are
all right. He said it's prime time, and you guys start talking about that. No, let's talk about perspective. I'm going to post a picture. It's a GIF. It's a funny GIF, but it totally describes things in the live stream voice text. I think this is like Pontchartrain. It's used often. So the top picture is perspective. Well, it's both perspective, but the top picture, it looks like there's a bend and curve happening, right? And so you see the guy going, I see Earth curve, because from his perspective, the image is bending. One more time. From his perspective, the image is bending, okay? Because then when you go up and you go real high and you view the whole thing from point A to point B, all of a sudden it becomes a perfectly straight line. Zero curvature. So what that means is, if you think you see curvature, you're not seeing it because it's perspective. That's all it is.
Yeah, I guess it's a mirage of some sorts.
So what we have to do is mess with our perspective, right? And that's what the person did in this picture. They showed the delineation between perspective and reality. Because here's what happens. The higher you go, the straighter that line becomes on Lake Pontchartrain. So the closer you get to the ground and atmospheric fraction and all kinds of stuff, well, of course it's going to look different. But then you remove yourself from the situation, and the more you remove yourself from the situation, the better you can see it down there. It's a straight line. No two ways about it.
One question. Would it be an interesting idea, and would it be possible to have two balloons at supposed opposite sides of the globe, raising very, very high to where the atmosphere is very thin, and pointing a laser from one end to the other?
Are you talking about pointing a laser between two balloons in the air?
Yeah,
biggest laser.
But that can't work. That's floppy. Or sorry, that's sloppy, flimsy. What I meant to say.
The reason I phrase it this way is because higher up in the air, it is less like distortion. But I would think that because it's less dense air, and
that's true.
Also to make up for the fact that they are very high up, if they are literally on the opposite sides of the globe, there's like no argument for that, because
Yeah, but dude, there's so many variables. Like two balloons, okay, how do you know that they're within an inch, within a centimeter of the same elevation from sea level? You're never going to be able to make sure that they're perfectly, a laser measurement can't happen in the middle of the air like that.
Oh.
You have to be attached to the ground and find your baseline that way.
All right, but
you know what I mean? It's just too variable up in the air.
In theory, you can have one laser, and also you could have one big thing that could read the laser on the other side that covers a big area.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, that's speculation, though. You'd have to go and do all that, and then bring it back here and say, okay, check this out. Does this does this work scientifically? Is this really showing us what we want to see? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know how we're going to talk about that if we haven't done it. That's the thing about measuring the Earth.
I say it just would be a cool proof. I guess I started as a question.
Well, you're right about the atmospheric stuff being thinner up there, right? So it would technically be easier to see a light beam from point A to point B, wherever that is. However, you know what's really impressive about the Earth measuring flat is that it doesn't matter how much atmospheric garbage is going on. You still get line of sight from point A to point B no matter how far you go. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a straight line through smog and weather and everything. It penetrates through all of that and remains a straight line. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Glad.
Because, yeah.
What's up?
Have you talked to Man Bro Dude Guy?
Man Bro Dude Guy? No, but wow, what a name. Man Bro Dude Guy, what's up?
What's up? What am I talking about?
I don't know, man. Dave said that you're here and you've got a cool name, so we're picking on you.
We welcome people to this server. What do you have to say, Man Bro Dude Guy?
Yeah, welcome.
I've been.
What brought you here, sir?
I've been here since before it was 2.0. I just haven't been as active as of late. So
cool.
Nothing special from my end. I just believe in flat Earth.
No. Sorry, man. You had it all good up until you said the word believe. And I know it's like a cliche around here. We don't believe, we know. So what do you think? Is it just a belief for you?
Well, that was a joke.
Oh, good. Well, then there you go. I sure hope so. Right on.
I was trying to figure out how I can, do a sleight of hand there, but
I do the literal thing too, to a fault. I'm very literal. People hate it.
My family and friends would say that I believe in it, but no, I know it as a matter of fact.
You're taking things too literal.
There's nothing
Sorry,
there's nothing that could ever change my mind. I mean, how can you change truth unless you're in communist regime?
I disagree.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hank. No. Go ahead. I got to make some food, so y'all do it.
Communist.
I was just going to make a joke and said if you take everything too literal, you might have a touch of the tism.
Well, I actually got that diagnosis, but I disagree with the definition of knowing, because I would say globals know that many globals know that it's a ball, because first of all, that's what they say, and they wouldn't believe it. I don't know.
Well, it changes from belief to knowing when you act upon that and you think about it, right? So, like, they know it, but that's just their perspective. But when they actually sit down and think about it, it moves from knowing to belief to, okay, I know what this is. It's really...
knowing to believe, to uncertain, to believing in flat, to knowing it's flat, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's a progression. But, yeah, you have it right. But from us, that we know it, right? So...
Yeah, I like to say that I believe, because about everything. I'd like to say that I don't know anything, but I did that before. But then I got the role reality denier, so I stopped saying that here in the server.
Yeah. No, you're coming from a place of humility. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. But sometimes you got to be careful when you say belief, because it's like perspective, and sometimes it's good to separate humility from fact.
Yeah, and also as well, I have heard God Gevlam's theory, and he is having a theory of that, like the Earth is kind of a globe, but not really. It's it has the his theory is like the AE, almost the AE flat Earth map with some slight modifications, like on top of a gigantic ball, so like you have the flat. It's basically flat, the known world, but if you look large, bigger, it's a globe. But I don't know. I don't know for sure if it's that way. I personally would think it's his theory is right, but it's flat. That's my only objection to it.
Who said that?
That's a channel on YouTube called God Give Lamstey. He has a very interesting theory about
it's a
nature
user.
of power.
A YouTube user?
Yeah, YouTube channel.
Gotcha. So kind of like a basketball split in half, and the top portion is flat, but the bottom part would be round like a ball.
No, if you imagine a ball, but if you zoom very far in on just one part of it, it would look flat, and that there you would have the AE flat Earth map or any flat Earth map, I guess. So
why would anyone believe that? That's like believing you're on. Oh, my bad. I know it was a question, but I would say that's sort of similar to thinking that you live on a giant turtle, but
yeah, but you haven't watched
only
it.
experience the flat.
He has actually good evidences for his theory. He doesn't have proofs, I can say that much, but he has good evidences and things that support his theory.
So from a larger perspective,
This is why that kind of esoteric thinking is just not useful. I'll tell you why. Regardless of how convincing he sounds, in order to know the dimensions of something, it must be measured. If you can't measure it, if you don't have the possibility of looking at it, then you can't do that. So for him to claim, well, it's a bigger ball, is to already go, okay, well, I concede that we're under a massive lie, but on top of that, perhaps it's just bigger.
He actually says himself that he's trying to find a possibility, and he said he also was a flat earther before, and like this, he says also this is kind of a expansion of the theory, I guess. But
it's not possible. It is not possible to be on the top of the cube.
Sorry, what do you say?
It is not possible to be that flat earth on the top of the cube.
Cube? What? Why are you talking about the cube?
Why are you talking about sphere?
He said sphere.
You said that that's.
I get what you're doing, Sasha.
Yeah. You saying that point, that earth, it's flat, but on the top of the big ball. Now I'm asking you, why is not on the big cube?
Yeah, his theory as I personally have a variation of the theory because I don't think it's.
Listen, another theory. Pyramid. Turn around the pyramid.
What he provides with evidence doesn't, in my opinion, mean that it has to be a ball, but he says that it's a part of his theory, I guess. So that's maybe a flaw. But
can you post his channel?
Yeah.
His name?
The reason he says it's a ball is because it's basically a moon map theory, but it's entirely different from the Ivar Anon thing. It's
moon map theory. I want to understand now because you said it is on the top of big ball. How moon will work? Because moon is only on that little point on the ball that doesn't have any sense with that bigger ball.
Is there another Professor Dave wannabe that says that looking at the sky proves the shape of the Earth?
No, he doesn't say it proves the Earth. He has several different things. He also uses Disney they hiding things in plain sight. That's one thing he does, and other stuff. Like I'm not expert in his theory, but if you are interested, I'd suggest watching it.
Yeah, I'm interested. Post it because I haven't heard that before, and
I posted
I'm
it.
curious. Okay, I have another. If someone can answer this, I have something else to add.
Sure.
Like, you know, you look up in the sky and you see a round moon or a round sun, right? So by that logic, Earth should be round as well. Or
Let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. When you see a dog outside, does that mean you're a dog too?
There it is.
No,
Yeah. There's.
Yeah.
My question is just where's the correlation? So just because those are round, why should the Earth be round as well? Is there actually a significant correlation that we can say, or is it just their observation and so they're applying it? But that's the same as saying, yeah, there's a dog outside. Am I dog?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. All lights look round at a certain distance. So let's say you've got like a rectangular bulb in the bottom of the pool, and you're on the other side of the pool under the water. The light looks round, even though it's coming from a rectangular bulb. That's just the nature of light. It spreads out in all directions like a grenade. So you could have a grenade that's shaped like C4, like a brick, right? And when it explodes, it's going to explode in all directions, and it's going to look round, even though it came from a source that was square.
That is a great observation.
Yeah.
I was going to. Yeah, the moon does give off its own light. Does anyone not think that?
Well, I don't not think that.
I do not think that. I don't know what it is.
What did you say? What did you say?
Is the moon its own source of light, or is it just a reflection of the sun?
Oh, we definitely don't think it's a reflection, but what can we say about the moon? We can't go there and test it or see what it is. So,
right, no, that's true. But I mean,
I pulled up my camera, and it's like there's like 3 street lamps and the moon, and they all look the same. I mean,
but you can test them, like during moonlight. So like that has great light. You can test the shadows that are projected to see the difference in temperature.
They have. Okay, you talk about shadows. I thought you were gonna say the shadows of the moon. One second. They do have a correlation at sometimes. We've seen a lot of. Elijah brought a lot of evidence that they don't all the time. But you're talking about the light giving out a different cold weather. I seen an actual video on TikTok, Elijah, that somebody magnified the light of the moon, and it was actually like 6 degrees colder.
Yeah, it was colder. Yeah, the moonlight that it produces, for whatever reason, it's colder, and you can test that change. So, in theory, it's like, the question is, does the moon, is it its own light source to some degree? It produces something else. It's not the same as the sun, obviously.
But the thing with light, that's kind of weird to me. Cause I mean, I have never.
The only reason why I brought that up. The only reason why I brought that up is because of that, the theory of, or not the theory, sorry, the observation that, the sun, we see it as round, but it's just exploding in every which way because of the light it's producing. And so can we apply that to the moon as well? If we can test to see that there's differences in temperature, during moonlight. So that was my observation. That's why I was bringing that up. Just wanted to see if anyone else.
We don't make claims of anything up in the heavens, meaning the side, the sun, the stars, the moon, just because we can't go out there and test it, right? So, I mean, unless anybody could go up there and actually, test.
A rocket, I guess.
Maybe one day when I'm removed from, my physical.
A rocket where, right? A rocket where mind sobriety.
Yeah, I could maybe use a rocket to get up there. You have the story of the Icarus, I guess. But
I mean, yeah.
Well, he flew too close to the sun, right? So, but anyways,
Have you guys ever seen the sun set while being like in an airplane?
No, I've
I
rarely if ever been on an airplane.
think what's his name? What is it? What was his name? Has a video of it of the sun setting in an airplane.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it with my eyes just recently, and very trippy, very interesting.
Yeah, I think the sun is kind of just above the Earth. I think most people here do.
Yeah, well, that's where everybody sees it at, right? Above the earth.
Yeah. The God, apropos, the God-give Lamstus theory has also about maybe being two suns, one for Eurasia and one for North America. It was very interesting. It will be interesting to test if that's true, and all other parts of his theory, which is very, very interesting. Also, at one point, he claimed that the Americas was flipped. I think he revised it very not too long ago.
Two suns, huh?
Two suns, yes. Very interesting.
I doubt it, because I think we all see the same sun. But I was curious, did anybody see that eclipse from the airplane from
No,
high
I have
altitude?
not.
The solar eclipse? Yeah, I'll post that in a little
You
bit.
talking about
It's
that video?
pretty amazing. Yeah, did I send it to you?
Does
Yeah,
someone
I
have a
seen it.
video? Yeah, can you post that?
Yeah, send it so everybody can see it. Because the amazing, the amazing thing is that you can see that there's like a path of totality, and then like you can see that the rest of the world is lit up. So, right, that tells us that the moon's shadow is very small when you're talking about the total shadow.
Also,
Umbra.
I've seen like a GIF of like the eclipse where like when the sun and the moon meet, they like stop for a little bit and then they continue. Is that a real thing, or is that like a part of the GIF or something? I saw.
Wait, does somebody have a video of the eclipse while in an airplane?
Yeah, it's a video out there somewhere. It's not even a fire eclipse. It's we just recording.
But yeah, like does the sun and moon like stop for like a short while when like more than they should according to like globe
No,
maths?
no,
Oh no, all right.
no. It's a very short moment when the sun
Cut off.
rays.
Sorry, I didn't hear you cut off. Hello? All right. Good night, everyone. Bye. Everything got
Peace,
over.
bro. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep soon. Just going to watch a couple videos, I guess, before I go to sleep. All right.
Au revoir.
What? Good night.
I said peace. Shalom.
What's going on with the flat Earth?
What was that?
I'd say anything.
What's going on? What's going on with the flat Earth?
Apparently, Mr. White.
Apparently, what? You cut out the. You cut out Nick.
Am I better now?
Yes.
That's what the latest.
My bad. It's cutting in and out. Is that your mic? Because it might be. It doesn't even sound like it's your connection.
It might be my mic. I am driving, but I was trying to get that video of the clips from the airplane up for everybody.
Okay, we heard that.
There you go.
Nobody is talking.
You just did.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about why Matrix is the best movie of all time.
What?
Why is Matrix the best movie of all time?
Matrix is probably the most important movie of the 21st century.
Maybe we live in the Matrix?
Well, if we do, it's not a ball.
You mean water is not real?
Water is the same thing as vodka, just different
People
taste.
in the Matrix thought it was real, so.
In Matrix,
Do you know why? Do you know what's the most interesting thing about the Matrix movie?
Smith.
No.
It was stolen by a guy. It was stolen from a guy by the name of Tom Althouse, and no one knows about it. Not no one, but many people who love the Matrix have never even heard of this. And it was more biblical than it was supposed to be. More biblical than the movie was. That's why the movie doesn't make sense. The trilogy thing.
If he asked, are we in Matrix? My question will be, do you think, are you connected with some wires?
Wait, can you hold on? Can you explain that?
How can you know it's
deeper?
not the case?
What do you mean it was
with the Tom Althouse? Well, one second. Two of them.
I mean, you've seen the movie.
Yeah, I have
You
seen the
cannot know if you're in the Matrix or the real world. In that case.
No, I was asking if he stolen, as in it was a different creator. It was Hollywood.
So it's just this guy, and he's one of many people whose storyboards and scripts have been stolen by people in Hollywood, and the detail that he goes through. Sorry, in the receipts, I was just like, "Whoo-wee, boy, this is solid." I mean, his birthday is in the movie. His name is in the movie. I think his parents' names are in the movie. A lot of weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff. His high school was in the movie. I think they got information about him wrong in the first movie, and then when he updated his information online in the movie after that, or it might have been that animation, one of those after the three movies or whatever, they updated the information and it was then corrected to the information that he corrected online. So yeah, Pot Talk with Joe. I forget what his last name is. Pot Talk with Joe, and Tom Althouse. If you don't find it, let me know. Yes, he has other interviews, but I think that one is the most telling. Now, Tom Althouse, Thomas A. That's also interesting. But yeah.
You also mentioned something about it being more biblical. Does that talk?
Yeah. So in the end, when the girl is on the train in the third movie.
Yeah.
When all of that happens, actually, she's supposed to be saved by Jesus. That's who Jesus is supposed to be. Neo is supposed to be Jesus or something like that, or the Agent Smith. One of, and then there are people that have these theories about it. I don't know where they got their theories from, but he was the first to say it, and he's the one with the receipts. So
very interesting.
I mean, in Matrix 2, the builder explained that there was always a Neo in each version of the Matrix. So it was not like Jesus.
That's the part that doesn't make sense.
And they got the Smiths right, because the Smiths are supposed to be your average working people who, if you try to wake up people from the Matrix, they kind of just pop out of nowhere, like how you talk to your friends and family and then you realize, holy shit, you're a Glober. How do you know to make those Glober arguments? You've never looked into this day in your life, you know? But the program is already ingrained in them. But what was your question about the Jesus in the second movie, or what?
I mean, in each version of the Matrix, there was a Neo. I think he said the builder. So Neo was just the last Neo that we see in the movie, but the Matrix was like rebooted each time there was a Neo.
You're saying that it wasn't a trilogy in the sense that they are connected?
No.
Okay.
Just like you reboot your computer, the last program.
I think I know what he's talking about.
Anymore in memory.
Right. So what he's talking about is when they're talking to the architect, he said that many crops failed, right? Because it was too perfect and people were getting outside, right? And it just make everything go to shit. So they created the Zion program, which everybody thinks they're leaving the Matrix, but they're not actually leaving the Matrix. Those who can see, they get put into the Zion program and they get pulled out of the mainstream Matrix and they go into Zion so that they have something to fight, they have something to live for, they have something to die for, they have meaning and purpose in their life. And Neo is like the leader of that. If it wasn't for Neo, they wouldn't be brave enough to fight. But if you notice, Neo starts doing that weird Neo shit, like flying around outside of the Matrix, and he starts using his powers in Zion, in the real world. Well, the real world isn't real. The real world is still in the Matrix, but the people are tricked into thinking they're outside of the Matrix, but they're really still just in the Zion program, so that they don't have massive crop failures. And Neo was one of many who led the rebellion against the Machine City. It happened over and over and again, but that's the only way that they could do it because people need a reason to fight, a reason to live, and they can't live in a perfect
That is
world.
interesting. Hell, where'd you get that? Time out. Wait a minute. When you say reboot, are you talking about? Are y'all getting this from the new Matrix? Because I have yet to
No,
see
that's
it.
the old one.
The new
That's
Matrix
the old one.
is bullshit.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it would
those are the
only
old
make
ones.
sense on why he had those powers.
Elijah, don't watch new one. You will be confused. The new one, it changed everything.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
I haven't seen the new
Whatever.
one, so if you are talking about the new one, I'll shut up. I apologize.
Yeah.
What
But new
basically
one,
Hank Hill said everything, I think. Almost. Neo is not like Jesus, finally.
Right. It was supposed to be, but Hollywood took over and took him out of the original script. I think that's the consensus.
but maybe we forget it. What are humans in first place? In first Matrix,
Mm,
they are
humans are conscious,
batteries.
that they are conscious.
Batteries. Batteries. They're batteries. They're connecting. They're giving energy to machine down to they can work. They are how to say growing people for making batteries. Do you know that?
You talked about the movie, right?
Yeah, that's Matrix. They're we
Yes,
are
of course.
we are
Right,
yeah.
because in the movie
The
they blocked
machines,
out
yes.
the sun, which is all of the solar light, but they used humans as that source because of
It's energy. Yeah.
source of energy because the sun was blocked off.
Yeah.
But what's the I guess where you going
That
with
might
that?
be a response to the human
Maybe
clone.
we are in some kind of matrix.
Human clone right now.
Repeat that.
But maybe you are in my head. All of this server and everything. What is only voices is in my head. Nothing else.
Well, I don't know. That's a stretch. That's like saying none of your experiences are real. Your experiences
Yeah,
are
of
real.
course. Yeah.
Everything around you, and even heliocentric model, all that stuff is just to distract you, enslave your mind. But it's not. It's not all true. There is a creation around you, and you engage with it, and there's a purpose. You just can't let them take that away from you or control it. I think that's why so many people will resonate with the Matrix. But the Matrix
And
is just a made-up story
for
after all.
example, here is a water, and water has very big importance for us. Not only for us, for living, for life, and it's so real and natural, and you can see growing everything. Cannot be matrix.
But the point of a matrix is to make it as real as possible. So in the matrix, people drank some digital water, I'd say. But they thought it was water.
Yeah, I can understand you if I don't have human sense. That I can tell you, yes, maybe that's true, but I still have human sense. I will not call them human sense. That means
You
nothing
know
has breathing.
the Merovingien in Matrix 2 eating a steak. He talked about all the senses and told it was real or something like that.
Yeah, but you are watching that like a third person, you know? He is not in that restaurant. He is connected with the wire. I'm asking you, do you feel and think that you are maybe now connected with some wires and that you are sleeping and somebody is controlling your mind? Or you think you are born naturally from human and wife and woman, and you grow up and you feel, see, and touch and smell. You touch your, when you're crying, you will touch your teardrop, you know. Feeling, empathy. Tell any woman who has child that is matrix. That you don't feel that.
Who are you talking to, Sasha?
Ether, electrostatics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I thought I had somebody muted locally. Yeah, I remember when I saw the lady on CNN, I guess probably about 10 years ago, and she was saying that you don't own your children. And I was thinking to myself, watch what happens when someone tries to steal them. Because, you know, possession's 9/10 of the law, right? But yeah, she was saying that we don't own our children. And, you know, I hate to say it, but if you understood every contract you ever signed, you know, you might realize that you don't own your children. Because all those contracts, you know, that you sign with the hospital, like, you know, like they're basically the ones making the decisions because of those paperworks that you signed.
Isn't that? I mean, that's pretty evident from, like you said, the beginning at the hospital, and it might not just be. It might all just be a part of legitimizing the situation. Um, uh, because as a child, I knew that my mom was my mom, but there was an authority. And I'm not talking about God. It's like I knew that she had to follow certain rules or I could get taken at any time. That's a real fear, you know? And so, 1 second. Yeah. And so, yeah, thinking from that perspective, then you grow up to you go to school and you put your faith in them, and when your parents can't help you with your homework, you kind of think, okay, they don't know anything, they brought me as far as I can possibly go. And so like that, you're never like, it's almost like your parents are the babysitters, and because you don't respect them intellectually. You can say you do, but I don't think you really do. And because if you did, if there was a process in which, you're welcome, someone stopped and said, hold on, I need to educate my own children. I need to make sure my children know how to move in this world because I've experienced it and I know what's what. Like a free person would have done that at the beginning of their child's life. I didn't do it because I'm enslaved. I didn't know it at the time. Most of us didn't. So we're at a point where we're talking to our peers and our loved ones and our family and our friends, and they're straight up mentally just gone. In the sense that they can't critically think about certain things that are cognitively painful. Most of them. And it's like, yeah, that right there happened when we were children. It didn't happen just now. That's not really something. I don't know how to fix that. That's a big hurdle.
Can I be heard okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've been told that you can go this.
Now, no.
That's
no, probably.
So we heard him say, "Can I be heard?" Then we didn't hear anything after that. It's hilarious.
Hey.
Looks green. Hope I'm not interrupting. So I've been told that you can go to the hospital, and my children are over 18 now, so I never did that. And I never had any problems with any of the medical stuff except for the ADD medicine. I took my son off of that stuff twice because it was pure poison as far as I could tell. Because if you give your kid something to help him out with school and he stops eating, but now for the stuff, whatever, Ritalin, I think is what it was on. Nobody gave me any shit, I just kind of went along the program.
I have been on ADHD meds. It's horrible. I quit. I didn't research it or anything. It just destroyed me. So I had to quit, and everyone was disagreeing with me. I just had to do it, and it was the best thing I ever done in my life. Actually, I didn't quite hear you because you were like dropping out because of bad internet, I guess. Also, one unrelated thing: do any of you guys have any way? Do you know of any cure for myopia or any way to fix myopia, which is nearsightedness? I've tried.
We don't talk about medical stuff here.
He just did, so I just thought I could talk a little more about it.
We can't really give medical advice, but you have muscles in your eyes, so I would probably practice focusing, just like working out.
Yeah, I've done that for several months, but it hasn't worked. It seems that much. It worked for like a little bit, like 0.5 like units, but like after that it didn't like improve more. But yeah, I guess we can't talk about that.
No, we can't talk about cures. Yeah, we can't say the word cure in America.
Things to help. We can just say things to help, like exercise and eating nutrient.
Can't we say that on YouTube?
I exercise.
Well,
go out.
So the thing is that there's certain things we can't say, and there's certain way we have to say things.
Yeah,
so
and I don't live in America.
Yeah, I know, but we do.
And I have free speech.
Yeah, I know, so do we, but there's certain things that we can get sued for saying. We're not doctors, right?
I'll talk to you. You want to talk about it? Myopia, Godric, GM Godric.
What's the best thing to remedy myopia then?
GM Godric.
What? Sorry.
DM, direct message. Gotcha.
Ah. Oh, the Eric Berg. Awesome. I didn't know he had a video about it. I watch very many of his videos. He's awesome at that. Awesome. I didn't know he made a video about that. Thank you. I'm gonna watch it right now.
Yeah, that guy makes a video on just about everything, doesn't he? Dr. Eric Berg.
Maybe Professor Dave has a video about it.
Yeah. About optics, because he can't even trust his eyes. But they practice observational science only. And they claim they don't know anything. So why would you listen to somebody like that? Is my internet connection shit today? Should I go watch some videos for a while?
I heard you say your internet connection is shit. How you
As usual, it's only Dave's connection that's shit today.
It's mine that's shit. I'll shut up.
No, now you're good. It was scratchy for a while.
Yeah, I feel like. Never mind.
Feel like you're talking to yourself sometimes?
I'm sure he's being kind and not telling me that my internet's shit.
Sometimes you cut out a bit, but overall it's okay. We can hear you.
A lot of us that listen to you all the time, we can kind of piece it together even when you're breaking up. So it's kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm starting to become fluent in robot.
That's fucking awesome.
As long as we get like every 2 or 3 words, we can generally get the gist of what you're saying.
Okay.
Have we talked to Blakey? Is VC verified in here? Hello, Blakey. You're a globe skeptic. What say you?
Thank you for.
Says, you're not Blakey, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the video to that guy who sent to the DMs.
Yeah, so we have to be careful what we say. The pharmaceutical industry is the most heavily regulated industry in America. And if someone were to ask, how do you cure earaches? I can't answer that question. But I can tell you that when I was a child and I had earaches, that my grandmother would take virgin olive oil, and she would warm it up until it was lukewarm, like about 100 to 105 degrees, right? Not so hot that it burned you. And she would pour it on her wrist. And when she poured it on her wrist, and she got the right temperature, then she would pour it in my ear and put a cotton ball in it and repeat the process twice a day. So once when I woke up, once when I went to bed, and it's instantly soothing because earaches hurt, right?
What is okay? Yeah, earaches.
So that's not a cure, right? In order to get cured, you would have to ask a doctor that question. But the doctor, he treats medicine. He treats symptoms, right? So he's not into curing people because people that are cured, they don't get return business.
Yeah, I know. Also, I had actually watched that video before, apparently, because I had liked it before. I don't think I watched the entire video. But yeah, it's I forgot about. Yeah, I should probably go outside a little bit more and look at stuff. Yeah, I have done that too, actually, because I watched a long TED presentation type thing about it. But it didn't seem to help very fast. But he didn't say it would either, though. But it's very, very slow, and I'm getting frustrated. I hate wearing glasses. But yeah, thank you for the video. I'm gonna try it more. I trust Eric Berg a little bit more than that random TED guy, because he has helped me with diet and stuff. Make me a lot healthier.
Yeah, bro, that keto diet, it don't mess around, do it. That's an awesome diet.
Yes. Very nice that people are aware of the keto diet here. I see a lot of people in the truth community who thinks eating fat is dangerous for you still. I talked to somebody from that, and they wouldn't respond and stuff. So.
Well, I think high fat can be bad if you're eating high carbs. So it's kind of like one or the other, right? I don't really think we're meant to have a high carb, high fat diet. I don't think that works. That's not healthy. I think we're supposed to go through periods of feasting and fasting, in my opinion.
Yeah, what I have found it works best for me is eating one meal every other day at the middle of those days that I eat. If I eat every day, I get problems on the bathroom and stuff. I didn't that before when I was on carb and I ate 3 times a day. But apparently now I do for some reason after I started eating every other day. But yeah, it's awesome not having to eat an entire day, plus all the time I can do other stuff the days I also have to eat.
For me, I try to eat once a day, and then I don't drink any carbs. It's all tea and water.
Yeah, I've started to eat a little bit more kind of fruits and stuff, because firstly, I'm still okay. It's not a good argument, but I'm young and I've never had any problems with my pancreas and liver and such. I eat a little bit of blueberry. Maybe I drink a little bit of cold pressed orange juice. I know juice is not good for your teeth at all, but I love having it in smoothies together with blueberries, organic blueberries. That's very tasty. But yeah, I don't eat that as much. But yeah, I also eat fermented foods. That's very very tasty and very very healthy. I make them myself. Very good and healthy. Have you tried that before? Like kimchi and sauerkraut, etc. I tell you, like my homemade kimchi is like nothing tastes like it. It's like the best kind of spicy and sour, and it also tastes sweet, even though it doesn't have really any carbs except for fiber. It's not a normal type of sweetness I taste, and it's also a little bit salty because you need salty because of the fermentation process, and it also have like a soda like sensation in your mouth. You get like it's kind of like drinking soda, except you don't destroy your body, you know. Very very nice. It's good in a lot of different things. I like to eat it alone, but that's kind of not normal when it comes to kimchi and stuff. It's normal to have it in salads and stuff. It's full of probiotics, if you know what that is. Very good for your stomach.
Oh yeah,
and fiber.
yeah, I'm with you on that. You ever seen like Japanese women, like they take like a 4-generational photo, and then you got like the great grandma, the grandma, the mother, and the daughter, and it's like, damn, like these people look healthy as fuck. It's because they're over there eating kimchi.
Well, okay, so kimchi is a South Korean thing, or Korean traditional recipe, but I guess maybe they eat it in Japan too, I guess.
Well, they eat it all over the world. Fermented food is all over the world.
Yeah.
But if you look at
Japan and
you look at the Asian people.
Sardinia. Yeah, Japan and Sardinia and some other places, they eat a lot healthier than they eat other places. Except they eat kind of a little bit more soy than us. Many eat more organic soy though, which is very unusual on the larger in the world, because most soy is GMO, but still not really that good for you, full of lectins and stuff. But yeah, so they get some health problems that you don't usually see in the US and stuff because of that. But it's far better, like overall, than the US, and yeah. And also the Middle East, they have I think they have very low cancer because of the fasting they do, which is but they have like a lot of diabetic problems because they eat so much sugar. They eat a lot more sugar than we do in America, I think. So they have more diabetes but way less cancer because of Ramadan, I think, and stuff.
No offense, but this guy I don't think has heard one word we have said in the last hour. Just like to hear himself talk. Am I right?
Nobody was interjecting, so I was just talking.
You haven't heard one thing
he likes to
said in the
share.
last hour. You haven't heard one thing Hank has said, have you?
Why are you so
What did
angry?
I say? He's not angry.
Because it's impossible.
You have the right to No, you have the right to prove by telling what I've said to you so far.
Now you're roboting, Hank. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. Say it again.
Okay. I was telling him he has all he
Sorry.
do
It's down
is
the
tell
hill.
you
It's
what I said.
roboting, Hank, again. Sorry.
Ooh.
Sir, new guy, what do you think? Are you thinking the Earth is a globe or is it flat? Can you tell us about that?
If you look at my roles, you see I have the globe skeptic role. That basically means I'm a flat earther, but I don't have lists of evidence in my head and stuff. That's how I. That's what the globe skeptic role means.
Can you give us two? Can you give us 2 reasons why you are a globe skeptic, please?
Why I'm a flat earther? That's because it's all the proof. Because centrifuge on the globe model. When the Earth spins and it has this much radius and it spins like at 1,600 kilometers an hour, or I think miles per hour. I don't really remember. But at least it spins a lot fast. It should be a gravity difference between the equator and the poles, and that's like a good evidence for me. I think that's kind of seals it in itself, and also all the other evidence and proof and stuff. I don't really memorize them. I'm gonna try doing that now after. I had a similar discussion before, but there's a lot of good proof. I do this mostly. I've done this mostly to prove this for myself, so I don't really remember all of them.
Okay, thank you for that. I heard one reason, centrifuge.
Yes.
You want to elaborate on that, please?
I don't know if I said everything I knew, but I think I did. But I don't know the numbers and stuff. But I know that if something spins at that speed, you should feel the acceleration, the constant acceleration that happens due to rotation, but you don't do that when you are on equator. As far as I know, I've not seen people like jumping like on they do on the NASA footage on the moon. Like they jump really high and stuff. They don't do that, or like they get slingshotted out to space. I've seen that the math shows that too, but at least I don't know the numbers, so then I just say there should be a difference in gravity, but nobody has measured any difference in gravity on the equator compared to like the North Pole or whatever. As far as I know, if they claim it's like so little, but it should be at least like you should feel it, because of the big numbers, very big radius and very big speed. Right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, with centrifuge, I think we're saying that if the Earth was spinning at a certain rate, it's kind of like going down in a car around a bend. When you turn that bend, you can feel yourself going to the right, like G-force. We don't experience that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't experience that at all, and we can't. Nobody has measured it, as far as I know.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I was just testing you. Do you know the radius of the supposed globe model? The radius of the globe?
Not the exact numbers, but I guess it was around 5,000 miles in the radius.
3,596 miles.
Yeah. Sorry, was it kilometers?
Probably close to 5,000 kilometers. I think I don't do kilometers. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, I mixed them up.
6 miles radius.
Yeah, I mixed them up. Why do we use different measuring systems, anyways?
Well, if it had a radius, we would be able to measure, observe, see some kind of curvature at some point. But we don't accept through NASA pics and cartoon drawings, which I call foolery.
Yeah, I know. It's a CGI.
And they'll say, well, we weren't far away enough, so we took local satellites and we sewn 17 satellite pictures together, the data, and then we made a globe out of it. And then we're supposed to try, where's the raw footage? Let me see what the raw footage looked like.
Yeah, I know it's all BS. People ask me this almost every day I come here, like to if I'm a globe or like skip. Like the role, I don't like the name of the role. It doesn't really describe me. I'm a flat earther.
You have to earn that role.
I got a question. Pop quiz.
Go ahead.
Imagine you're at the beach, right? And you're watching a ship sail away from you. It's sailing further and further away, and you start to see it disappear from the bottom. Then eventually the middle of it disappears, and then the top of it disappears. What just happened? Why?
I guess it's some kind of mirage, and also maybe also the angular resolution of your eyes, because we have like some small dots, like to see the red, blue, and green lights, and they are like quantized. They are not like you can't zoom in forever, you know. So yeah. You have like cameras too, and your screen there's like a resolution. Can't like zoom more into it. You will just see pixelated bullshit, you know. Except it's not like in a square matrix. It's like a more Fibonacci spread pattern. I would assume. Maybe I went too much in the details, necessary details there.
The way I explain it is distant objects will mesh with, in this case, the water, the waves, those lapping of the waves will mesh with the object at a distance, and it will appear to vanish into the horizon from the bottom up.
Yeah, but you didn't explain why.
That's my explanation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Is that a kind of a mirage?
No, it's not a mirage.
All right.
And that's
is that because of heat from the water?
That's something that's important, because the globers will claim everything we see is a mirage because somehow the light is bending upwards into the sky. But I'm saying, no, if you have line of sight, you have line of sight. It's not a mirage. Unless you see a Phantom Morgana, or unless you see a boat way up in the sky where it should not be, you are not seeing a mirage.
All right. I've seen like a good explanation for why like that stuff happens, that mirroring or whatever. I don't know. From the Convex Earth documentary. It's basically a flat Earth documentary by people who are like not connected with the flat Earth community, you know. So they were like independent researchers who found like it's basically a flat, you know, and they had a good explanation for why this happened and stuff. But yeah, it happens, I guess, and yeah, it doesn't mean it's a globe. It's lights like bends and turns all direction based on different phenomena, I guess.
Now, we do agree there is some refraction. Light does bend in a way through the medium. But what we do, we make observations in cool and dry climates where refraction is down to a minimum. That way, refraction doesn't interfere with our objects from our observations. Once we get refraction out to a minimum, we know that it's not projecting light upwards in the sky. Therefore, when we see objects 5, 10, 15 miles away at the surface, and we see no curvature, then we know it's flat.
Yeah.
Like what you can do with the P900, which I call the globe.
I didn't hear the last part you said there.
P900, I call the globe killer.
Yeah, P900 and P1000 are just powerful telescope, I guess. You don't need to have a
Because if you take the Earth curve calculator, where there should be geometry says there should be a curvature, an amount of curvature, visible, measurable curvature of an object from A to B. Because of geometry, we go 8 miles, and it says that at 5 feet observer height, there should be 19 feet of curvature at 8 miles, and we see the very bottom of it with a atmosphere that is dry and cool. Then we know that there's no curvature and that it's flat.
Yeah, it's basic math using their what they say how the Earth is, so we can like disprove that by like tests and stuff, and we can like use the more generous example of 8 inches per mile squared, or the more brutal way. It's not really more brutal, but it's just more accurate, and it also if you go very long distances, which maybe you haven't captured on camera yet, but if you go very long distances, there will be a bigger difference with the parabola and the circle thing. But 8 inches per mile squared is pretty good. But I see like almost every new glober who comes here always makes a point about 8 inches per mile squared not being the actual like curvature of the Earth, because it's a parabola and all that, so, and we have pretty powerful computers, so I'd suggest like more people should like show that type of calculation to new globers, so they don't have to go to that conversation all the time, even though like the globe for people use the 8 inches per mile square themselves, even this, yeah.
Well, if you don't like the Earth, you'll have to provide a better measurement that's actually more accurate and observably, confirmably accurate to the globe.
Sorry, you drop out a lot. Can you like repeat what you said? Hello?
Sorry, say it again. I had to take a phone call. Go ahead. What's your question?
He said he didn't hear what you said.
About what?
You broke up.
Oh, I was saying, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
If they don't like our Earth curve calculator, they can provide a better one that's more accurate and that we could confirm has measurements of a globe. We're all welcome. We're all in agreement with that.
But if
they cannot provide
what I said?
They cannot provide a more accurate curvature calculator, that we can use the one provided by them until they find a better one.
Well, you can just deduct out of the radius of the Earth and assume that it's a perfect sphere, which they say it isn't. They say it's like a oblate spheroid pear-ish shape, just like a middle. But yeah, anyways, it's you can like find it out with like you like use GeoGebra and like use that to prove it or something, or like how you do it with normal circles or spheres, instead of using 8 inches.
If it's so easy, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it and show us then? It's so easy.
It is. Oh, okay. I can actually. I think
I want you to do some drawings for us and put it in live streaming. You can improve the Globe Earth calculator. I will commend you.
Okay, cool. Is this like a trap? Because like, is there
No,
like
you suggesting
is
that
it, no, let me finish. Is it like impossible to calculate like the drop when it comes to circle?
no, you just
That
told me you can do it, so do it then.
yeah, okay, sorry. I thought you were like yeah, sorry. Yeah,
I cannot do it. I don't know how to do it. I use the one that's provided. I think it's pretty accurate up to about 2,000 miles, and I use it because I have no other alternative. I've seen some other calculators that, for the main part,
oh,
they
actually,
use more.
it's sine.
more
You know the function sine and cosine and tangent functions.
You could have Googled it by now. It's 8 inches per mile squared, even when you use this the cosine function.
Sorry, you haven't heard what I said earlier, because I was talking
the
about
radius
that.
of the Earth times 1 minus the cosine of how far you went along the distance.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, smartass. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
360 divided by the circumference of the Earth.
Oh.
That works out to 8 inches for the first mile.
Yeah.
Or 8 inches
Yeah.
per mile
No.
squared.
Yeah.
You're gonna
No.
have to
It's a
Google
very
faster.
it's a very good approximation. That's not my point. My point is
Yeah,
that
up to
many
500
globals.
miles above the Earth's surface, and most
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
not
observations
not
are
a
within 1
global.
to 10 miles.
Yeah,
So it's still
chill
8
out,
inches.
please. I'm just saying that a lot of globals who come here make a point about the 8 inches per mile squared. So instead of like using 15 minutes to explain to them why it's a good thing to use the 8 inches per mile squared instead of having to use the slightly more complex math of the circle thing, or instead of doing that, you could actually like use the circle one, because it's then they don't need to point that at and
That's why
waste
we
like
asked them
50
to
minutes.
present a calculation. Usually they can't. They just heard the propaganda about it being a not good enough approximation, and they don't even have anything to offer in turn. So it's
Yeah,
8 inches per mile squared.
but how I look at it, I want to like make people be convinced of like the truth, or like make them more think from themselves and stuff, and instead of like winning a debate of or like logic of if you are logical in your thinking and stuff, maybe you can like
We
trick
try,
them
but a lot
into
of people come in
realizing
here
the
to one
truth.
up. They don't really come here to discuss or debate, because they already come in
Yes.
with the mindset that you're not an expert, you're not smart enough, therefore I don't have to listen to you or really talk about this. I
Yes.
want you to
So
shut up, refer to the authorities, so we're not going to have a fruitful, meaningful discussion about this
yeah.
topic. It's very
So
frustrating,
I have
but it is what it
yeah.
is.
Yeah. So I have a good analogy for why I think this would work, like kind of, because when I provide good arguments that aren't like easily refuted, even though it's not bad arguments, but you'll have to explain why it's a good one and stuff with the 8 inches stuff. Like when I try to convince people of like the current war in some place, I just go directly into anyways. I just figure I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyways, I'm embarrassed. I'm gonna leave.
So you
Did you
interrupted
have
him.
anything about the
You
shaping
interrupted him.
anything like that? We were talking about 8 inches per mile squared, but you wandered